Okay, we'll have the call to order and roll call. Director Hanson will be arriving late. Director Meek.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Peterson here. Ray.
Here.
Williams.
Here.
Weininger.
Here.
Okay, on to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. On to item number 3, study dialogue and dinner session. We will have charter school waiver process and charter school renewal process presented by Mr. Gordon Mosher and Kristen Schmidt.
Thank you. Thanks. Volume okay? Good. So I'm Gordon Mosher. I'm the Director of Choice Programming. Our office oversees charter school authorization, homeschool. We oversee the open enrollment process for the district, and Cloverleaf Enrichment School. So those all come through our office. Kristen is our coordinator. She has been here for 8 years, doing a lot of work for us and is very familiar with the historical process before that. And my executive director, 2 positions removed from me in this previously, is Danny Windsor. So he's going to be here too to have a little bit of that historical content if you would like that. So the same information that we're going to go through was already presented to the cabinet and was moved forward with their approval. So at any time, feel free to jump in with questions. The thing I want to start with here is just to understand in the Charter Schools Act, that is where we're grounding all of this in. That is our the laws that oversee from the state of Colorado and through CDE what the relationship is between an authorizer and the charter school. And so you can see that is all there. That's a direct link out, but goes through and gives, it's very long. If you want to dig in, you can. Just wanted to point that out as a reference so you understand that everything we do in our office follows that guidance through the Charter Schools Act. If you come back over, please. So where we are in this process, if you click on the slideshow, slide 3. Thank you. Where we are in this process of authorization is, it's coming up. So in September, and this actually started last spring. The intent to renew was filed with the office last spring, in the spring of 2021. In September, the application was due and that submission goes through. We're going to give you have examples of that full application and what that looks like. So there's an application submitted that is reviewed by the office. In October, we go to a site visit. And so that's where either our staff or an outside agency would go do a formal site visit, if you're familiar with a school authorization visit or accreditation visit. So putting eyes on everything and validating what's in the application itself. So that happens. There's an in-person security walkthrough site visit finalized in November. That information was all compiled in the reports that we gave to you. That was also presented to the cabinet for any questions that they have. All departments were involved in that. And then we moved to where we're at now is December. So we're making that renewal recommendation and a school presentation that comes after this. You'll be able to hear from each of the charter schools who are going through their renewals, sharing a little bit about them, sharing a little bit of their highlights, and just showing off a little bit of the successes that they've had as a charter school with our authorization. After that, the January Board of Education meeting is where you will make your decisions by resolutions based on the recommendation of staff. So that's where we are right now. Director Ray?
Eating dinner, my apologies. The site visit review, Gordon and Kristen, and Danny, in past practices, we've had external people, so help me understand when we decide to have staff, because I know as Kristen, you are pretty much the site visitor on the documents we have today or tonight. So help me understand that as far as, is that a different practice or?
COVID impact with authorizers or from oversight of other agencies coming into our schools. That's the reason it was different this year. Our plan and our hope is to budget for that process to go in the future. But this year, even though Kristen, last 2 years, even though you see Kristen's name on all of the site visits documents, it's because she's the one that runs the computer. So even though she's the one clicking the button, that could have been the director of special education. It could have been the director of security. Could have been the director of finance. All those people play a hand in it, and then she hits the button on the computer. I was there with her on all of those. Thanks. If we come back out, please. The next one I want to come down to is the application format master. This just gives you an idea, again, of what that application looks like and how the schools do this work and submit. Again, this is due in September. It's a very lengthy document. It's linked on each of the charter school master sheets that you have, but you can kind of go through and see here everything that the school has to provide. This is in a renewal application. They have to go through and identify. You can see the sections 1 through 6. And if we scroll down, there's 8 sections complete, and then there's a ton of information that has to be compiled by the school, submitted to the office for review. And that is the basis for the site visit, right? So it's a validation of the information shared in the application. That's what we do for that. Come back out. So I'm going to show you one, and then we can dig in a little bit more if you'd like, but they're going to be roughly all the same. Just wanted to show you the process of what it looks like and what you're seeing in your documentation and what we use to make our renewal. So if we click on PCK, so this would be Parker Core Knowledge, and you can see these are hot linked in your documents. You can see their full application. That's attachment number 1. You can link directly to their SPF, their school performance framework for academics, in link 2. Attachment 3, if we click on attachment 3, please. We use a tool called Charter Tools, and Charter Tools is a great software that helps us keep everything lined up, and this is the report that comes out. And this is what you were seeing Kristen's name on because she was entering this information during the visit. If you scroll down a little bit, please. This is a very collaborative process. You can see here there's notes in each piece. These are pieces that we validate, verify. They have done that. We work with special education services. So we would look at that and say, has this been done? Are they up to date? Have they done all their training that they need to do? Is there anything that is happening that we need to be aware of? So we bring in all those different departments collectively to go through this. This isn't done in isolation by our department. If you come down, I just want you to scroll through this as you go through, please. Gifted and talented services, there, just keep on going. Facilities oversight, looking at with Rich Cosgrove and his department, and is there any outstanding issues that we need to have there? Personnel, looking through, we go through and we actually look at the personnel files. Are they cataloging everything correctly? That's part of it. Johnny Grusing led this for us this year, doing all of the safety and security walkthroughs with the school, checking off of everything that we have there. Access and equity, again, these are some touch points that we had to do a little bit of coaching on this year. Maybe there was, during the site visit, hey, you know what? You've got something that's there. I'm going to give you an example. Some schools in the past have had mandatory, fee for parents. Okay, voluntary hours, or you could pay in lieu of, right? And some of the new information coming out from the state is we need to move away from that. So the mandatory part, we can strongly encourage and we can highly ask you and we can do all of that language, but to require. And that was a very easy fix. So we did have a few schools that made that change on their website, done out of it. Some of them had to take it back to their board of governing body and say, we recommend we change this. They vote on it, they make that change, show us evidence that they have, and then we move it forward as completed. Student data, again, just verifying, validating, looking through everything. Come on down. Governance, this is their board. They have to go through the same type of training that you do in terms of getting that annual training taken care of, looking at that the policies have all been accepted, that there's end goals that are in place, and that they're working towards a strategic plan or having one in place. Operations, how they do their food, if they have transportation, how they do it. So you can see it's very extensive, and I don't want to give you everything, but just showing again, there's a lot of moving parts here, and it's a great team effort by the entire district authorization team to make sure that everything meets.
You know, one of the things I want to kind of highlight as well is we do this on as we come to the terms of doing a renewal, this is actually something that's done on a yearly basis. So it's not something you wait 5 years and do a review of this process. It's really an ongoing effort with an accumulation of staff that is constantly in communication and supports with our schools, whether that's special education services in the sense of what that looks like, to gifted programming, to operations and business finance. There's yearly reports that you'll see that Gordon will go into, I think, further. But one of the parts that I wanted to highlight in particular is this is not just a summation. This is a yearly process that we work through hand in hand with our charters, and our charters naturally do this process. It's something for them to continue to maintain their operations and functioning of their buildings and servicing students is something they will do on a regular basis. We want to ensure there was clear alignment in the sense of what those practices were, where it wasn't just about share this with your authorizer. This is about making sure it's a benefit of kids, benefit of the community as well, on a yearly basis. So just to give that context, is this is something that's not just the charter renewal is done at the 5-year, but realistically, there's very much yearly touch points around all these areas where charter tools becomes a great tool to help navigate and stay in compliance with some of those things that are defined by the state for us, and allow us to have those regular and meaningful conversations on a regular basis. I can tell you Gordon meets on a monthly basis with our charter leaders as well to make sure we're in constant communication. I know that's even more than that on daily texts and phone calls. That is something that is a direct opportunity for his position, is to connect with our charters on a regular basis as well.
Thank you. If you come back out, I'm going to just go through this again. You can see a link to the charter contract that's currently in place with the school. We do have a full contract, and that will come after, and again, January, when you do make your resolutions. Then we enter into our contract negotiation with our legal department, their legal counsel, to make sure we're all lined up. We're going to move, we will have a little bit more of a guide there for them this year in terms of a contract process that we would like them to adhere to, kind of a template for the charter contracts that they bring in to reduce variability in what that has looked like in the past is the plan as well. So we'll start off with the recommendation. I'm the type of person, I don't like people to sweat till the end. I like to get that out of the way first and then move forward. But you can see the final recommendation from DCSD staff, and that would be with the cabinet approval in the superintendent's office, is to make that recommendation to you of a renewal period for 5 years, in this case with PCK. The process is outlined a little bit there. This is information that I just gave to you. If you come down, there's some highlights of what they do really well, things that they're proud of, and you'll hear some of that from them today when they're doing their presentation, but just kind of a little highlight for them to see. Come on down. First section we look at, we pull this up to do a comparison between, so looking at the overall DCSD population compared to that school in those different subgroups, looking at those pieces and pulling that out. They have a K-8 enrollment, 705 students, and you can see the comparison between Douglas County schools as a whole and that school, their PCK 4 years. Come on down. The 3 areas that we really look at in terms of authorizers and in terms of what we can hold them to are areas of governance, of academics, and of finance. So in those 3 areas are where you're going to see these yeses or nos as you go through here. And this is indicating that this, with a reasonable amount of certainty, that they are meeting that expectation in terms of those 3 areas. So we can see the implementing of education program, yes. Moving down. Protecting the rights of all students, yes. Here's their SPF, just so you can see their overall academic performance. And then now as we go into operational analysis, again, is there compliance with the governing requirements? Are they managing meetings, is facilitations? This all comes from that site visit, is where all this comes from. Keep on coming down, please. Financial analysis, this is done by our finance department. A big thank you to Kristen Haneke. She's our lead in that area, helping us with this evaluation. If you see a yellow there, just want to highlight things that she has let us know. This is trend data. This is over a period of time. And as a district, we have yellow marks as well. This isn't a bad thing to see there. The green is great, but yellow just indicates that over trend data that there's been, some areas that could be a little bit stronger. A lot of that comes to, again, with COVID, with the last couple of years in funding that has been there.
Can I add something? Sometimes that's really intentional. There may be some intentional spends you may have at a charter school that you may encumber, which will make that look yellow. And so I think those are areas that want to highlight that it's not necessarily a bad thing. It may just be intentional strategically and having to pay out for building renovations, security, whatever that may be. So you may see that ratio potentially be off for an intentional year, knowing that they would then naturally be in place, I think, for that period of time. One of the things I did want to highlight around just the term of the contract, typically in our charter schools, in not only in Douglas County schools, but the state of Colorado, that term of that contract is typically a 5-year contract. So as you go through and you look at that language, just want to make sure you guys had that as just some context as you think about what charter renewals look like as well.
Yeah, quick question for our new charter schools. If we bring new charter schools on, do they start out on a smaller or a closer look where they don't wait 5 years and they get an early look, I assume?
It looks different in the sense of there's a period of time in the sense of when we do our charters. We typically do them in the spring. So it's almost looks like a 4-year contract that is there, but it's really an additional year for some planning, like a year and a half for planning. So it does look a little different that they may have 4 years and you're wondering why are they already back at term for the first year. They were renewed initially up front for that, or they're authorized for that 5 years, but it may be a 12 to 18 month period for them to open. Do you want to add?
They usually will get it corrected. If that happens, like that happened with Lehman, we actually would correct that, and then they would get the 5 years from the day they opened. So yeah, that's why you'll see it a little bit different with Lehman.
Thank you. Come on down a little bit, please. So again, what I talked about there, these are the 4 areas where, according to Colorado law and the charter school policy, these are the 4 areas we can have grounds for a non-renewal of contract. And in each of those areas, we say no, the school has not committed anything that would preclude us from pushing forward with a renewal and the staff recommendation of that. And you can see the considerations are none there. So this is very similar for each of those. I can tell you that we are recommending, based on all of this work just like this, done with each school and in that formal and informal coaching, that we're recommending each of the 4 schools who are up for renewal this year to be approved for a full 5 years of renewal period. That is the recommendation of the staff. Would you like us to go through more of each one, or?
Open to all directors. No, I think we can proceed. Thank you.
I do have a question.
Yes.
So Gordon, I know that we suspended SPFs because of COVID, but what I'm wondering, a critical piece of the renewal process is for us to celebrate when we see that academic performance of our students. And I'm wondering, was there a consideration to look at, also publishing CMAS scores or iReady scores or something that we can really say, yeah, looks like performance continues to be on track?
Absolutely. And that coaching is ongoing with the school and looking at it and saying, what is the reasoning for that? I can give you another example. And these are numbers that are all in the documentation, but when we dig into looking at kind of what happens in a student population, Renaissance Secondary School, and they may highlight this when they come in, they're almost 30% students on an IEP or a 504. And so that has implications. That has implications in staffing, where you might see their finances dip because they're staffing heavily based on the student population. They're putting more effort into measuring based on iReady or CMAS or other pieces instead of just going at an SAT. So we do some of that on the individual basis of coaching to make sure that is being lined up. But yes, that student level data is also brought in to this.
So maybe I missed it. Did we have that linked on the homepage for the renewal packet? Did we have student performance linked? I may have missed it.
The student performance framework or the actual data?
Just the student performance data that you just
It's going to be in their application packet.
So it will be...
Attachment 1.
Yeah, it's in there. There's supplemental body of evidence that will share some of that information in there for you.
Great.
That you can look at that data. So thanks. Good question.
And again, I feel like I'm just picking on PCK here, but that was the first one on the list. But you'll hear from all of them, and that's questions that you can ask them for sure. But there's a full narrative on each one of these sections and data that's uploaded and submitted.
A main part, I think, to your point, I think, David, is in particular is there a verifying aspect to some of the CMAS over a period of time historically? Is that data giving a very similar message? And if there's a disconnect between that message, that's where that conversation, I think, comes into play. But iReady naturally is a place or maps or additional areas that schools may be utilizing as well to confirm. But that is something absolutely you can click within the application to confirm that you're seeing that same trend.
And as they're going through there, you can see the level of depth that's there under what do they do for assessments? What does the curriculum design and package look like? How do they focus on their UIP? What does that process look like? Everything is in this application that's already been gone through. So I think you'll find some of those answers there. Okay. So that will be the recommendation of the staff is that all 4 charter schools, Parker Core Knowledge, Renaissance Secondary, we have Skyview Academy and Challenge to Excellence. They'll all be here later to make that presentation to you, where you'll also have a time period where you can ask them questions and to do a Q&A. But the recommendation of staff is a full 5-year renewal on each of them. Okay, if we scroll down, please. Next piece. Yeah, please.
I think one of the contexts I just want to give some context to, and I imagine a lot of you probably have some of this context already, so feel free to stop me any times, but just understanding kind of what that relationship is between Douglas County School District and our charter schools sometimes is something that needs some more clarity, I think, in understanding what that relationship looks like versus day-to-day operations versus this idea of what authorization looks like in that partnership. And so as you look at that renewal, it is really, I think, really important to look at that. Our charter schools do the day-to-day operations of their school. The employees at our charter schools are employees of our charter schools. And so when we think about what that functioning looks like around Douglas County Schools as the authorizer and the superintendent in the district, it looks very different in the sense of how that partnership of operations and support looks like for our charters. Just so when we start looking at some of the data around what data we may use as a district, such as iReady, it just kind of made me think a little bit, David, as you're talking about that. Some of our charter schools may use different data sources in particular, which is perfectly fine and unique to that particular school around their educational programming. So as we look at that and try to sometimes make like for like data, you may see some different data sets that are there, knowing that that's the uniqueness of what our charter schools authorize. And so you're throwing pens at me now, so thank you very much. Yes, fork, you throw a fork at me, okay. But I just want to make sure there's that uniqueness and understanding around that relationship between our district and our charters it's that semi-autonomous nature. To me, as we talk about, it's this balance of autonomy and accountability. I think really is what that balance and that relationship is with our charter schools. And so when we see less accountability that would be there, there's probably less autonomy in some of those areas that are there. The great part about Douglas County Schools is we have really high-performing charter schools and very talented leaders that are there. And we have yearly reviews to continue to just have that ongoing dialogue that is there for that relationship. And so I just want to make sure there was that context because that is sometimes confusing. I remember first day on the job, there was unique aspects of me thinking through this, and I'm going, my relationship and my role look different than understanding what those charter contract is. I mean, that contract is a direct contract between the charter school and our Douglas County Board of Education. And so we just want to make sure that if there's questions uniquely about our charter schools, we happen to have 4 that we're looking at now. But with each of our charter schools, there are some variances within what those charter agreements look like. We try to develop some model contracts to help to create some of that consistency. But if you want further details, that is an area that you can really dig into those charter contracts, which if you don't know where to find those, it's on our legal page, charter contracts, and you can look at it that way as well if you want to find any other charter school contract.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, Gordon, so just as you brought up the contract, so will we see then waiver request for this newly negotiated renewal contract. We won't see that until January, is that correct?
It'll be just like it has been for the last 2 years with the district waivers. You won't even see those in January. We are hoping to get what we're going to discuss next, our new waiver process, and then we're hoping to get that approved in hopefully early August, September, and then have all charters go through a waiver request process at that time. So we will do just like we did the last 2 years, carry forward the current waivers that they have for this cycle.
Very good, thanks, Kristen.
And that's one of the, it's been pretty loose in the past, and we want to create a process that is more formal and more well-known to everybody involved. And I want to echo again what Danny said. You know, you see CACs on there. That's the Colorado Association of Schools for Charter applications. So authorizers of charter schools. There's a NACSA that we're members of as well that we go to. And some of the stories that you hear about some charter schools in other areas of the country are concerning. I can tell you we have very, very high-performing, strong charter schools in Douglas County. We're very proud of that strong relationship, and they're preparing students very well to enter. If they do come into our neighborhood schools, they're well prepared. So with this waiver process, and again, this is just our proposal of a process that has not started under me. This did not start under Kristen, Kristen was the only one that was involved in the start, but it's been through a few years of looking at this and working through and trying to get it to a point where it was solid and where we felt good about it, and it was the right time and place to bring this forward. So this is with guidance. This is not just from our office. Charter leaders have been involved in this process. We go to monthly meetings with CACSA, department directors in Douglas County, our staff, outside consultation, and also inside consultation from legal. So there's a lot of hands that have been involved in this process. I want to thank everyone who's been involved in the process and helping us develop something that we feel very good about, that we think will be a streamlined process to help us with this and make it more clear to both sides, the authorizer and the charter school. So if we click on proposed DCSD waiver guidance, please, and you have this document. So at the beginning, the overview, just outlining again that the Charter School Act allows charter schools to operate free from specified state statutes and rules in accordance with waiver procedures set forth in the Act. So likewise, we are following with that guidance from CDE. We are following with that alignment process. As you can see there, at the last sentence, to assist charter schools in requesting, the guidance outlines the types of waivers applicable and available to charter schools and the process for those. So if you come down again, most waivers for the Colorado school statute are either automatic or non-automatic. And that, I know that word automatic sometimes is like, well, is it just known, it's just done. Let me give you some examples for that. Where it says the superintendent and the Board of Education, very clear, and the superintendent and Board of Education will make this and direct the implementation of. A charter school, then that would be the executive director or principal and the board of directors of that charter school. So that would be an automatic switch over, right? It'd be the intent of the policy is that you're doing the same thing. It's just that you're doing it in your governance model of an executive director or principal and reporting to your board of directors. So that would be the way that would line up. Dress code. Douglas County, that's a very real one, right? We have a Douglas County dress code as a district for all the neighborhood schools. Most charter schools have said, we don't want to do that. We want to do something that's more strict. So they put that in place, and that would be one that we would say is pretty automatic, that we would say, okay, that's something we realize that you're going to want to do, and we're okay with you doing that. So we would move it and make it an easier process rather than having to do a formal. Non-automatic would mean it takes a little bit more looking into it. And this is, again, in alignment with CDE. This is, again, in alignment with the State Board of Education. And their process is the same, where a charter school will say, we want to waive this non-automatic, and they then build a template. That would be our proposal, is to build a template that says, if this is a waiver that you would like to waive from. Here is what we, as a district, would require that you put in there. Here's what we would want you to do. So that then the school could use our guidance, and it'd be more of a partnership rather than them guessing what is it that we would need to put in order to get approved. We could help guide that process as a department and as a board, be able to say, here's what we'd be looking for if you were looking to do that. And again, it lines up with the state not automatic waiver. If you come down, please. We, in our proposal, are looking at, you can see the bold there, unlike automatic waivers from state or statute, the district would like to require charter schools to provide a rationale and replacement plan, charter schools authorized in Douglas County, to ensure the intent of the district policy is intact. This would be, and again, those cases of non-automatic. If it's an automatic, we're saying, you know, this is pretty clear cut, non-automatic. We would like that rationale built. We would like to understand what is it that you plan to do, how do you do it, very similar to the policy waivers of JLCC and of ADB that you're going to be hearing about today, and you've already had the time to look at those waivers. So it's a rationale behind it, and then a plan that says, here's how we're going to do this in alignment with the intent of that policy. We will handle it in this way under our governing body, if that makes sense. Okay? And this is a conversation that we have a lot with community is, you know, and I explained this a lot on the phone, is that there's in Douglas County school districts, in our neighborhood schools, there's a Board of Education with one employee. Mr. Wise employs a lot of us to do the work that comes through in that chain of command. Same is true in, like Danny said, in a charter school. There's a board of directors who has one employee, which is the executive director or the principal, and that person is responsible for all of the staffing and all of the choices that happen in that school in alignment with their contract and with their policy manual. So it's a very similar arrangement. And again, some of that would be providing the latitude to, as you alluded to in the last board meeting, handle things at the lowest level, which is something that should be handled by that charter school, not by us having to bring a waiver to the board to get approval to do something that they would just be doing anyways. We have a number of waivers that are things that we've identified, and we'll show you some of those, that we've identified as possible automatic waivers where charter schools don't even ask to waive from that because they just see it as, yeah, that's inherently what we do. We don't need to waive from it. We don't do it that way, but the intent is there. If you come down, please.
Hey, Gordon,
Yeah.
just to clarify though, our current state is we don't have automatic waivers from district policies. Is that correct?
We do have automatic waivers to state policies.
Right. I
But
just want
not
to differentiate, but we have no
Correct.
automatic waiver process for district policies.
Correct.
Okay.
And I think that's a really important point. That's just where I was going to go around some of that clarification too. I think one of the parts that we wanted to also highlight on the state level automatic waivers and non-automatic waivers, and this is a part that we were very fortunate to obviously have Kristen, I think, in this district, as she has spent 8 years navigating conversations not only with our charters, but has built a wonderful relationship with the state as well. We have pretty regular conversations with the state specifically around some of the non-automatic waivers, which gives us really some context, I think, as we engage in some of the dialogue as a district around district waiver policy to understand what does that practice look like even at a state level for us and how that transfers over. Because I think what we don't want to do is make decisions in isolation that are there. And so working, whether it's through CACSO, whether it's working with our district partners in the Alliance, whether it's looking at state of it, Colorado Department Choice Office that we work with as well. It's trying to gather all those different parts and pieces of information where this isn't just random, I think, a decision, but how we're leaning into our state level partners, which again, Kristen has been doing that on a regular basis for the past 8 years.
So Danny, I know you kind of initiated that group of directors from charter schools, if you will, to begin that process of identifying what makes sense. Do we have a status on that? I mean, do we have a draft of that at this point?
Yeah, it is. We started this process actually just as Tom was leaving, as I was coming in, which was, I don't know, 4 years. I think it was 4 years ago, something like that, to talk about what does that automatic process really look like. So one, we have a little bit more of a common understanding, common agreement with our district, as well as with our district authorized school and our charter schools. And that's that unique piece. And I'll be very candid. One of the parts, and I'll just probably sometimes way too transparent, but I'll say it regardless. I think one of the parts that was hard is we had a lot of unique contracts and a lot of unique waivers that were there. And that was a part that what we didn't want to provide is inconsistent messaging with our schools. And I think that was the challenge in that process, was how do we create a little bit more of a uniform process to understand what potentially automatic waivers could look like within our district, and then how do we have a really clear process around rationale and replacement plans. And something I want to highlight, I think Gordon said, which is really important, is the automatic waiver process isn't just about waiving out of the policy and saying this no longer applies to us. It's this idea that it really needs to be unique around some of these rationale and replacement plans and specific policy that potentially could already be in place at a charter, but we need to make sure there's very clear process. So Kristen, last year with our previous choice director, as well as Gordon, have spent a significant amount of time with our charter leaders, and there is a working draft in the sense of where we are that obviously we'd like to be able to get in front of you to be able to take a peek at as well in this process. Do you want to add anything?
No, I'll show you that. We didn't want to put it on a public link yet because we're still working that. But I will, it's linked, and I will show you kind of some things. I want to highlight some points we're looking at and how that rationale is being brought up. Thank you. Come on down just a little bit more, please. This explains what we're looking for in that, and you can also see that we're planning to build that template that I said around, here's what we want and here's what we need. This is very similar to what happens at the State Board of Education. So the State Board will actually, there's a compliance person there who handles all these waivers. And she then actually guides authorizers across the state and says, the board, you know, in our waiver process, if anyone's going to try to, I'll say, the READ Act. That was a big piece for early childhood reading, right? So in the READ Act, if you're going to look to waive away from using this tool, we need to make sure that you're going to put in there what scientific and research-based reading plan you will be using that will be used and you'll be accountable to. So it's just that guidance, a little bit of collaboration between the authorizer and the charter school to say, if you're looking to do this, let me help you so that it doesn't feel like you don't know what you're looking for. If that makes sense? We can go ahead and get back out of this because you have this whole piece. I just want to show you the next couple of pieces. The waiver status and rules from CDE, if you could go there, please. And one thing I want to show you, this is again right on the CDE website. If you come down to sub-bullet 3, please. Thank you. So here's a list currently of automatic waivers that are already in place for every charter school in the state of Colorado. And you can see there's a theme here, right? Local board duties, educational programs, powers, duties, reimbursement, hiring, all of those pieces that, again, is not for the district. They're not employees of us. They're employees of that district, or sorry, of that charter school. So these make sense, right? So all of these pieces that are there, and you can scroll down, you can see a number of those in section 3. So this is for the state. They're automatically done. They're already there and in place. Charter schools get that automatic waiver put in place. If you come back out. I want to show you an example of what we're leaning towards in that RRP, rationale and replacement plan. This is a guidance, again, from CDE and very similar to what Kristen and the previous directors have worked on and that we're going to continue to build. But you can see here is a list. This is, again, straight out of what CDE handles. Gives them the list of what's your school, come down. Here's the automatic waivers that we're going to go for because they've, again, identified as automatic. Keep coming. Scroll down. Thank you. So here would be the dig in, the rationale and the replacement plan for that policy. This is the policy that we're seeking automatic waiver from. Here's our rationale, and here's our replacement plan of how we mean to meet the intent of that policy. This is what we will do as a replacement. So you can see that. Yes.
So the most work will be done in this first year when we're helping the schools and creating this guidance for them. After that, then it would be up to me to sort of pay attention and hear what you all are asking for or looking for as time goes on with replacement plans, and then just keep modifying our guidance or our template so that they know, you know, they obviously need to make sure they're putting in here what's unique for their school, but we're giving them some guidance of what we really would like to see as well.
Thank you. Come back over to the master page, please. So on this next one, these next two, again, are pieces we don't want to put out there yet, but we would like to show kind of the work behind that's been done to compile this. So if we click on current Douglas County Charter waivers, as we scroll through, this is all board policies. This is a lot of things listed here. And if you just kind of quickly scroll through, you'll see these X's are indicating where charter schools already are doing this. They're already, and you'll see big blocks. Again, let's stop right there, please. Cash management and investment policy. That has nothing to do with us. That is them, right? Gate receipts and admission royalties from athletics. Again, that's a great policy that needs to be there, but how are they handling it? That's a waiver that would be probably on our automatic list because so many of them are already doing it and it really doesn't apply to us. So why would they have to go through another waiver review process and ask for that if it's already there? And you can see some of these policies, the charter school hasn't even asked for a waiver from it, but they don't need to because it doesn't apply to them, right? Come back out, please. So we've done this all the way through. And if you come down a little bit more, so master waiver DCSD, what this is kind of our thinking. And again, this is not just the three of us sitting here. This is many people involved. This is legal involved, outside review council, the charter leaders being involved, lots of that. And before putting this in place, obviously this would be another meeting where we would request and go through together with you for approval on these. And this hasn't anyway been put out to charter leaders of what our recommendations would be, just so you can see. If let's click on master waiver document, please. So these are, again, every policy, and you can see non-waivable. There will be things that we deem and already have said, that's federal law, that's state law, that's not waivable. That is something where we do not allow any type of waiver from. But if you come down, board governments, unexpired full term fulfillment and vacancies. That is a board of governing body for the charter school, and that is something that we would say is an automatic waiver. They wouldn't have to automatically follow our board policy on that. They could create a rationale and replacement plan and say, this is how we want to do this. And we wouldn't have to bring that back to do it. We could vet that internally with committees and with departments and say, that meets the intent. That meets the intent of what you're doing, similar to what we do in our CART review process, which is the Charter Application Review Team. If you come down just a little bit more, again, just looking through things, we get down to these are all pieces that we've looked at. And I know one thing I want to make sure of is seeing a list sometimes, you know, as a school administrator or as a board, I would feel it's a little bit like, well, who's going to hold them accountable? How do we know what they're doing, what they are doing? They're doing it already. They're doing great work already. This just brings some clarity to behind the scenes of saying, we have all of this board policy that's in place. And many of those things are directly not aligned to the work that's done at the local level from that charter school. And so that's what this document would bring in.
Yeah.
If you go back to the main.
Click out. I think this is the beginning, that working draft that I think is there. And so as we go through this process, we've tried to obviously spend a significant amount of time before you started 4 years ago, just around this process of evaluating our policy as we start talking about developing kind of a master template for our charter contracts. That helps in this waiver process, I think, as well too. And so it's taken a lot of work to be able to kind of get to some of the contract structure that we've had, and that's been done in conjunction, I think, with our charters. That's nothing that we've tried to force upon. I think it's been a great partnership. It's something that I appreciated from day one, I think, in the dialogue that is there, I think, with our leaders. But we also know there's going to be another layer to this, looking at automatic waivers, which will require just a lot more in-depth conversation. But just so you can see, to your point, David, this is kind of a working draft we're working from right now.
So of course, the $1 million question, Danny, is when? Because
That's what I
I
was
see
just
Kristen's exasperation of, we've been working on this for 4 years, so.
Exactly. That's why I want to make sure to get that in. So ultimate goal would be to try to get this finalized so that we have time late spring into summer to help charters create their waiver requests. So if we could get this approved, this process, make sure we've all agreed upon the automatic waivers, we could then spend spring with our charter leaders as a group, helping give them guidance as to their replacement plans and rationales. And then my goal would be to have all of those completed to come in front of you for waiver requests in September.
Right now, currently, they really don't know what it is we're looking for. And we see this as an opportunity to hear from you as a board and then from cabinet, what is it that we want? And then give them that guidance so that we can collaboratively build that rationale and replacement plan and both feel good that the intent of the policy is there. We want it not to be a surprise or we had this plan and now we can't do it. We want to give them that guidance through you and through cabinet and district leadership to allow them that, again, as Danny said, accountability and autonomy that's so important in the charter world.
I think our goal is we have history that shows kind of what some of the natural waivers we've seen in our charter contracts that are there. How do we just make sure it's forefront in front of everybody so we can see what that is? And I think that's really, key out of all this process. And so it is there. What we don't want to do is get to a place that it becomes person dependent. So we want to make sure it's system dependent around that process. And so I don't know if there's anything you want to be able to add, but that's a regular conversation we've had with our superintendent around what that process looks like too, just to make sure there's that level of transparency around automatic waivers, which I think is great on both ends for everybody to know what those expectations look like so we can balance that autonomy and accountability that's there.
All right, any further questions by directors? Director Meek?
Thank you for the information. I guess I just have one question. When we provide a waiver, the board is essentially transferring its authority over to the charter board, correct? And when we do that, are we also transferring any liability issues related to that waiver?
I'm going to lean into Mary. Do you mind adding into this at all?
Well, certainly I'm not going to provide legal advice in this forum, but I would say that the statute itself contemplates that charter schools are autonomous in many respects. And when you look at and read through the Charter School Act, and I would encourage all of you with these questions to read 2230.5, 104, I believe it's subsection 4, which really goes through the charter school's authority. It's 104.7, their authority and the definitions. And it really talks about that relationship between a board and a charter school. And in some ways, I describe it similar to the authority of the board in establishing policy and in a policy governance district and the relationship you have with your superintendent. You establish policies which require the district to comply with laws and those basic kinds of policies. And there are only a very few policies which I think are recognized in the statute itself that cannot be waived. And so the idea is that there are certain kinds of discretionary powers that need to be given to the charter schools. For example, hiring of their employees, managing their employees. And sometimes we also forget about the fact that our charter schools are also, in many circumstances, not-for-profit organizations. And as a nonprofit, they have responsibilities to comply not only with a body of law in Colorado law under what we sometimes refer to as the school code, but in addition, they have laws applicable to nonprofit organizations with respect to how their board is governed. So there are checks and balances in place to manage the relationship between the charters and the school district. And the primary governing document related to that is the charter contract. And so when you look at our charter contract, and I think there has been a significant discussion this evening about the goal to we have a number of charter schools that all have begun at different points in time. And so we have charter contracts which are not uniform. But the goal is to try to provide terms which are consistent across our charter schools, and to provide for consistency in procedural aspects of the relationship between the district, the board, and the charter schools, which I think is quite evident by the work that these people have done with respect to the waiver process, with respect to the renewal process, and I think you'll probably be learning more about the application process.
Thank you, Mary. And I would say also, just as we have legal counsel here to lean on, each of our charter schools is also represented by legal counsel. And that's something that we've been able to work through this fall a couple of times, is bringing the legal representation together from some of our charter schools, working through this. And I think that's something we're going to continue to build, is having some, maybe we talked about quarterly meetings between the legal counsel and representation of charter schools to make sure there's common understanding, make sure that everyone's on the same understanding so that we can be productive.
Are we also talking tonight about a process for when a waiver is requested mid-year or a waiver is requested outside of the renewal window? Is there a proposed process for that you're going to speak to?
Our hope is to streamline and get everybody on the same calendar with those, but that is actually identified in their charter contracts. So all of that provision is in their contracts. But again, we've got charter contracts that have been done in different times and has different language. And we need to get that aligned so that we have a common understanding of what that process looks like.
I guess I'm more speaking personally about a board process, in terms of how do we respond? Because to take your word, Gordon, it feels a little loose tonight that we don't know what automatic waivers there are. We don't necessarily have a process like we have with renewal where staff weighs in and makes recommendations. It seems loose tonight. And so I'm concerned about that because it seems like it's to the mercy of however any of us interpret the word reasonable, and that concerns me. So I'm just more concerned, not so much about whether the charters have done their job, because they have contractually, in terms of indicating whether they want to waive from a policy or not. I'm more concerned about us in terms of how we respond.
Yeah, just one thing on when that, with that, again, the policy waiver outside of the contract, which is what you're dealing with tonight, that word reasonable comes into play, right? So does the board reasonably agree that the intent of the policy is there in the rationale and replacement plan? So that, again, is, we have made our recommendation on our interpretation, but we then present it to you for your interpretation of, does that reasonably align with the expectations of our board policy?
I reached out to CD yesterday to try to get what kind of guidance do they give their board when they're looking at waivers, and I didn't get a great information back. She said that their office helps guide charters in creating their state waivers, but they don't actually give a recommendation. They hand it to their board, and their board works together, asks questions, talks through it, discusses it, depending on what is important to each board member, asks questions maybe of, they don't actually have school representation there. They'll have somebody from the choice office there to answer questions that come up during the process of approving a waiver. And I just asked her again if she would really dive in to see if there's any documents, any guidance that they give the board members, as they are trying to make those decisions. And I didn't get a lot, but I will keep pushing to see what I can get.
I think fundamentally it comes back to this question around the automatic waiver process. I think that is at the heart of, I will say even 4 years ago, that was something that was, I think I was probably pretty cognizant of, and I think our charter leaders, were as well, in that to have some uniform process around what that recommendation may be, and as well as the guidance we can provide around rational replacement plans. And I think that's also a big part of this work. And so that idea of kind of what that looseness looks like, I think it's been trying to get to this idea of automatic waivers to get to this conversation specifically, that if folks within that model contract that says if a policy change, they've got a certain amount of day window for us to be able to review. But to your point around once they've met that part, what is that process then around staff feedback, rationale replacement plans, that uniformity in that process? And that's where this automatic waiver process, I think, is just really paramount for us to dig into that in particular. So there's some clear process around what we would deem as automatic versus not.
Yeah, and I really appreciate the work to just bring the predictability and the efficiency to the process. I really like the concept of just outlining it, standardizing it so we can move forward. And to Director Ray's point, I think that may preclude seeing more individual waivers outside of a normal cycle and outside of, frankly, the template you put together. So I think that should really reduce it. Relative tonight, I really appreciate Mr. Mosher's comments around does the intent carry on, although in a different way, with autonomy and accountability. So I think that's what I would be using tonight when we look at the waivers that are coming up later is, does it meet the intent? And is there some type of accountability with the autonomy with the new plan?
I think the other thing we just have to pay attention to as we're working through, and I do want to just echo what Director Peterson said too. Kristen, Danny, you've been champions at really standardizing this process. I mean, I don't know, new directors, you don't realize when you look at the template for the renewal, huge improvement. And thank goodness, and I think our charters find a great relief of knowing it's consistent, and the whole notion of even the annual way of building up to a 5-year renewal. Just again, many accolades to both of you, and not to ignore you, Gordon, but they did a lot of great work for you, so you get to build on that. But I think the other issue that we need to pay attention to, because I agree the automatic waiver process will be beneficial, but then there are times like we did at our last meeting where we revise a policy. So what's the process then for our charters when there's a revised policy? Maybe they automatically waived from it, or maybe not actually, but all of a sudden it's revised now, like we're facing tonight, and they're saying, well, still we want to do something different. How do we handle that in our process?
So within the model contract, there's that language initially that gives them a certain window to be able to request, to be able to waive out of that process and develop a rationale and replacement plan. I think concurrently with that part, I think along with the automatic waiver process, that is something that I think is another phase to that conversation that we need to engage in. I think with the leaders that are there, we know we have an automatic waiver process, but when policy changes, what does that look like in the different tiers of waivers, rationale, replacement plans? And that's something that I know we need to spend some additional time on, I think, within that automatic waiver kind of process that is there. But within the model contract, we have identified a certain window to request. We just need to make sure there's the next step of, if it's a non-automatic or it changes that category, what does that practice look like in particular, I think, as we go through that. So I think it's a great point.
And I would say twofold. That number one, that is in the contract of every charter school. It says in there, if the board changes a policy or does a resolution 2, you have this amount of time. It's not the same right now because, again, we have out of different windows. So that's something we want to bring consistency to so that everyone understands. In the initial paperwork that I was submitting to Cabinet, there was 4 different paragraphs because our waiver schools that were requesting that waiver had 4 different provisions in their contracts. And so we want to bring some consistency to that. The other piece is that we have the backup in our therefore statements of the resolution. So in the therefore statement that you will see as our recommendation for the 2 policies tonight, therefore statement number 2 indicates that if a charter school requests a waiver and then wants to change that or amend that waiver process that's already been approved, they need to come back through this process again. They wouldn't be able to request a waiver that is tight and then move loose, if that makes sense.
Other questions by directors? Director Meek?
Yeah, thanks for answering that. I think that was my question before when we were looking at this. I guess my only other question is around any policies that are not waivable. And you mentioned there are some based on federal requirements. Do we have any district policies that are not waivable, specifically around, say, safety? And again, I get back to liability issues because we're then analyzing that. And to me, that's pretty important to understand.
The short answer is yes, and those have not just been identified by us. So those have been identified by inside counsel, outside counsel, the charter leader groups working in cohesion with us. So there's a lot of things there, but hazardous materials, regulation of hazardous materials, security access to building, fire drills, that's a federal thing to have federal, in place. Personal identification, insurance management, those things are all currently identified as non-waivable, but we would move through and make that more public after we've had time to work it with the group.
And that's something you would have a chance to have obviously input on, I think, as we go through this process. So that's where we want to let you know there is that draft. When we do have a chance to dig into this further, we'd love to, your point, I think Director Meek is just really dig into what those specific things are as well and go through. We'd give it obviously in advance for you to dig through some of those policies, but it is something we would obviously want to have feedback from our entire board as well.
Yeah, and I think it goes without saying, this is always going to be a constant work in progress. We will constantly update these things, constantly bring new charters into the discussion. So just whatever you deliver when it's ready, that is a living, breathing document in this respect.
Absolutely, it has to be. I completely agree.
The only other comment I have that I think we need to tease out, and I think Director Peterson kind of alluded to this, is that notion of, is the replacement policy meet the intent of the district policy that they're asking to waive from? My discomfort with that is that we've got a board, a charter board, that actually approves those replacement policies. Before they come to us, a charter board has said, this replacement policy is acceptable. We can see this being placed in our schools. So I think it feels a little bit of, what I want to say, an overreach for us to evaluate a charter's replacement policy. I think we have to get cleaner in terms of just evaluating the notion of whether it's acceptable, whether it's reasonable for them to request a waiver, as opposed to getting into their business and judging whether their replacement policy is acceptable or not. So I'm just going to throw that out as a wonderment as you tease out. I don't need answers now, but I just think as we're trying to tease out the process, I think that's another consideration we need to make.
Yeah, and I'd just like to echo what Director Ray said was there may be a time where they absolutely disagree with the intent, which is why they're trying to waive out. So again, I think it's a pretty easy thing if it already aligns with the intent, but if it does not align with the intent, we should also consider that as well. So very, very important point. Thank you, Director Ray. Sorry, Council Clemish.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I just wanted to add that I think it's really important for us to keep in mind that making these determinations are really individualized in many ways, depending upon the nature of the policy, the implications with respect to whether or not there's any mandatory state law requirements related to the subject matter within the policy where the waiver is sought, et cetera. And to keep in mind, in response to Director Ray's comments, that the district's proposal is to, and I think plan is to, require a replacement policy. It is something for the board to consider, which can then be responded to in some way if it's not appropriate by saying, well, this policy replacement plan is fine, but for maybe X, Y, and Z, or Y, or Z, and then make a suggestion. But I do think there is merit to bringing a replacement plan to the board when a waiver request is made by a charter school. And without that, I think it would be very difficult for a Board of Education to make a decision with respect to whether or not a waiver could be granted.
And that would be the practice that we were leaning towards as well. Yep.
Okay, seeing no more comments, I'd like to thank the group for the presentation. Moving on to item number 4, student and staff spotlight. So I'll turn it over to our superintendent.
Can I request just about a 5-minute transition? We'd like to move the tables and chairs along with the podium, maybe take a 5-minute break.
Let's actually take 10. I know we're going to keep it moving quickly, but let's take 10 so we can reconfigure and get rid of some things. Thank you. It is time 05. We'll start up again at time 15.
President Peterson and board, and then we will pull everyone up for a picture as we close out.
Yeah, I'll open it up for other directors here just in a second, but on behalf of Director Hanson, who will be coming later tonight, and as you know, she has a child at Mountain Ridge, she wanted to pass on through me her heartfelt congratulations and her thanks for all that you do at the school with your leadership, your involvement, and obviously just embedding and being so committed to the entire community. So on behalf of Director Hanson, she'd like to thank you. Other directors.
So, because I want you to stand there a little bit longer. What people may not know is although we're certainly celebrating Sarah's middle school principal or assistant principal recognition tonight, she also has served as the life coach for this board for probably, I think, 3 years. And she has been exceptional. And I'm speaking on behalf of the previous board directors as well, who are absolutely not at all surprised that you would get this kind of recognition. As a matter of fact, I think we should take some credit because we may have prepared you how to handle middle school behavior in terms of dealing with the Board of Education for those 3 years. So I can't even begin, Sarah, to express just how much you have made a difference in the district beyond just the best middle school in the district. You've made just incredible improvements when you were at professional development, but also as a board. You really challenged us. You brought us together. You helped us through some tough conversations. I'm surprised to see you get emotional now because I would have thought if you had any reason to get emotional was those 3 years that you worked so hard to help us overthrow some obstacles. But your leadership is intentional. It is thoughtful. You have just a plethora of resources you draw from to facilitate groups and truly, truly make a difference. And so on behalf of the previous board directors that you've worked with, I just want to say, job well done, recognition well deserved, and we truly are grateful for you to be a part of our district family as well.
Congratulations. It's been such a pleasure to get to know you a little bit over the past couple of years, and you're just so inspirational, and it's amazing to see other people recognize that and celebrate that. So thank you so much for all that you've done, and enjoy it. Enjoy the recognition, because it's well-deserved.
And although I am new, I know leadership when I see it by the testaments of your colleagues. So thank you for your leadership and your continued leadership going forward. Thanks.
So
Can I just say something
Please,
really fast?
please.
I'm sorry. So I don't know you, and I'm new to this too, but I can say from the testimony that I just heard, one of the biggest impacts for me as a child was having my principal stand at that door every day when I walked into school, no matter how cold it was. So thank you for loving the kids at your school the way that you do.
All right.
very well said. Yeah, very well said. Let's get a picture. Brett, Melissa, come on up. That concludes our staff recognitions, and so thank you for this opportunity to really celebrate Sarah Curto, 2022 CASE Assistant Principal of the Year.
Thank you, Superintendent Wise. We'll now move on to item number 5, acceptance of the agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the agenda?
Director Peterson, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to add an opportunity for us to respond to the compensation presentation that we see tonight. Oftentimes, it's typical Then we have an information-only presentation that the board gets an opportunity, just like we did with CU South, where we can indicate our support. So I'd like to recommend amendment to accept the agenda with the amendment of adding an item to give the board a chance to respond to the compensation project update. That's my motion.
So if I understand, that's Q&A and some dialogue in response.
The Q&A would be during the information only, but it would give us a chance to have more discussion and make formal action of either support or possibly a directive in terms of how we move forward. I know I've talked to some other directors that we want to expedite this process. And so we don't want to just leave it with words. We want to be able to say the board says full steam forward or whatnot. It just give us an opportunity to do that, so.
Okay, we have a motion from Director Ray to accept the agenda as amended. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll go ahead and call the roll. Hanson, not here. Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson? Aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Okay, 6-0 to accept the agenda as amended. Okay, moving into superintendent reports. Back to Superintendent Wise, and we'll have the compensation reports with the discussion as amended.
Absolutely. Thank you. We're going to have Amanda Thompson, our CHRO, along with Kate Kataska, our CFO and team, presenting tonight. So we will be sharing the microphones and moving through this presentation.
And good evening to you all. I'm not going to be using these tissues tonight unless they're happiness and celebration of the great work this evening. So just want to start by thanking you for this wonderful opportunity and to thank the amazing team members behind me and those that aren't here this evening, whether it's in the Employee Council and their hard work over the last several years, to our IS team, to our finance team, Mary Chesla in our compensation department, and the rest of our budget team and team HR. So thank you so much for your teamwork in this. So we have been doing a lot of presenting and studying and working over the last 4 years regarding our compensation, current state and project. So the shaded areas are just kind of where we have been, and then we're really pleased to be able to share some preliminary culminating work and recommendations. Of course, it's important to know where this work came from and to help ground us, and we'll provide updates in terms of all employee groups this evening, along with a timeline. So it's important to know the why, the where and the why behind our work. So we know that if we take great care of our employees and they enjoy what they do and they are honored and valued for the work that they do, that our students are the ones that reap those positive benefits as well. And along the way, our board had developed end statements on ensuring that we celebrate, recruit, and retain our teachers and our staff, and that we give them opportunities to be heard. The following bullets below are all the various resolutions that have come about in the last several years, whether it's in our various, our beginning compensation resolution that really provides a lot of specific details as to guide us in what is needed in a new compensation plan, and other pieces that kind of helped. We had a pause due to a pandemic and a restart again, and then a benefits values resolution as well. And for those watching at home, those are all live links. And of course, again, pleased to share that all of this work aligns together under the larger umbrella, and we have strategic plan themes around positive and supportive culture and compensation. So historical context, this has been presented in the past. It's important to keep bringing this up forward as where we've been so that we know where we need to go. And so starting back in 2012, there was a large change in the way that employees or licensed staff were paid. And that was the shift to the market-based pay, so based on applicants at the time that were available and really looking at pay rates on any given day or month. That moved us over to salary bands, so that shared various ways in which employees were paid. Whether you're a kindergarten to a third grade teacher, even in an elementary setting, individuals were paid in different ways. From there was a shift to salary ranges to move us away from those bands. We do have salary ranges now that have evolved over time. With that came various factors that also impacted someone's base pay, whether that was performance-based pay, whether we provided tiered increases, and pay freeze adjustments along the way. So there's a lot of detail here, but, and it's also important to know that at some point we did stop pay for performance back in 2018-19. And then the pandemic hit, and that changed a lot in terms of budgeting, finance, and we're pleased to, even though through furlough days and pay cuts, to be able to bring us back to current state. So as we continue on this evening, it's important to know that when we talk compensation, there is a giant umbrella of what encompasses such. For example, base pay is what people most identify with. And then there are things that a school district also contributes to toward that total compensation picture, which includes, for example, para contributions, our benefit structure, medical, dental, vision, et cetera, any leave time that individuals are allocated. The other schedules, pay schedules that we have, such as schedules A and B, and those are available online as well, among other things. So when we talk throughout this springtime, want to continue to shift the mindset from just base pay to everything that encompasses what employees get in terms of compensation. As we looked at and dissected our board resolutions, and what caused us to start to investigate and work on our pay project, one of the major priorities was brought to our attention that we have pay gaps. So in other words, we have some licensed staff who are paid in different manners or at different levels commensurate with their education and years experience. And so that was a major frustration that we heard from our community of teachers, and we continue to hear to this day about this. And so that was one of our major priorities moving forward in how to resolve and ensure that our licensed employees and other employees are being paid in a fair and equitable manner to one another for the same job. Of course, we are committed to affordability and sustainability. So a lot of this evening will be about the licensed pay project update. It's important to know every single employee matters in this work. And so we have been along the way as well with our petite team. We have been working on our non-licensed staff. So when we say that, we're talking about classified, admin, and our professional technical employees. Those employees exist at the district level, in departments, and in our school buildings as well. So if you recall last spring, it had been a while since we had increased our pay ranges, so the starting and ending pay for each of our jobs. And so it was important that we applied somewhat of a cost of living adjustment since the last time we did per pay range to get us up to current date. With that, ever since the start of the year, we have sent out all of our job descriptions out to those supervisors and have reviewed the job responsibilities, and we have received them back, and Team HR is working diligently through over 600 individual job descriptions to update them in preparation for next year. Now, what goes along with that is reviewing our market analysis that we previously shared information about, and looking at each and every job type in comparison to those funded like us, meaning so, more so in the school district realm of comparison. That takes a lot of organization, so we're working through that. And then we have put up every single job type. For example, classified level 1 to classified level however high it goes. And we are ensuring that with those job descriptions, with the market analysis, that we are looking at the ranges and placing those job descriptions and those job duties in the commensurate places according to the level of responsibility. And it has been some time since we have been able to do that. So we're really excited, and we're in doing that right now, and we will continue to do that after winter break in preparation for the next school year. That will mean looking at additional costs, and we'll keep reporting out to you on that, and seeing once we revise those ranges, where each individual in our classified admin and pro tech areas, where each individual needs to move to decompress them as well. Now on to our licensed compensation update. We have worked really hard as an entire system to gather a lot of various layers of feedback. First of all, again, thank you to our employee council. It was a year or so ago, we met twice a month for a full school year. And then, prior to that, we always still meet once a month, and we just met, I think it was last night. With that, we studied various pay structures from around the metro area in terms of teacher and licensed pay structures. And we looked at how we compared, found that we were below, not surprising at the time. And then we started constructing various salary structures. While we also worked with a consultant to survey our teachers, and it went out to all licensed staff, and it showed them various structure options. And from there, they came back with what you're gonna see in a moment as to what was most appealing to them and what would most fit the board resolution in terms of all the components that go into this. So based on that, we had multiple survey, we had a survey, we had an in-person or multiple in-person feeder and regional meetings where individuals could come. And then at the time, our principals also did input sessions. We met with all of the district board committees as well, and then had superintendent outreach meetings. And we also have a compensation questions inbox to make sure we're responding to those, and that still exists today. So as you can see, a lot of research and hard work. The themes that came forward are the following: recognizing longevity, making sure that we give opportunity for those who have advanced educational attainment to be recognized for such, making sure that our pay schedule is as clear to understand as possible and is predictable. So whether you are a current hire or you are a new hire wanting to come to Douglas County, you can pull up our website and very much so understand your pay trajectory when you come to work for us. Of course, COLA, or annual cost of living increases, were important to our employees in ensuring that as we continue with whatever structure we were to revise and put into place, that we remain competitive. And then when we had presented some various drafts pre-pandemic, we had some feedback of looking at our bachelor's lane and wanting to stretch it further down a little bit further, knowing that at some point when the district formally stopped fully recognizing educational attainment, individuals paused. And so recognizing those, you'll see the data in a moment. And so we did take that feedback and you'll see some adjustments. So based on all of this information, you'll see 3 samples that we will share with you. Knowing that our board resolutions have a lot of different qualities to them, it's important to be honest about what we are confident in what these schedules do and what we are still working on and not yet able to do. For example, this will rectify pay gaps, and you'll see some specific data that will show from a very small amount to a very large amount how our employees will finally be able to be recognized for their credentials and their years' experience. We are continuing to look at hard to hire and specialist categories, knowing that that's from a recruitment perspective. Other districts around the nation and state all have hard to hire areas very similar to ours. They're transparent, the schedules are predictable, much more competitive, recognition of education experience, and these are the other pieces that in the future we want to continue to work on around sustainability, remaining competitive, future consistent funding, and so forth. Before I turn this over to Ms. Kataska, just wanted to have everyone see from the front side, these are our licensed categories in which will be reflective of who fits into which licensed teacher schedule. The ones that are not featured up here would fit into our generalist schedule. For example, I'm a licensed K-6 teacher, I would be placed on the general schedule. A lot of these are very similar. I think we've only changed a few spots from our current ranges. I'm sorry, our ranges or areas of candidates. We have vetted this through data on a national level, on a local level, and through state organization, HR organization, CASPA. We work with a lot of school district HR departments. This is very similar. Most districts do not have a specialist or extremely hard to hire category, and we do. So you'll notice a lot of these are in which make it very difficult we have very low candidate pools as compared to, say, a second grade teacher. CTE, please note, that's career tech ed. That is one of the new pieces, the new areas that we have proposed to move forward. And then please note that we are proposing that our deans, professional learning specialists, or PLSs, former BRTs, and our nurses remain on the ranges. And we are doing a market analysis on those individuals as well. Some of these individuals have very unique calendars, and so we wanted to be fair and ensure we are recognizing them in a way that would not have them be frozen right away. And that we could give them fair opportunity to be recognized in pay through their credentials. I would love to turn this over now to Ms. Kataska, who will share even further information.
Thank you. I want to take us back one slide just very briefly. As we've been rolling this out, a lot of the questions that we've received are, how do I get to be a hard to hire? Or I really think this position has been really difficult to hire. Can we put it into that category? So it's important as we designate into any one of those categories that it's fairly well permanent. We don't want to see any one position sliding down back into that general category because it means something for someone's pay, and it changes the way we think about how they're compensated. So it's also really important to say too that everything is hard to hire right now. So again, as we think about being very intentional about that designation, the goal is that it stays fairly well permanent, and we're really intentional about slotting anything into any one of those categories. We also do have a small handful of our staff, luckily it's not too many, that actually split positions. So I might be a 0.5 third grade teacher and I might be a 0.5 special ed teacher. So in those cases, as we move through these examples, those employees would actually hold 2 cells is the way that we're currently thinking about that. So again, luckily it's a smaller couple of handfuls of the population and it's not too widespread, but we will be evaluating those pretty deeply as we ultimately place people onto their respective schedules. So overall, the 3 distinct schedules, general, hard to hire, and specialist, are structurally exactly the same. All of those schedules have 9 lanes. A lane is an equivalent of an educational attainment. So a bachelor is a bachelor's plus 15 credits, moving into master's, PhD, etc. All 3 of those schedules have 9 of those lanes. The maximum number of steps or recognized years of service is 25 years. The minimum is 15. And again, that's the same in all cases on all 3 of those schedules. This is one of the places that we actually think we get a little bit more competitive as compared to our neighbors. There's only so much we can do in building out this schedule, but what we know is that many of our neighboring districts recognize roughly 10 to 11 steps in that first initial lane. So once you hit that 11th year of service, essentially your base building ability limits itself. So by bringing those lanes down a little bit further, we're actually more competitive and able to offer something uniquely distinct from our peers. Overall, the entire range, so from our general entry-level bachelor's year 1 to our specialist or extremely hard to hire PhD year 25, the entire range is 43,680 to just shy of 115,000. And we'll get into the nuances of each of those 3 schedules here in a minute. In general, the step increments or the percentages that happen each year someone moves through the salary schedule are pretty flat. It's almost 2% in almost every case, with the exception of a slightly higher step in years 5 through 10. This is done very intentionally because we know from our data that we tend to lose teachers in those years. And so as a retention incentive, trying to hold people within those critical years so that ultimately they stay with us for the long term. And that leads me into the next bullet, which is the recognition of non-DCSD years of experience upon hire. This is another area of lever that we can pull that makes us slightly more competitive than most of our peers. Most recognize in the range of about 5 years of service coming into a district for non-district experience. So if we had a teacher come into Douglas County School District with 10 years of experience in Cherry Creek, we would only give credit for 7 years of experience. Our peers might only give credit for 5 years of experience. But again, in that sort of combination of those higher step increments in years 5 through 10 and that recognition of a higher number of years of service upon hire. We're hoping that that helps us to attract and retain people in those critical years, because once I get to year 8 or 9 or 10, should I go to another district, I'm going to lose credit for some of those years of service. So those are a couple of the levers that we're looking to pull there. So with all of this, I've said before, it's not as though we're turning the lights on and hiring 6,000 teachers. We are laying this schedule on top of a very large pool of existing staff. And so a couple of things can happen when we place people onto this salary schedule. In case number one, there are employees who are currently undersell. So that would say that my current salary is less than what would be dictated by what is being proposed on this salary schedule. So in that case, moving into the 22-23 school year, I would receive a base pay increase to place me on that appropriate cell. And we'll talk about some of the statistics and ranges there in a minute. Second thing that can happen is an employee is actually above cell. So my current salary is actually above what would be dictated by the salary schedule based on my particular years of service and education credentials. So in that case, an employee would be frozen. They would receive a one-time cost of living equivalent on an annual basis until such a time that the salary schedule catches up with them. So they might decide to go back for a master's and move themselves farther to the right of the salary schedule, and therefore increasing their base building power by achieving that additional education. So without further ado here, I'm going to jump into some of these proposed, and every time I stand up here, I tell you I like eye charts, and this is no different. What you'll see here is a series of three. So we've got the general, and then the hard to hire, and then the specialist salary schedule. We'll talk about the statistics or sort of the outcomes of these recommendations, along with what we're calling a heat map, or sort of where our staff actually falls in concentration on any one of those cells. So what we see here again, columns to the right are our lanes. Those are our educational increments. We can also see the individual percentage increases for any one of those steps. As I mentioned, almost across the board, it's 2%, with the exception of years 5 through 10, which we're recognizing a little bit higher of a step increase at 2.5%. And then finally, the sort of the third column in each one of those is ultimately the salary. That would be the equivalent for that particular years of service and educational attainment. Moving down the schedule are steps. So for us, and this is not the case in every district, but our steps are equivalent to a year of service. So as you attain an additional year of service, you would move down the schedule. As you achieve additional education, you move to the right of the schedule. And you can see that for our bachelors, we begin sort of the stopping point on those lanes at 15 years of service, 16 for 15 years of credit, 17 for 30 years of credit, and then master's bumps down to 20 years of service, or 20 steps. Moving on, and then the PhD is actually at 25. So important we know as people are achieving this education, they're also very quickly advancing their career in terms of years of service. So that's why you see sort of that stair step, so that we don't inevitably have someone achieve their PhD, have 15 years of service, and then no more base building ability within the schedule. So this is the first of the heat maps. This is for our general salary schedule. As the shading gets darker blue, it's a higher concentration of employees that fall into that cell. So what we see is a lot of the darker shading happening at the end of those lanes. While this heat map is reflective of all employees that fall into this salary schedule, we are also working to create views of this salary schedule for those that are above cell, and this salary schedule for those that are under cell, because I think that's really important as well. And what we're seeing is I won't say in all cases, but in very many cases, the number of staff that are falling above cell or that would be frozen, it's happening at the ends of those lanes. Because they've been here for a number of years, they've got significant years of service, but because of the nature of the salary schedule, they would now be capped at those lanes. They hadn't been in the previous. We previously didn't have too firm of a practice of truly capping salaries as we move on. Also not surprising is we have a pretty high concentration in our bachelor's and our early years masters, sort of in that mid-career. And so we want to pay attention to where we see these dynamics change with a new schedule. One of the reasons that we are bringing forward a pretty simplistic schedule is we want the ability to pull different levers in the future. We can look at our employee behavior and our retention percentages and where we see people exiting the system. That might not be how it looks in the future under a new compensation structure. So we don't want to make too many permanent decisions based on data that we know will inevitably shift. So giving ourselves that latitude to make those changes in the future. So again, some of the demographics. I'm actually going to jump to the bottom row here first. So for those that are undersell and ultimately getting placed on the schedule for our general educator category, we are placing about 69% of staff. So that means 69% of staff will receive some sort of a pay adjustment and ultimately land exactly on one of those new cells under the new compensation structure. The range, though, as you can imagine, is quite drastic. So in one case, there is a group of employees who could be receiving about a $10 annual increase. But what that would say is, based on their initial salary placement and how their compensation has paced over time, it has relatively kept pace with the market. I don't want to say it's accurate, but it's relatively kept pace with the market. In another case, we have some employees who could be receiving an increase of nearly $27,000. And what I would say to that is, one, I'm sorry. But what that would mean is those employees have lagged what would be their market compensation for likely a number of years. So our goal is that, assuming that financially sustainable and we can make that happen, would be to an immediate phase-in and not stretch that out over the course of a number of years. Current modeling is anticipating that it is a phase-in 22-23, and we are bringing all of the people up that we can to their respective cell. Now, I know each of those numbers feel like a lot. How could you say to an employee it's only a $10 increase, or $27,000, oh my gosh, that feels like a lot. The average increase, though, is important to look at. Roughly about $4,000 for the largest group of our staff is the increase that they would see to be placed on that schedule. Moving up to the top row then, we have 31% of our staff in this category that would be above cell. So their current salary is above where they would be placed on that salary schedule. Again, a similar range of amounts that those employees are above that cell, about $8 to a little over $32,000. So again, that concentration as we look at, likely those are happening in our dark blue cells at the bottom of those lanes. Those people are likely have many more years of service than this schedule would dictate, but the schedule is predicated on sort of ceasing that base building ability at those differing numbers of years. So again, looking at the average, on average, employees above cell are roughly about $7,200 above cell. And so what that would mean is either if an employee is sort of mid-career and is still able to gain steps, eventually those steps would catch up to them, they would hit their current salary, and they would start to move again. Or I might say I'm a bachelor's year 16, and I'm gonna go and get my master's because then I know I can move to the right, and that way again the salary schedule catches up to my current salary and I'm able to start moving again. Or different certifications. I might choose to go get a SPED license and move into one of those types of positions. And again, you move to a whole different schedule, and that again, that base building ability shifts again. So I'm not going to go through each of these in a ton of detail. So this is the exact same schedule except for our hard to hire position. As I joked last night during employee council, I didn't accidentally just paste copy and paste the same thing. While it looks nearly exactly the same, structurally it is. The starting salary, however, is different at $48,160, moving down to about $103,020 at the bottom right of that schedule. So this is for our hard to hire category. Heat map looks pretty similar. We see greater concentrations in the bachelor's and early masters, greater concentrations at the end of those lanes. This is to be expected. And again, the statistics overall, while we are placing a greater number, we're at 77% versus the 69% on the general category, relatively kind of the same spread of the percentage or the dollar amount that any employee is under sell, about $30 to about $28,000, and similar for those that are above sell, about $56 to about $19,000 above sell. Same things apply. Should I want to start my base building ability again, I would either gain additional education or choose to move even into the extremely hard to hire or the specialist position. And the same thing applies here, or the goal is not to phase this in over multiple years unless that is something that we simply must do for cost constraints, but we would bring all of those employees to their requisite sell for the 22-23 school year. Third one here is our extremely hard to hire, or our specialist. Same structure. Starting salary is $53,760. Bottom right is just shy of $115,000. I'd like to get that up by $1 because $115,000 would feel really good to not have $114,999. We'll see what we can do there. Heat map here again looks fairly similar, though we see a much larger concentration in those early masters areas. Same darker cells at the bottom of the lanes, but it's a much smaller population here, and that's also important to note. So while we do see much more intense shading, we're dealing with a much smaller population. On this schedule, under the proposed changes here, placing a really significant number of staff, 84%, leaving 16% above cell. Similar ranges again, I won't read those off. On average though, we've got employees receiving about a $9,400 increase, or on average about $5,000 above their cell. So I'm going to speak really quickly to some comparators to our neighboring districts. One thing that's important to note is not every district has 3 schedules. Part of the reason that we are choosing to move this direction is one, that's how we're currently structured. So as I said, we're not flipping the lights on and hiring all of these staff and trying to overlay over some of what has been existing practice while correcting some of the things that we've prioritized. We have been in the practice of running a hard to hire, a specialist, in a general category. So we feel it's important to keep those 3 distinct categories. In some of our neighboring districts, while they don't have distinct schedules, they might reward a one-time stipend to compensate for the hard to hire category. That makes it easier to turn on and turn off as people might change positions. In other districts, they're actually looking at the recognition of a differing amount of years of service, but we feel it's really important that, especially as we look at maintaining pay equity, that we are consistent in our practices as we bring on our new hires. But what we see here is that for our early career, so what I'm looking at is the general category, so the very far left, top row. So our starting salaries are actually looking really good. So we've got $43,680. Not sure we're ever gonna outpace DPS, but we'll look to Littleton at $41,683, Cherry Creek slightly below at $42,844, and Jeffco just slightly above at $43,724. That is a celebration, and that's a lot of the work that happened heading into this school year, was really to bring up those ranges and give us the proper starting point for all of these conversations heading into tonight and going forward. As we look though at a master's step 10, so sort of mid-career though, we see a little bit different story. So $59,311 for our general category. I'm gonna jump to Littleton, slightly below there, about 4,000 below. Littleton at $63,291. Pretty significantly below Cherry Creek at $70,319, and also below Jeffco at $67,018. So what that says to me is we're doing really, pretty well on the recruitment piece. Hopefully some of those levers with recognizing, the 7 years of service and creating some incentive mid-schedule help us out. But we're slightly less competitive kind of in that mid-career sector of our staff, or in comparison to our peers. Again, if we look at a master's step 1, really doing pretty good. That's an early career. And then max cell kind of fluctuating around sort of above and below, but largely below most of our peer districts there. So what the hope is, as I mentioned, the schedule that's being proposed is really pretty simplistic. But as we, one, look to sustainable funding in the future, whether that's future mill levy overrides or something of that nature, or just improved financial conditions from the state, we can start to pull those levers and decide where is then most important for us to start to target next. Doing pretty good on the starting salary. It'll be interesting to see where districts go on their cost of living adjustments for next year, but I feel really good about that. But starting to pull those levers mid-career and seeing if we see a significant number of vacancies or people leaving the district at certain points, we can start to modify some of those trigger points within the schedule, or something like recognizing longevity outside of the pay schedule. That would be a one-time payment. I'm going to talk briefly about early separation incentives before I pass it over to Ms. Doan. There is consideration being contemplated for an early separation agreement. We've had these conversations over the course of the last year and a half that I've been here. Under current conditions, however, we don't think it's wise to offer this broadly across the system, knowing how hamstrung we are with our hiring shortages and staffing shortages in areas of bus drivers, custodial, grounds, all over in different areas of the organization. What we would recommend is that we would do a rolling separation incentive. So maybe this year would be for our licensed staff, next year would be for our, let's say, our classified staff, the following year might be for our admin staff, the year after that would be pro-tech, and then rotating that back through. Currently, the recommendation is a fairly minimal incentive, which would be a 5% of base salary. And one of the other things that we need to contemplate for those that have a minimum of 20 years of service with the district is what happens if and when that entire employee does separate. Typically, when these types of incentives are offered, we have no obligation to the employee once they've separated, and it's the goal being that we spend some short-term cost to pay out these incentives to have a long-term financial gain, because the hiring would be hired in at a lower salary than that employee who has vacated their position. So in most cases, when we see these offered, the employee is not allowed to return to their position or a like position for a period of time. There's also consideration for whether or not they can come back as what we call a 110 employee, so a limited contract, which are intended to be very short-term, just to fill a need, not meant to be a rolling 110-day contract. But those are decisions that are still to be made and not yet finalized as we head down that path. Alrighty, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Doan to talk about overall sort of the funding sources that we have available, our initial cost estimates, and where we see this headed in the long term.
Thank you, Ms. Kataska, and good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to join you tonight. For those who don't know me, I am Colleen Doan. I'm our Director of Budget for Douglas County School District. So as Ms. Kataska mentioned, I'm going to talk about how much this is going to cost based upon the proposal before you tonight, as well as moving forward into the future, and then where we have resources to be able to afford implementation, and then where there are some shortfalls in the future absent additional funding. So to walk through this chart in kind of detail, starting from the top left, moving to the bottom, I'm going to begin with that first column, which is 2022-2023. So next school year, which is the planned implementation. So based upon our total license compensation for the school district, what has been presented to you tonight will cost us $24 million to implement. So that is represented there on that second line, and that across the three schedules puts 74% of our licensed staff on their cell. So they are under cell to be placed on the schedule. We have also put forth a base estimate for the non-licensed that Ms. Thompson mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, with an estimate for $10 million for that. Both of those indicate no cost of living adjustment in this first year. So the schedules that were presented by Ms. Kataska would be the schedules being proposed before our board in the spring. Absent other changes, there would not be COLA applied to that base starting salary that would trickle through all of the cells using this data. As we move forward, each of the years includes steps and a cost of living for all of our licensed employees, and then cost of living for all of our non-licensed employees. So what that looks at for the next year, so the 23-24 school year, is that will then cost $33 million, or approximately $9 million more than the previous year, and an extra 5% of our staff would then be on the schedule because their salary would be enough that it fits to the schedule at 79%. Each of those out years, beginning with 23-24, includes a cost of living adjustment of 2%. So applying the cost of living adjustment to our non-licensed, that's an extra $200,000. In case you're trying to do the math yourself and you're wondering, why that isn't an easy 2% going out in 24, 25, and so on, is I've also factored in there assumed increases to the para rate based upon SB 18200 law, which would consider an auto adjustment of an extra 0.5% applied upon what the district pays. And so that's also factored in. So these numbers are inclusive of those benefit rates. So with this, you will see that by the 5th year, 89% of our employees would be placed on the schedule, meaning only 11% would be over their cell and would be frozen in their base salary with just receiving the one-time stipend for a cost of living adjustment equivalent. So with this, just want to indicate also that these are estimates based upon assuming all of our staff will return. So we haven't built in any potential turnover savings within here. We will, as we move forward into the spring, really dig into the data that Ms. Katas was talking about the years in which we have our staff turnover the greatest, and put in some estimates there. But right now, we wanted to show you kind of that maximum potential cost if everybody were to return, and everybody who is eligible for a step, who's not already at the end of their lane, were to get a step, what would that cost us in each of those years? And that's same with no turnover in the non-licensed. So as we look at the funding we have available for this, and I'm gonna then have a summary slide on the next one to compare the cost to the funding summary. As we look at the top section of numbers, we really have two different sources of funds available. We have what we call one-time dollars, which are our savings or the reserves that have carried over from unspent funds in prior years. And then we have ongoing money. We are looking at the ongoing money from the perspective of the School Finance Act. So what is the state providing on a per pupil revenue based upon our enrollment that is going to continue throughout the course of time? So in the current year, the Board of Education did adopt a budget that included a $10 million reserve from basically underrunning last year's budget. We already set that aside. We knew full and well that $10 million wasn't going to cover this cost of implementation, but we wanted to put a step forward within that adopted budget. So that's $10 million that's already kind of set aside towards this implementation for next year. We then have underrun our budget last year, which was shown to you in fourth quarter financials back in September, also represented in first quarter financials in November, but are projecting that we will also continue to underrun our current budget, predominantly due to vacancy savings, simply positions we cannot afford to fill. Approximately 85 to 86% of our general operating budget is spent in compensation, so salaries and benefits of our employees. So that is an increase to that unassigned reserve, so dollars that are available at the board's discretion to appropriate when we do budget revisions. So that's approximately $39 million of one-time dollars that we are in a fortunate situation we have available to put towards implementation. The per pupil revenue increase, what that's looking at, which is further outlined in that kind of middle section there, is starting with the governor's request for next year's budget. I don't want this to be a total budget conversation, but just put out there, the governor puts a request forward every November. That then goes before the legislature, and they, by the time we get to June, will actually adopt a School Finance Act that they'll pass and the governor will sign. That sets our funding. This is based upon that very early request that came out about a month ago. And beyond that is our own estimate internally that is further outlined within our budget book as our general fund multi-year model. The student count decrease, you'll see there, those are negative numbers because we are projecting that we will have a decline in our neighborhood enrollment over the course of the next 5 years. So because we pass dollar for dollar through to the charter schools, what we want to look at is just what are the dollars that we will retain district managed for our neighborhood schools. And so that is the projection. It is not inclusive of the preliminary projections that are going on right now. These are numbers that are from last January, but as we move forward throughout the spring, we will continuously update that information. So with that, that basically partially offsets each other. We're projecting that the per pupil amount will increase, 24 million beginning in year one, but that we won't actually get $24 million because we will have less kids. So that's why you subtract 11 million from that. And so total available funds based upon numbers today is 51 million to move forward into the next year. So what we do as we continue moving to the right into year 2 and beyond is we draw down those reserves based upon those costs mentioned on the previous slide. So what you can see from this as you look at year 3 with that negative 1,094,383 is that absent a dedicated funding source or absent freezing the schedule, we will be out of resources to afford this. So in other words, there will need to be adjustments made to the schedule or adjustments made to other things within the district budget to continue to provide steps and COLA to our staff. So this summarizes those two together so you can see it. It's no new information, but just a consolidation. So stating it a little bit differently, you'll see there that surplus deficit and available funding, it's at the end of year 2, meaning going into year 3, we would be out of resources. So what we are saying here tonight essentially is without a new funding source, being a mill levy override, this would not be able to be sustained long term, and there would be necessary multi-year phase-in, meaning not everyone who's under cell would be able to be placed on their cell, which is not what we are recommending tonight, or would be in the place of after 2 years needing to freeze steps or not offer a cost of living. So this slide within here is just for informational purposes for our new Board of Education directors as to some of the changes within our budget from last school year to this year. So this is straight out of the adopted budget presentation from June. And what this is basically outlining is some of the factors that are contributing to us having these available resources this year. So we are in a very good financial position right now because of the increase in per pupil revenue and have allowed the opportunity to benefits to not pass along increases in the current year. We were actually able to provide pay increases after having a year of furloughs, and para increases weren't as drastic as they were in the prior year. So this is just to give a little bit of that historical information for you. And then finally, before passing this back to Ms. Thompson, I want to talk about how we compare to some of our neighboring districts in terms of this additional dollar. So a mill levy override is when the voters pass on a ballot to increase their local property taxes above and beyond what is determined will be the funding amount set by the state. And so when there are mill levy overrides, that amount of funding is retained by the local school district. It does not get factored into the formula for School Finance Act. It is above and beyond, and it stays locally. So when school districts have this, that creates a unique advantage of being able to fund additional operations, one of those being additional compensation to their employee groups. So because we all have very different total student funding amounts, we want to look at this on a per pupil basis to try and create somewhat an equal level playing field. So this is showing the per pupil mill levy override of 4 of our peers compared to us. So that is the orange bar. We have Cherry Creek, Jefferson County, Boulder Valley, and Littleton. And as you can see by looking at the orange bars, we have the lowest mill levy override per pupil of our peers. If we were to apply Cherry Creek's per pupil amount to our total enrollment, we would have more than $80 million annually in additional operating dollars than our general fund. So I've overlaid over this the starting salary for these same school districts, which I think seeing our $43,680 is a celebration in the fact that we were able to offer that increase to our base starting salary for the current year with the level of funding we have compared to our peers. And that dotted line down to the 39, that's what our starting salary was prior to July 1, 2021. So I just wanted to outline that. Yes, the amounts are different when you get to kind of mid-career and average. We would not be, second highest, but we hope and desire that with the implementation of the schedule put forth before you, that will allow us to have a higher average salary long-term. So I will now turn it back to Ms. Thompson.
Thank you. How do you follow that brilliance? Oh my goodness. Well, we know that in our board resolutions and in our board end statements and just in our beliefs, it's important to communicate with our employees and engage with them on something as important as pay, very personal topic. So with that, we have already started to engage with our employees, starting with our DLT. So thank you to all of our leaders who did some breakout groups with us and saw the same information. So what we are going to roll out after winter break is the majority of this information in very user-friendly pieces with voice-over information from HR and finance. We may have our brilliant communications department and their fancy voices help us with that too. But we will be sharing that with every one of our buildings, and it will be a plug and play so that everyone is hearing consistent messaging, everyone has the same succinct information. And then from there, we are going to ask, as we did with our leadership group here this past week, ask what are the positives and what else do you want us to know? That leaves it open for concerns or you might consider. So we're really excited to be able to offer that. We are happy to build an FAQ of any common questions and or response to any themes that come up. And last, this is our estimated timeline for the remainder of the year. So we will continue through the end of the year to finish our non-licensed job description and pay analysis project. Lockton just completed their benefits survey. We'll be providing you with more information in our system with more information regarding what our employees responded with and what they value in a benefits program as part of total compensation. And we'll continue to review drafts and provide results of what our employees had to say about this information as we prepare for a final salary and benefits proposal before we roll out open enrollment in May around benefits and before our employees head off into summer and before hiring season, if at all possible. With that, typically this is our schedule of BOE approval around budget and pay and employment renewals and contracts. So with that, again, thank you. We are just extremely excited that we got to share this information with you and that we got to bring this to a culminating moment of 4 years of very hard work from every single human in our system. So with that, we'll take questions.
Sure, I'll go first. First of all, I took a lot of things away from the presentation and the work over the years, and the words that come to my mind are simple, predictable, transparent, and competitive. The other thing I would add in there's an incredible amount of agency in here, whether you move lanes within a schedule, whether you go get additional qualifications to in fact jump schedules, and I would think that that would be something that would be really appealing to all of our staff, our licensed, non-licensed, everybody. I think the biggest elephant in the room here in my mind is that there's a dependency starting in year 3. So if you go back to those right there, perfect. When we start going into the parentheses there in 24, 25, to me, that indicates we need to run an MLO this year. That gets you 2 bites at the apple. We have no idea what the headwinds are going to be in 2022, things that may be completely out of control of the district. So that effort, even independent of your timeline that says, final vote in June, we've got to get ahead of this regardless. And since we have bond and MLO coupling here, I think what I would really like to see, and this is open for discussion with the other directors, is I think it would be really good starting right away, June 11th, because we're talking about community engagement in that meeting, to put on, and this is really to the superintendent, I would love to get representatives from our LRPC, our FOC, our DAC, and even the MBOC, because they can bring us lessons learned from the last bond, even though that's not an MLO thing, and really start put together what a combined MLO bond plan, not just for immediate, but kind of a roadmap out, whatever they suggest, 10, 12 years, so we can start messaging this. And then the last thing I would comment around that is there is a political, statutory side of this as well. It would also be great to get recommendations from our committee members on how we can start that process immediately. We want to let you continue doing your work. I think the schedule to continue to socialize this is great, but I do not want to wait on the MLO bond effort, and that's my opening comments and discussion for directors.
Can I ask one clarifying question? I heard you say June 11th. I assume you mean January 11th.
I'm sorry. If I said June is when we have to vote on it at the end of the school year. January 11th is the next board meeting, so we would do agenda planning here in 2 days and get that on for the next meeting if we can accommodate that.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Other director comments, questions for the group?
I have one, okay.
Director Williams?
Yeah. So how can we make this more sustainable so it does not rely on an MLO every 4 years?
Yep, so a couple of things that aren't built in here quite yet, and as Ms. Stone said, we haven't run full turnover estimates or salary savings estimates for related turnover. That will absolutely pull down that annual cost, just ongoing, and cost of implementation. Other thing that is not built in here is any of the perceived short or long-term savings associated with the early separation incentives. One other thing that is contemplated here, and it's certainly not what we're proposing, but there are levers to be pulled if we were to get to a place where a mill levy passage was unsuccessful and we're still reliant on whatever amount is coming from the state in a declining enrollment environment. We do have the ability to pause steps or pause a COLA if that were to become a necessary action, which would slow, obviously, the ongoing cost of any of these schedules or changes. So we'll leave it at that.
I would say when those things happen, though, or when we do need to take steps like that, over time, we become less competitive. Then, we get back into sort of where we are now and why we're trying to get out of that.
Director Ray.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same excitement that all of you are feeling, that we're at this point, and definitely can't applaud more the work that's been done over the past 4 years. So just a huge, huge thank you. I want to ask some questions about the presentation. And if we could flip to slide 9 for just a second. Oops, maybe, that one right there. You know that I love this new graphic that you have created around total compensation, because I really do think we have to look at it much more broader. What I'm wondering, in terms of, I think you call them levers, but one of the levers that I don't think is represented there is work conditions. And I think we need to really take a hard look at that. I think certainly this day and age where our teachers are under some incredible pressure, we need to look at things like fair evaluation, grievance process, all those kind of things that fit under work conditions, staff development, harassment protection, health safety protection. I just think there's a whole category of things that would be part of this notion about how do we show value to our staff. And not only do we do it through compensation, but we also do it through how we treat them in their jobs. And so that would be just one thing for us to ponder. I'm just speaking as one board director, but I think we've got some work to do there, in whether it's policy, whether it's really hearing from our staff in terms of what they need to really feel valued. So it's not, they're not just sticking around because we're getting more competitive. They're sticking around because we treat them well. So that's just one thing that I would throw out as a consideration when we're looking at this graphic that I do love. Slide 14.
Sorry, trigger happy.
So again, I want to applaud the efforts of employee council and Ms. Thompson, yours especially in facilitating. You are a incredible facilitator. You're a safe person. You have really done some great work with that group. So I just want to celebrate that. My question, and I think it's a question that we need to ask staff, is that sufficient to advocate for our teachers? And I know we've been very intentional about looking at representation from various employee groups. You know, we fill positions from year to year to make sure that group's still a balanced group. But what we sometimes continue to hear, is that when that group is led by administration, it doesn't feel like an advocacy group run by our employees. Doesn't mean that we're doing it wrong. It just, my question is, do we need to evaluate whether or not we need to look at a different mechanism or a different support? And I'm sorry, I'm going to say CBA, but I think that we need to begin asking our employees, do we need something different to be able to advocate for them, especially as we're getting deep into this project of doing some incredible things? Do we need to have an independent group that truly is a pure advocacy group for employees, that it's run by employees and it's represented by employees? So I'm just throwing that out as we talk about this feedback loop, whether or not that's something we need to think about as well.
And if I could jump in for a second, that was going to be one of my two other comments here is, are we sure that we have the conversation going all the way down to the individual teachers? And I know we used a lot of acronyms, you know, DLT, the district leadership team, right? So the more senior folks here in the district. Although I would offer maybe a different recommendation than Director Ray, maybe just consider, rather than looking at, say, a CBA, just what is the means of engagement? Is it an open forum? Do people feel free to comment when they have some disagreements or some possible suggestions? So I would put the same thing in your court. In this time remaining between now and when you make your final recommendation, my recommendation would be to concentrate to make sure you have a full depth and scope of feedback, and obviously not just the licensed, you know, all the non-licensed, and really make sure as many of those voices are heard throughout the district.
I do want to clarify, I'm not making recommendations. I'm really just throwing reactions out to you about your presentation and asking questions as we go along. I don't think we're at a place to make recommendations. And so please know that I'm one board director. I'm not speaking on behalf of the board. I'm just saying, have we thought about, can we think about? That's really my purpose as we talk about this presentation tonight. Slide, I think it's 20. Actually, let's back up to, I'm looking for the licensed general schedule implementation statistics. I might be off one, yes. Yeah, thank you. So a couple of things I'm wondering about. So first of all, when we have that 69% of licensed employees are undersell, can we estimate what that would have been if our MLO didn't pass? And the reason I put that out there is because I think it's really some critical information, because I think there's an assumption about, well, what happened to the MLO we passed a couple of years ago? Because we have worked hard to close gaps. We've worked hard to adjust some of those anomalies, if you will, of employees that should have been having a higher wage. And like you said, Ms. Kataska, for that teacher that has a $26,000 increase, I'm sorry. That's negligence to me. But regardless, what would that percentage have been had we not had that assistance with our MLO to do some differential increases of teachers that were, and obviously all employees that were in difficult situations? Do we have any idea?
So I'd love to say that the supercomputer behind me is, you know, just able to spin that off the top of her head. I'm guessing you don't have that off the top. It is certainly something we could model and take a look at for you, Director Ray. I think the other interesting component would be, had that not been in place, what would the total cost we'd actually be talking about here today be?
Yes.
And I think paired with that, just, yes, Kate's team, the financial geniuses will get that information. However, Team HR did work with Team Finance in terms of looking at individuals' hire date and what schedule they were hired upon, so that we could make some headway in terms of where we believed at the time those gaps existed.
Thank you. And I think, just like Director Peterson said, if we are really looking at advocating for an MLO in the future, I think that's a critical data point to show our work. Because I would hate for us to have our community think it just went to nowhere. It really saved us a great deal. And like you said, it made the cliff less in terms of the overall cost of what we want to do to fix things and make things right. The only other thing I want to say about this slide that just, the whole notion of employee beef is frozen at a cell until that employee gets caught up, or until I think you said the salary schedule catches up with that employee. That makes sense if that cell aligns with our neighboring district. And I think we need to make some clarification there, because I think that's the thing that's concerning, as you have really done a good job at showing, is that when we get our employees into this mid-year kind of career place, we have some significant discrepancies in how that mid-year career teacher, what their compensation is compared to the district. And I absolutely will jump on the bandwagon and celebrate our new teacher compensation that we're bringing teachers in on. But I think it may be somewhat of a negative message to say to our loyal employees, you're frozen until the salary schedule catches up. So I'm just putting it out there to say we need to be clear that that cell isn't the same as it would be if you were placed on the Cherry Creek cell. If you were to MA10 on Cherry Creek, you would make a heck of a lot more money than you would be even with this updated schedule. So I just want us to exercise a little caution, especially for those mid-career people, because I feel like that this kind of favors entry level, if you will, people that are entering into that step and lane for the first time. It feels like it favors that, doesn't favor so much the people that have been in that lane for more than a few years.
Can I interject?
And then I'll say something.
Can I interject on that just real quick? Director Ray, that same comment, that came up when we presented to our principals at our DLT, and we talked about that, and some of the talking points around that is, quite frankly, there are a lot of employees, because of the way we were negotiating pay and doing different things in the past, who are over that cell. And I think probably one of the most valid talking points to that is that they've currently been competitive with neighboring school districts, whereas our folks under cell have not been as competitive. When I say competitive, it's relative. They've been more competitive when folks under cell have not been competitive with the neighboring school districts. And one thing I think that's great about this is the majority of people on the heat map here that someone's just pulled up for me, I think they're reading my mind, is that the majority of the people here do have the opportunity to move to the right through their own actions. And so they can take some steps also to improve their situation. But I recognize what you're saying. I mean, it's hard to tell some people that you're just going to get the one-time stipend, that you're not going to get the ongoing pay. But as we talk to leaders about having those conversations, because ultimately they're going to get popped with those questions first and have all those meetings with those individuals, it really is, many of those individuals have been placed in a salary schedule that is much more competitive than their peers of equal experience in education.
Thank you.
That helps, Mr. Abner. But I would say, I'd be cautious with the word more competitive too. I think more competitive compared to their peers in our district, but not more competitive when we compare to the Denver Metro District. And that's where I think we have sadly been off the rails. But I can almost accept that, but I think we have to be careful that we're not sending a message to our loyal employees that have hung with us to say, you know what, you're gonna have to wait till we catch up with you. Even though you've been with us for, 15 years, we're more concerned about the people that have only been with us for, 5 or 10 years. So
I agree completely with you, 100%. As one of those people that have been around a long time and have a lot of friends that this impacts. The one thing I'm really excited about is to hear that we might be having a conversation on how to make this even better on January 11th after the New Year. So that really makes me excited. So I agree with you.
Mr. Abner, thank you for saying that, because when we started this project, there was no perfect solution. The number of schedules that we drafted and looked at, and the first round had 2/3 of the staff over their designated credentials. And I mean, it is because the multitude of decisions that occurred to get us here, it's a giant tangled web. And it's gonna take piece by piece to untangle it. And we are really proud that this is a starting place to be able to, one, rectify the pay gaps of those people that have significant discrepancies. And then in soon order, with a group effort in talking about what is to come with a potential MLO, we have an even better opportunity to continue to be competitive with our neighbors. But we have to fix in-house first.
Yeah, Director Myers, go ahead.
Excellent presentation. I had a number of questions and you answered every one while and I could mark that question off. The only thing, and I agree with Director Peterson and Director Ray, specifically getting things off of teachers' plates. Let's make it a happy place to work here, give them some good pay. I do only have one question, and I really listened, and I hope that I didn't miss it, but on 29, so our per pupil revenue is estimated to increase. With the number of families and people moving into Douglas County, why do we have a pupil count estimated decrease every year?
Is this the slide you're referring to, Director Myers?
Okay, yeah. Why do we have the decrease in kids with the number of families moving into Douglas County?
Ms. Doan, do you want to talk a little bit about sort of the long-term projections? I know Mr. Sturts is in the back there, but I won't call him onto the spot.
I don't want to, I don't know if you did want to speak to it at all, but largely the projections are the great work of Mr. Sturts and the consultant that he hires.
No, it's all right. Greetings, Board of Education. My name is Derek Sturts. I'm the planning manager, and one of the roles that I have in the district is managing enrollment forecasts. And it's a very good question. Why don't we have as many children if our population is going up? There's a number of prevailing factors that go into the science of demography. Urbanization means less space, more housing costs, and less ability for disposable income to have children. There's a factor within developed nations with the legal structure of women's empowerment that ultimately has less children, lower fertility rate. And so as a result, people are growing richer, they're getting into cities, costs are more, and as a result, they have less children. This is something you see worldwide, especially in urbanizing countries and also in developed countries. So we're gaining a population. Our population is not getting younger.
Director Meek.
Kind of tagging onto that, I think it would be really helpful for us to have a presentation from the state demographer, because I know they would be willing to come out and, our job is really to be looking long-term and thinking about strategy, and I think this is a really critical topic for us. So just wanted to throw that out as a potential study session for us at some point in time. But I did have some other questions. So of course mine deal with 37, slide 37. I guess, it does give me pause with the sustainability piece as well, right? I think we have to be very transparent. I'm excited that we're talking about a potential MLO. I think that's important for us to adopt this. I'd like to know what Plan B looks like. And I think whatever engagement process we have, that needs to be part of that presentation. And I think we need to expand the employee communication and engagement plan to just be an all-out engagement plan. And, you know, talking to our chambers, talking to all of our external groups, I think everyone needs to understand it. I think we should be talking to the Douglas County Federation. You know, they represent teachers. I think we need to be talking with as many groups as possible. I agree with Director Ray. Like, and this is nothing new. I want our teachers working hand in hand with us, developing whatever compensation package will attract them, will make them want to be part of this district. And I want to hear from them, like, what is it? It's not always the highest pay. I know we've always struggled with being competitive with pay, but when teachers have a voice in deciding what that package looks like and what their benefits look like, that's really good for us, and it's going to help us in the long run. So the other thoughts I just wanted to throw out there are our numbers. Are we looking at CU South, and does that change our projections for students? When we are looking at fewer students, are we planning for fewer teachers? And is that into the equation as well? So there just are a lot of factors out there in that area, and I CU South is so new, but I'd love to think that we are looking at attracting new students as well because of that program.
So I will say, Director Meek, those are absolutely additional things that could sort of tip the forecast. They are not currently built in here into the long term, just given the newness of those situations and being able to model that. But you are absolutely correct. If we should start to see the enrollment declines that are forecasted, inevitably staff counts would follow in some way, shape, or form. And so as we start to see the impact of that in the site level, part of it is difficult to assess because our students operate on a site-based or student-based budget. So while they might have a reduction in their overall SBB because of a loss of students, they might also have access to carry forward or other funding sources where they would protect the staff that they have with them for as long as possible to prevent making that reduction. So it's not necessarily a one-for-one, we lose 25 kids and you know, there goes a teacher. So yes and no, I would say for the most part, the staffing impacts associated with enrollment declines are not modeled here, but that is something that would have an impact. Jumping to your other question too about engagement, I think one of the difficult things to, and I'm sorry, I'm going to give people motion sickness as we flip through these so quickly, but as we think about this graphic, there are recruitment levers and there are retention levers. And so, you know, as wonderful of a place we can be to work and as rich as our benefit packages might be and, you know, employee wellness programs and assistant programs and then all of the other benefits that we have access to, those are often really hard to educate the new hire about when the thing that is on the billboard is our starting pay or our salary range. And so it's those things that will likely bring an employee into the district, and then we got to do our darndest to hold on to them by having all of that other sort of rich wraparound services that the internal and the existing and the ongoing employee find value. One of the things that came up during employee council was the trade-off between benefit costs and base salary. And as we're, you know, thinking about this, it is a celebration that we have only had to pass a benefit rate increase onto our staff one time in the past 6 years. One time.
Or more.
And I don't want to put our staff in the position of having to evaluate, you know, that trade-off right here and right now and in this implementation year. Want to be able to do that with fidelity so that they feel the full weight of the impact of the changes that are being made.
And I think paired with that as well, what we're hearing from our employees through the benefits survey is that we do have much more opportunity to educate and communicate accessibility to the multitude of benefits available to our employees. And paired with that as well, we are going to be very cognizant of our benefit offerings based on that feedback in the coming year and honor what our employees have to say about that while being fiscally responsible knowing that here we are talking about all employees, but a lot of our classified staff work very hard for the benefits as well. And so we want to be mindful of what we roll out and provide when we talk about all of our employees.
Good, Director Meek.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And I do think our pay system, it's a reflection of the values, right? It's a reflection of our values. And I think it needs to be developed with the employees, so they are helping to develop that as well. So one last final question. I know you had mentioned there was cost savings, right? Have we looked at, and some significant cost savings, have we looked at why those have happened? And are we really talking about ongoing dollars? Or is it truly one-time dollars?
So that'll be interesting to sort of see over the course of this year as our modeling continues. I assume you're talking about the one-time fund balance from underspend in 2021. So it is in large part due to the vacancies and the staffing shortages that we have. Those are not typical for what we see and something that is unique to just being in this pandemic world that we're in. So really trying to figure out what the long-term trajectory looks like on that. And like I said, the current models here don't build in any of that turnover or vacancy savings. So being really intentional and strategic about how we go about doing that. The other thing that's happening is the relief money that we received. There were certainly things that we would have planned for in our general fund, not knowing the amount of either CRF or the ESSER funds that we would have received in that year. And so just being in this tenuous place of not counting chickens until they're hatched, we did have some resources that were planned in the general fund that we ended up being able to put into those grant funding sources. And then the last is a funny thing happens when you hear the sky is falling all the time. You know, when we've gone through $30 million of budget cuts and faced these really difficult decisions, the belt starts to tighten without even having to tell someone to tighten the belt. And so we just, you know, really just savings that we didn't anticipate that was budgeted, full authority to spend in supplies accounts that are just really hard to necessarily forecast when it's just not following a historical pattern. So yes, I do think we will have some opportunity to sort of scrape some savings without making a formal budget reduction out of that budget. With a budget the size of ours, that's just simply reality. But it's not built out in earnest into those calculations. Ms. Doan, I don't know if you would chime in with anything else?
May I add one part?
Sure.
You know, I think our work together as a board in our school district, as we start creating that vision of where we're going, you see the priorities laid out. We know teacher compensation, licensed and classified and admin employees are our number one priority. When you look at having that vision in mind, and when we had the opportunity, we really made it a priority last spring, really starting in September, but in priority of spring to say we want to maximize this opportunity. We have control right now to move things forward. When you look at it, going back to Director Ray's question on employee groups, it's very evident as we engage. So as we get into January, talk about engagement with our community, it's very evident we have work to do. I think engaging with our employees, engaging with our community, asking the right questions of what do we value in our schools also goes back to Director Meek's question of how do we attract more. My two questions to our entire system, our community is, how do we keep the kids in our system that are leaving? Then how do we attract more to our district? If we start to say what's a quality elementary system look like, middle school system, high school system, when you look at those postgraduate opportunities during those 12 years, I think those types of things also attract families back down. So when we value our education system, we know it's a huge part of our community and society. I think it'll also attract more families to it. So I think it's partial pay, programming, it's calling out the needs, and make sure we validate with our community with that surveying. Are these the right things to ask for that we want in our schools for our kids? What about growth of schools in areas that are growing, and what are we looking for? I think those parts of engagement is really what's setting the path forward for a purposeful bond MLO, identifying where we want to spend the money and where we will spend the money.
Yeah, and what I'd like to do is ask any of the directors that haven't had a chance to ask a question or make a comment, if they could do that. And then if we could have the other board members package your questions, get them out. I know we're going to have a lot more surveys and responses and presentations as you go forward. So for any of the directors that have not had a chance, Director Weininger.
Yeah, just real quick, I want to say you guys did do a great job. It's very thorough, and just like Director Myers, all my questions got answered while you were going through it. So great job there. One of my favorite parts of this plan is I feel like it organically fixes the pay gaps that I know a few teachers have mentioned to me just throughout the year. And I also love that it has cost of living adjustment, and that it is step and lane because it gives teachers a little bit more control over their pay. So I'm excited. I think it'll make us more competitive, and hopefully it helps retain the great teachers that we do have in Douglas County. So good job.
Okay, with that, do we need a break? Let's do 5 minutes for everybody just to, and thank you for the presentation. 5-minute break. It's 55. We'll start again on the hour. Thank you. If everybody could take their seats. Okay, moving into the study work session. We are now on items 7, 8, 9, and 10. And I believe we're going to have Director of Choice Programming, Mr. Mosher, back up as we hear presentations from each charter school. And these are scheduled for 5-minute presentations and up to 10-minute Q&A. So we'll start with Challenge to Excellence Charter School Renewal presentation after Mr. Mosher kicks us off.
There, had to push the button. Thanks again for the opportunity to bring these great schools in front of you to hear some of the things that they're doing for the students in our community. Again, just to put it out there again, the role of Douglas County, what we do as authorizers. These guys have gone through a full application submission and application review that's been done conjunction with all departments in Douglas County. We've gone through and looked at the areas of governance, of financial stability, and the area of academic success in their students, and have made a recommendation that they come to you today as valued members of our community, that they can share their successes they do with their students. So each of them has prepared some slides and maybe video, but their leaders will all come up, give you the opportunity to hear from them, and then you have the opportunity to ask questions of them to make your decisions on their renewals as we have presented. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll start with Challenge to Excellence.
Hi. Thank you for having us tonight. My name is Liz Dugan, and I'm honored to be the school director of Challenge to Excellence Charter School in Parker. With me tonight are Kristen Parsons, our assistant principal, and Jocelyn Reimer, our governing council chair. We are thankful for this opportunity to tell you a little bit about our school tonight. And just to start off, our C2E is how I will refer to Challenge to Excellence. And we are a kindergarten through 8th grade charter school in Parker. And our main focus is on providing a quality STEAM education for all of our students. And STEAM stands for science, technology, engineering, art, and math. This year marks C2E's 20th year of being open. This is no small feat, and we are continuously looking for great ways to grow and improve for the betterment of our students. While our original mission and vision remain true, we are in the midst of creating a multi-year strategic plan that will ensure that our focus and goals stay current and meet the needs of our students of today and tomorrow. So a little bit about who we are. So our main goal is to produce well-rounded students who achieve at their ability level, actively pursue their own education, think critically to solve real-world problems, communicate effectively, and exemplify a positive self-image. We achieve this by combining research-based best practice curriculum with technology integration in every single classroom. This model has resulted in not only strong standardized test scores for our students, but also in producing students who think critically and creatively to solve real-world problems. Our mission is long, so I do want to summarize it just a little bit to suffice it to say that we prepare students for a complex social, global, and economic future by delivering a comprehensive educational program with a challenging curriculum that combines the basic skills with a strong focus on standards-based education. That really is the key of our mission. Our vision is to prepare students to be lifelong learners and honorable leaders of tomorrow. We achieve this vision by adhering to the PRIDE core values of perseverance, respect, integrity, determination, and empathy in all grades, kindergarten through 8th grade. Students who are quote unquote caught exhibiting these values are issued what's called a PRIDE ticket. And these PRIDE tickets can be used for dress down days and other incentives throughout our school year. Our objective is not only to prepare students academically for high school and beyond, but also to guide them in developing leadership skills that will set them up for future success. Here are a few highlights of C2E. So we incorporate STEAM into every single classroom, again, K through 8. In fact, we have a new state-of-the-art STEM lab coming this spring. We are scheduled to break ground on this exciting project this coming Monday. They will demo during break when our students are out. We also provide real-world hands-on learning in every classroom. We provide an annual K-8 drama production to really live the arts in that part of STEAM. Over 50% of our students are minorities, which I think is a huge celebration. 25.6% are English language learners. Here are a few of the accolades that we have earned based on our academic excellence. So US News has named us one of the best elementary and middle schools in Colorado. Niche has named us one of the best schools in Colorado. School Digger has rated us #9 middle school, again, in all of Colorado. And we have been given the John Irwin School of Excellence Award every year that it has been given. Now, I would like to turn it over to some of our students for them to explain why they love C2E. And I might need help with playing. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sanvi Kirdak. I'm in 8th grade. I'm 12 years old. I just want to talk about what I love about this school. This school is super duper fun to be around in, and it's amazing just to be around these students and teachers, and they're super duper nice and friendly. They're just amazing people to be around, and I love that when you're walking around the halls that you get people saying hello and wave at you and just smile, and it is just an amazing school, and that's what I love about C2E.
Hi, my name is Kirk Closey. I am 12 years old. I am in 7th grade. A few reasons why I love C2E is the teachers are spectacular. I love how I get to choose my electives, so I'm not forced to do something that I don't want to do. I really enjoy the academic, like how it's 1 year ahead so that it's harder than it has to be, because it really is kind of easy. Or I was at a different school and it was too easy, and now it's correct level. I have a bunch of friends here. I got my own locker for the first time in forever. So yeah, that's why I love C2E.
My name's Grady and I am 11 years old. I'm in 6th grade and I like C2E because, well, the teachers are nice. It's a pretty good schedule, and we have like casual, we can talk to our friends, and work isn't too hard, nothing's too strict. It's easygoing, and it has its challenges as well.
Hi, I'm Ainsley Rayburn, and I'm 10, and I'm in 4th grade. And things that I love about C2E is that I can learn at a higher grade level and at a faster pace than other schools. And all of the teachers are always very kind, and they care about you, and they will help you and give you lessons and assignments that are right for your brain.
My name is Sebastian. I'm 8 years old. I'm in 2nd grade. I like C2E because its math is complex, and also because C2E is really fun. C2E is one of the best schools in Parker.
My name is Avery, and
How old are you?
I'm 6 years old, and I'm in 1st grade. And what I love about C2E is that I made lots of friends.
I was trying to go to the next slide. So, thank you for listening to us tonight, and we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Director Ray. First of all, congratulations on your 20th year. That's truly exciting. I can remember when you first opened, so that ages me a little bit, but congratulations on that. And I know I talked to Mr. Windsor about this before. I often feel like our schools like you that have shown excellence year after year after year, we should differentiate the renewal process, quite honestly. I think for us to make you to go through this every 5 years, we got to look at that, quite honestly. So congratulations also on your recognitions. Also just want to also celebrate your subgroup breakdown of your students. You know, when you say you have, what is it, 24, 25% of your students who are in need of English language development, that's huge. That's just an incredible reflection of what you all do for all different kinds of students. What I'm wondering, I'm going to ask this question really for all our renewals, is that when you look at your demographics or your breakdown, the thing that isn't quite at the same percentage as a district average are students that are on free and reduced lunch and students with special needs. And I'm just curious, when you reflect on that, when you think, gosh, we're rocking it when it comes to the students with English language development needs, yet when we look at our other populations, we don't see that representation as strong. Any thoughts about that, about why that is?
Sure. I think it's pretty true for charters across the board, unfortunately, and it is an unfortunate circumstance that we have lower numbers of learners on plans and free and reduced lunch. So one thing that we're currently doing at C2E is we are in the midst of revamping our website. It's outdated and we are working on revamping it. And one thing that is a priority for me is creating a web page that anyone who's interested in C2E will be able to see all the supports that are in place for all learners and make it super clear that we do service all learners and not just those that are advanced or anything like that. So that's one of our big pushes. And the other side of that is also in our school tours. One thing that we've made sure of is making it super clear, again, the supports that are there. So when prospective parents come to tour our school, it's super clear the supports that they would receive at a neighborhood school, they do receive at C2E as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, one thing that stood out from your presentation for me was your positive incentivization. So rather than addressing negative behaviors, encouraging those positive behaviors. So could you talk quickly about how that specifically affects your student population and your teachers, frankly, at C2E?
Yeah. Do you want to take that question?
Sure. All of our students and our staff follow the PRIDE, which she went through the acronym of what that means. And we've really taken away even the clipping down systems where the student comes in is on a certain color and they used to get clipped down. And we've taken away, teachers have actually found positive ways to incentivize what they're doing in the classroom and how they can positively find ways to recognize those positive behaviors while still helping them to grow in areas that when there are misbehaviors, we're using a lot of restorative justice practices to help with that. And then our staff as well is they recognize pride behaviors with each other. So we do a drawing with our staff to find positive things our staff are doing. So it's working really well in our building right now. This is our second year using the PBIS model. Can't speak in front of you all. PBIS model. You can have that back now.
Okay, thank you very much. And we will transition to Renaissance Secondary Charter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are at the end, if that's helpful, of the slide deck. Thanks. Good evening, board directors. I have quite a few folks here with me tonight. I am Amy Stewart. I'm the head of school at Renaissance Secondary. And here with me tonight, I have our board of directors, Deborah Lemmer, Justin Moutet, Tina Howell. I have to look at all their faces. Tim Rexine, our board chair, one of our founding teachers, Melissa England, and our business director, Brittany Pierce. Did I forget anything? Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to share a little bit about Renaissance Secondary tonight. I know you have a whole bunch of information that's been shared with you through our application, so I'll just give you a few highlights.
We will be sharing a video here shortly that will highlight many of the facets of a Renaissance education that help us achieve this mission to empower students to become modern learners who possess the skills that they'll need for success in the contemporary world. Our school was actually conceived as an extension of the Renaissance Elementary Magnet School, which is a Douglas County magnet school, and that came from a desire to extend the deeper learning experiences there to the secondary level. So you'll see some examples in this video highlighting our approach to emphasizing curriculum that's delivered through learning expeditions, where students learn their content standards through the lens of a compelling topic, allowing them to construct deep understandings and build the skills they need. And as a small school, we cultivate relationships and build connections to ensure the foundations are in place for students to meet academic success. Woven into the fabric of everything we do is our culture of crew. And finally, you'll see some examples of our adventure education program in action. We take learning outside of the classroom where students can connect and grow, and then bring those lessons back into the academic setting. So a picture or a video is worth 1,000 words, so I will let them speak.
I've been involved with Renaissance since kindergarten, and I can't be more thankful for the person it has made me become. This school has taught me how to view things from a different perspective and how to step out of my comfort zone and face my fears head on. Whether it be presenting a presentation in front of the class or canyoneering off a 140-foot cliff in Utah, everybody has fears, and the only way to overcome those fears is to face them directly. The character traits or habits of crew that this school is based around will be brought with me wherever my path may lead.
There are a million ways to provide an educational experience, and I think that we should always be looking for an approach that works for the student, and that's different for everybody.
Our adventure education program runs with two major philosophies. We're looking for growth in our students, and we're looking for connection between our students. Ideally, we want to see students stepping outside of their comfort zone. We try to organize activities that allow them to choose their challenge. We believe in challenge by choice is our huge philosophy, and that means that students get to challenge themselves based on what they are comfortable with. Every time students come back from Voyage, we hear them talk about connecting with people that they have never talked to before, having conversations with someone who they've never even seen before they go out on Voyage. It's amazing. They are able to transfer the skills that they learn when we are out doing outdoor activities. They bring it back to the classroom, and we really see the growth and connection in the classroom after that point. It's really beautiful.
Here you can be who you want to be, and I really like that. It's more like a home, more than like a place you're forced to do stuff.
Oh gosh, we see it in action every day. That's what's so great about Renaissance. We, our crew, can go from the smallest little thing to holding open a door to the biggest thing, like our Adopt a Family program at the holidays, where we support members of our community the best way we can. It really just permeates everything we do all the time.
We're just going to continue that heart of service that we have here at Renaissance. I mean, all the time, every single day, we're just trying to do like a little something to just make our world a better place and be the best version of ourselves. I feel like anything is possible here at Renaissance. If you dream it, believe it, we can make it happen.
To come visit and watch and be a part of the day, and that it's a really special place.
And then that last slide is just for questions. Yes, so I will take any questions you may have.
Sure, I'll go just real quick. We had some comments on the demographics here, and what I noticed is Renaissance really sticks out. Over twice as many children with special needs, almost 3 times the district average with 504 plans, and exceeding the district average in talented and gifted students as well. So just wondering if you could comment why these students are attracted and how you service their needs specifically at Renaissance.
Sure, absolutely. I'd be happy to. I think it's a testament to a couple of things. I think that the first and foremost is that we are really good about our enrollment practices, making sure that those are equitable and open to all. And then maybe even more importantly, just that our teachers are phenomenal. Our staff is phenomenal. We have a really great culture, and that feels really empowering. So we're committed to serving all students, each student, and we have been very fortunate to be able to maintain some staff who they do a great job of that. And so that really is a testament to what our folks are doing in this school.
Director Ray?
You stole my question. I might just.
That's why I jumped first.
I noticed that. Congratulations on that as well. Really, truly, when you look at 20% of your students have special needs and to continue to produce the kind of results you're producing is huge. So just want to celebrate that. I'm wondering, you talked about being an extension of the younger grades. I'm wondering what percentage of students do indeed matriculate up to from the elementary to the 6th through 12?
Yeah, great question. So what we see, we actually ended up with a 6th grade offering at our secondary school as well as the elementary. So we have sort of a tiered component where kids come over. So at the 6th grade level, that's open because some elementary schools do end in 5th grade, and so opening that opportunity. Some of our other PBL schools in the district, we see quite a few students matriculate from those schools. So our 6th grade is pretty small. And then when we get to 7th grade, which is where we get a little bit bigger, we have about a third of students who come over from the elementary school from which we came, about a third of our students who are in our 6th grade, and a third of students from elsewhere. And then they typically matriculate through the grades about that same ratio.
Great, thank you.
Okay, without any questions from other directors, thank you, Principal Stewart. And next up will be
Thank you.
Parker Core Knowledge.
Hi, thank you for having us tonight. I'm Johanna Harth. I'm the school director at Parker Core Knowledge. And here with me, I have Trustin Thompson, our vice director, and representing our parent community, Ryan Buswell, member of our board, and representing our teacher community, Steph Harper, one of our middle school teachers. What's that? Uh-oh. Okay. Our mission, PCK is committed to providing every child an academic advantage by building a solid foundation of knowledge, skills, and character, while challenging each individual to become a critical thinker, responsible citizen, and future leader. And mission statements are usually pretty long, but I have to say that we live that mission statement in our building. All our programming, our staffing, every activity that we do, we put through this filter because we really do want to serve each of our children through this mission statement that we have. We are a K-8 school. We have a preschool also. We have 702 students in our K-8 program and about 170 students in our preschool. We are the second oldest charter school in Douglas County. We opened in 1994. We have high expectations for our students. We really value effort, hard work, and grit, and we believe that that builds success in our kids. We value character education. We have a pretty large character program in the building. Of course, academics is our strongest point. They're a high priority in our building. Our students are challenged academically. Every single student in the building is challenged academically, no matter what level they're learning at. And we are an official core knowledge school. We are a National Blue Ribbon School of Excellence. We are a National School of Character. We have received the John Irwin School of Excellence Award every year since its inception. And this year, the U.S. News Best Elementary Schools were the #3 public school in the state, the #3 middle school in the state, we're the #1 charter school in the state, and we're the #1 charter school in Douglas County, according to U.S. News. Some of the pillars of our program is critical thinking. We really have a strong program that challenges every kid in this area. One of our points of pride is our elementary science lab, where all the kids have hands-on experiences very often in the area of science. We're not a STEM school, but we do value that critical thinking element in our program. Our character program is huge in the building, and we do value responsible citizens, and that's exactly what we try to produce through our program. And of course, our future leaders also. And we'll let the students talk, and Mr. Thompson.
Welcome to Parker Core Knowledge. Since opening our doors in 1994, we have worked tirelessly to provide our community of students and families with the greatest possible educational experience. In our 26 years as a charter school, our community of teachers, staff, and parents have focused on ensuring that our students have every academic advantage. For our efforts in academics, we have been recognized by many educational entities. In 2016, PCK was recognized by receiving a Blue Ribbon School of Excellence Award given to the top 0.05% of all schools in the nation. This award is given to schools based on their overall academic excellence and their dedication to closing the achievement gap among student subgroups. Additionally, PCK has earned the John Irwin School of Excellence Award every year since the award's inception in 2008. This award is given to schools who demonstrate exceptional academic achievement over time and who receive an exceeds expectations rating on the academic indicator of the school's performance framework, reflecting exceptional performance in math, English language arts, and science. Most recently, PCK was named the #3 elementary school and the #3 middle school in the state of Colorado by U.S. News. Our students, teachers, and families have worked tremendously hard, and we are thrilled to be recognized for those efforts.
That's not all we do here at Parker Core Knowledge. At PCK, we are a National School of Character, and we take pride in learning about character and applying it wherever we go.
We know that character is a large part of how we will succeed in school, and it will help us grow into better people.
We have character assemblies once per month and regular classroom lessons on character building. PCK knows that character is what you do when no one is watching.
That's not all we do at PCK. We like to be healthy and fit. That's not all we do at PCK. We also learn to be artists, and we're able to express ourselves in many different ways. But that's not all we do at PCK. We also learn how to work with new and exciting technology. We are also able to make things come alive. at PCK. We also learn music.
Okay, so the other thing that's going to be important, remember, when you're looking at these are going to be like your eighth notes. When they're sitting right next to each other, like that, those are eighth notes. These individual ones, these are going to be your quarter notes, which you guys have all done, right? Breathe time. Breathe.
Yes. But that's not all we do at PCK. As part of our curriculum, we learn to speak a foreign language.
En PCK también hablamos español.
At PCK, we use the Core Knowledge curriculum, which seeks to create culturally literate American citizens by providing exposure to a wide variety of classic and contemporary literature and an extensive exploration into the social sciences.
He would walk in the ghettos. He was interested in how the other half lived. Really, who was it, Deacon Brody? He is like a Jekyll and Hyde, except he really is just one persona. But the cabinet maker by day, thief by night. Stevenson would wear disguises. Why did Stevenson have to wear disguises in the ghettos of Edinburgh?
Our math and science programs allow for students to push themselves beyond what they believed possible by instilling the foundational pieces of knowledge, innovation, and problem solving that will prepare our students to become the next generation of scientists, engineers, and mathematicians.
So negative 1 plus 3 gives me an output of 2. So when x is 3, if I evaluate for 3, I get 2 as my output, so I have the point 3.2.
We see the potential in each student, and we strive to help each one become well-rounded individuals and citizens. Parker Core Knowledge is committed to providing its students an academic advantage by building a solid foundation of knowledge, skills, and character, while challenging each individual to become a critical thinker, responsible citizen, and future leader. Our mission statement is what drives our teachers, staff, students, and community to be the very best. Our PCK community is forever grateful to the Douglas County School District for providing us the opportunity to continue to serve our students. We are PCK proud.
That's it. Oh, no. Questions?
Go ahead, Director.
Would you like to be too? Thank you, first of all. And you're another one of those skills. I mean, 27 years of success. I mean, that's huge. And I know I'm speaking as one board director, but where's Mr. Mosher? I just think we need to look at what happens when schools reach a certain point. Do we continue to put them through these hoops every 5 years? Or do we say, you know what? You've shown success 10 years and gosh, keep up the good work, and unless something goes awry, we leave you alone. Just gonna throw that out there. But anyway, one of the things that I am wondering about is, as you know, you've heard me talk to the other charters, is demographics. So your demographic, specifically free and reduced lunch, shows that you only have 0.9% of students that are in that group or are receiving that kind of support, compared to almost 11% of our district average. And then also with students with special needs, 4.4% compared to 10%. So again, just like to give you an opportunity to talk about, as you reflect on that, what are you thinking in terms of how we might change that makeup so that we're representing all students in our schools?
You know, that's a great question, and we have been really thoughtful about that, because PCK is a program that is open to every student in the district, and we want every kid to be successful in our program. We have a fantastic special education department. We have a great team. We have a great area for the special education department. So we really want to encourage students to come in PCK. I think we've been successful. Our kindergarten class this year is 14% special needs kids. So I think we're making progress in that direction. And like I said, we're very confident that the kids will be successful in our program because we have dedicated time and effort to creating that special ed department that can serve them well. And the program in itself, the Core Knowledge curriculum, is a curriculum that is open to every student in the nation, truly, that can take advantage of the core knowledge scope and sequence. So we are very cognizant of the numbers and making a good effort to attract more students with needs. One interesting thing about Parker Core Knowledge is that we're the only school left in the district, I think, with a waiting list. And what we get in that waiting list, the students that we get are the students that we receive. We don't ask any questions before we receive those students. You know, what we get is what we get. So it has been interesting trying to attract a different population into that waiting list, because it's not attracting the students at that very moment, that year, but 5 years before the program starts. Yeah.
And
Thank
just-
you so much for having, oh.
Sorry, just one quick one on there. I pulled out that element of grit, that resilience aspect in addition to knowledge and character. We hear character a lot, but could you just give me an example, or what are you doing to put that grit, which I interpret as some degree of resilience, into your students?
Yeah, the Parker Core Knowledge program is a challenging program, and students cannot give up, because every student is going to succeed in our building. But it does take that buy-in and that ownership of their education. So we truly bring the students and the parents to work together with us. We're a team. We cannot do it by ourselves, but the student is a vital part of that team. And sometimes it does take grit and effort to succeed. And that's what it is in life too. So that's important for us.
Okay, thank you, Principal Hart, and thank you, Parker Core Knowledge.
Thank you for having us tonight.
Our last presentation will be item 10, Skyview Academy. Principal Worley.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank Superintendent Wise, the board, Gordon Mosier, and Christian Schmidt for the opportunity to present our school to you. With me, I have Lisa Jarvie. She is our Director of Finance and Operation, and Chris Coberly, our board president. Skyview Academy is a school driven by its vision and mission. We focus on honorable leadership and lifelong learning, and creating a culture of expectation that celebrates inclusion, diversity, and a You Matter culture. Our testing data and our accolades celebrate the gifts that we have in our building and the success that we have had throughout the last 10 years. We started our 11th year, and we are again celebrating recognition by U.S. News and World Reports in both high school, elementary, and middle school. Additionally, our 5 pillars drive our education and our structure. College prep is something that we focus on, and the work that we've put in with our staff has allowed us to celebrate millions of dollars in scholarships. Last year, we celebrated $7.5 million in scholarships for our high school seniors. Additionally, 90% of our graduates attend 2- or 4-year colleges. Our core knowledge success has allowed us to develop critical thinkers and students that celebrate not only science and mathematics, but also arts and drama. Our service learning and character pillar is the pillar that drew me to Skyview Academy. I can speak for hours about the data that tells us that we're doing a good job. Our test scores show that. Our success on the SAT shows us that each and every year, but service learning and character education is the priority for me. The biggest celebration I think that we have at Skyview is the fact that we were able to, through the leadership of our middle school students, provide education for 2 years to a Haitian orphanage and build that community in their, not only their education, but their well-being as students and community members. Another celebration for me was when we were in the pandemic, We had students, we have a You Matter culture and we focus and prioritize that. Our students went out during the pandemic, decorated rocks and put them out throughout the community in Douglas County so that people found them when they were hiking, and it was an amazing celebration. Some of our students put notes inside library books to be checked out to encourage individuals. And for me to see that our students are doing that without us prompting them shows me that our You Matter culture is translating into real life experience. Our world language pillar also not only celebrates the Spanish language, but also the ELL community that we have. We celebrate world culture events every 2 years and celebrate our Asian population with bringing them into our community and having them teach all of us about their culture and their lifestyle. Skyview Academy student community has celebrated lots of success. Our most recent success is that our small 3A school was celebrated on the main stage at the Belco Theater for ThesCon. That accomplishment was one that we have worked for 5 years, and to have them be able to present Clue was amazing. Additionally, we have our POMS team who just made it to finals, and our state competitive cross-country team has done quite well throughout the last 5 years. Finally, we are driving forward with a focus on our professional learning communities, ensuring that we continue our advocacy of research-based information and curriculum. We continue to focus on social emotional learning, ensuring that we have a full team of mental health professionals because we know the pandemic has been challenging for many of our students. So we have a school counselor for middle school, for elementary, middle, and high school. Additionally, a social worker and a psychologist. We also, embracing our lifelong learning, and bring on students who are learning to be counselors to serve as support to our team so that they can learn and grow and go into other educational communities. And finally, our emphasis on literacy. We implemented the CKLA curriculum that was suggested by the state of Colorado, and we've already seen improvement in the literacy gap that we saw after our pandemic year last year. Thank you. Questions? I am ready for your questions.
You ready? All right, good.
You want me to go?
Well, one of the things I might, just a very technical error
Yeah.
on our packet. Mr. Mosher, we've got that they serve only grades K through 8, so I'm assuming that should be K through 12.
Pre-K through 12.
So just,
yep.
or pre-K
Yep.
through 12, thank you. So again, when we look at your demographics, we look at free and reduced lunch. We see that you have 5.2% compared to the district average, which is typically 10%. Students with special needs, same thing, 5.5 compared to the average of 10%. Talk to us about your reflections about that, and are there any efforts to try to attract students with special needs or students that maybe are impoverished?
So the challenge we have with free and reduced lunch is transportation. Because we are a school that has to have students brought in by parents, we don't have the benefit of busing. So that does hinder our ability to have free and reduced lunch students because of their access to the building itself. So we are working and looking at ways to increase our ability to provide some sort of transportation to free and reduced lunch students. With regard to our student special needs programming, one thing that we do is we work with the district collaboratively and utilize the open enrollment process to ensure that every student that applies is filtered through the same process that the district uses. We have an amazing special education team, and I celebrate how phenomenal they are with the support they provide, from our speech and language therapists to our occupational therapists, and our 504 coordinator, how she works with the district or with our families and with the district to ensure that we're providing that support.
Thank you.
Other directors? And Director Myers?
One of the things that I heard consistently throughout all the charter schools, and I just was thinking, and what Director Ray talked about with the kids, is there a mindset in the community maybe with the impoverished or some the special needs, the free and reduced, is there a mindset that maybe they can't go to that school? And I do understand transportation, and that's gonna be a big thing in some of these families. But do they maybe think that a charter school's not attainable?
So I think we offer monthly tours, and we address that we are a full public charter school offering special education, offering gifted and talented. We also embrace and offer opportunities for the families to come in and meet with our special education coordinator to ensure that they understand what we have available to them. I think that we have done a very good job for the last 5 years of making sure that families know, regardless of their situation, we can support them.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Director Meek.
I guess then I have a wondering, along the same lines, are there volunteer requirements from families? And if you're a family on free and reduced lunch, do they have the same volunteer requirements?
So we actually don't have a requirement for volunteer at our school. We do ask that families consider offering or providing anywhere from 20 to 40 hours a school year to support the needs of our teachers or our building that we don't have the same necessarily resources for. They can be recess duty volunteers, they can be car line volunteers, which if you've been at our car line, it's exciting, so it's good to have those volunteers. We have parents provide water bottles, can be something that they can even provide for like high school dances or things like that. So we don't require it, we just ask that they, if they're able to do so, that they provide that service.
Okay, thank you, Principal Worley and Skyview Academy. Go ahead, Mr. Mosier.
I think I could just provide a little bit of clarity on a couple of the questions, but one thing I just wanted to highlight is the amazing choice that was presented to you around educational opportunities that families have to make in Douglas County. I think that's really commendable. You heard very astutely that there are great things that parents can choose for their child based on what they feel aligns with their educational needs. We have great schools here. One thing is our open enrollment policy is very clear that application order matters. Okay, so when students are up, it's in there, and you're not allowed to pick and choose. You go in order of those students as they've applied to be accepted into the school. And something that might play into the special needs students that you see a little bit there is we have a relationship with the charter schools where we service anybody who, if a person applies and the school then accepts, they have to accept without ever knowing the background. Okay, so if they have room, they accept. Then a team, including the district team, meets and decides, can you meet the services if that student has a special need? And if that school cannot, that charter school cannot, we then as a district absorb that student into our severe needs programming. The school pays a portion of that back to the district. So we cover that for the student. So you might see a little bit of that reflected there. Our charter school service the mild and moderate needs students. Any severe needs then we bring into one of our neighborhood schools, and this charter school pays a portion of that back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mosher. We'll move into student comment. I think we have all the students here. Do we? Yeah, we have, it looks like 2 of the 4.
Thank you, charters.
So if we might, we could start with public comment, and as soon as we have all 4 students here, please, students, just let me know and we will stop public comment and we will move right into student comment, and then you guys can head out. So with that, let's move to number 12, which is, oh, they're here, never mind. Let's go back to number 11, and we'll have comment from our 4 students from the Student Advisory Group. We have Joshua Liederman, Lucas Gauthier, Nick Menzel, and Sujay Patlapelli. So, thank you.
Good evening.
Our names are Josh, and I'm joined by Lucas, Nick, and Sujay. We're a part of the Student Advisory Group leadership team, and we wanted to extend a new warm welcome to the new Board of Directors on our education. We wanted to provide you with a short update on what was accomplished at SAG's prior meeting held on Monday, December 6th. We were joined by Director Ray and Director Myers, who provided us an overview on the JLCC policy revisions that were voted on, and students were given the opportunities to ask questions and provide feedback. We were also working on creating a newsletter that will be released sometime in January to all students, staff, and administrators at the high school level. It's intended to spread awareness about what SAG is and what our subgroup is working on. We also plan to attach a survey with various questions from our subgroups, which will help us gauge the opinions of our student body. As for our subgroups, we'll start with school safety. This subgroup's working with Mrs. Bryan at RCHS to learn more about the SART pilot program, Sexual Assault Resource Training Program. And they're also planning to launch a campaign program in high schools with the aim of discouraging vandalism and destruction of property. Then the policy appeal subgroup is working to amend dress code policies at the district level. And they're also designing a resolution that will require schools to seek approval from their committee before it can be implemented at each individual school. And then the hands-on learning subgroup is working on implementing an elective class that allows for students to explore various interests through different modes of learning. And then I'll turn it over.
The Diversity and Equity Group has been continuing to explore the feasibility of implementing a diversity and equity training program led by students and counselors. This program would tentatively take place over one of the professional development days over the course of the school year and offer a way for staff to gain a better understanding and awareness of issues facing students while learning how to better support inclusivity in the classroom.
All right, and then the technology subgroup is working on using the Helper app right now, which is only currently used in like 4 out of the 9 high schools. And we're focusing on making it so it's more universally used, and we want every high school to know about Helper, and we want every high school to use it. And then our eco-friendly subgroup is primarily working on something they call eco hours, and eco hours are basically volunteer hours that are targeted to environmental sustainability. And the way they want to do this is making it so around 25% of the 20 required hours, like to graduate, the 20 hours that you need to graduate, they want to make 25% of those eco hours, and they also want to make sure that they provide opportunities for schools to like provide those volunteer opportunities for students so they can actually get those hours. And that would just be a positive impact on our environmental footprint.
All right, and so the mental health subgroup, we are working towards creating a class, which would be an elective, that really focuses on mental health and coping mechanisms that will help destigmatize mental health across the district. And so we're working with Thunderbridge High School counselors, because we're teaming up with them to also create the class. And so we're drafting our intent form right now. And then later on in the year, we're gonna really polish up that course proposal and then bring that into the district, hopefully as an elective in the following years.
So now I just want to come back to center and see if there are any questions that you guys have that we could help answer at all.
Director Roy?
This is kind of a question for you as well as our directors. I know that typically what happens is we hit May and you guys do this incredible presentation. It's inspiring, but I'm wondering if it would be beneficial to look at where your subgroups are and kind of layer that out a little bit. And I'm looking at directors to see if they'd be amenable to that, because you guys have some really lofty goals, some very some projects that I think we should hear as soon as you are ready, as opposed to waiting until May. So I just would offer that to the directors, that it may make more sense to pace that. I don't know what that does for your leadership and how you're pacing your meetings, but I would be, as one director, would be open to layering that over time as opposed to one blast in May. Just wondering about that, so.
Yeah, I think that that's something that we could definitely look into. I still think that a majority of subgroups will be completing their different projects within the April-May timeframe. But I do think that that's something that we could definitely look into, is potentially layering them out as they get closer to being finished.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Lucas. Other directors? Director Meek?
I guess I can't help but bring up the diversity and equity topic just because it has been a topic in pretty much every committee meeting that I've been to. And is there anything more that you'd like to speak to from the student perspective on that subcommittee? I'm not sure what our timing is as a board, as we are going to discuss the educational equity policy. And for me, understanding student voice is extremely important before contemplating any kind of changes in that policy. So I'd just like us to talk about that as well as hearing from the students.
Yeah, and one thing before you answer, it is important to note that the Student Advisory Group does have representatives on the just newly stood up Equity Advisory Council. So there is a direct conduit to make sure that SAG voices are heard in that larger discussion, but please go ahead.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the things that we pushed for, getting a new student on that, which we were very happy about. In terms of our specific subgroup and different things that we've seen in it, we have seen that a lot of students feel that there are certain situations in schools where people are not treated equitably or are not treated fairly because of different things such as sexual orientation or race or other different things that could influence how people interact with them. And then a lot of the time it's not something that's actively taken, something that is direct or done to direct harm at somebody. Oftentimes it can be something like not using the correct pronouns for a student after they have decided to change that for themselves. So one of the big things that we're trying to target with our specific guidance and our training program would be to have students and counselors lead informational sessions for teachers to help them be more informed about the issues that students are facing. And in terms of wider policy, our group does think that it is extremely important that we retain strong diversity and equity framework because we see that it is so important to students being able to express themselves individually and feel comfortable in an academic setting.
And was SAG involved in the development of the educational equity policy in regards to looking at the drafts and providing input?
I believe that the student advisory group worked on that last year as we went through. At the very beginning of last year, we had people come in and we looked over the policy. So I do think that we were involved in that process. Although the people that were on it last year and this year may differ, there are some that were currently present that did help draft that.
Okay, thank you to our Student Advisory Group reps.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move into number 12, public comment. I believe we have 23 people signed up to speak. Purpose of public comment is to balance the ability to hear diverse viewpoints from a broad spectrum of citizens throughout the district while allowing our Board of Education to conduct business in an orderly and efficient manner. When speaking at the podium, please remain respectful and address the board rather than guests and staff in the room. We did have an issue with that last time, so again, please direct your comments here to the board and do not address others in the room. To respect a speaker's free speech, please do not interrupt them while they are at the podium providing comments. Mr. Blair will again give a little 15-second notice when you have 15 seconds left. Tonight will be the full 3 minutes due to the number of speakers. When your time is up, please leave the podium. And if the audience wants to react between speakers, again, feel free to do so, but please be respectful and honor the next speaker's time to speak. Attendees who create a disturbance or disrupt speakers while they are speaking will be asked to leave the room. The board president will be responsible for determining when audience members are being disruptive, and we will have some assist in the audience for things that we can't hear and see up here. If you wish to approach the dais at any point, please check with the security officer here at the front of the room by the projector screen. That's something that security asked us to do just so it's very clear when people are coming up and delivering materials. And with that, we will start public comment. First person we have here is, we'll do 3 remotes. The first will be Annalise Marshall, followed by Tiffany Baker, followed by Jason O'Rourke. So Mr. Blair, do we have Annalise Marshall on? Okay, we will move to Tiffany Baker. Is Miss Baker online?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Good evening.
It was negligent to put mass choice into effect last week without first informing parents and guardians what to expect for possible quarantines if their kids do not wear face masks in schools, complete at least one COVID vaccine dose, or complete weekly COVID testing at their schools. Things parents should know or have the answers to that I hope district contacts parents with is COVID vaccines. If at least 80% of individuals within a school community have received at least one dose of COVID-19 vaccine, no one needs to quarantine following a typical classroom exposure case. Where can we find the current vaccination rates for our individual schools? Does staff regularly check vaccine status for all registered DCSD students through the CIIS? Or who should parents update proof of vaccine with? Are school staff required to share proof of vaccine or complete weekly testing? Face masks. Students are not required to quarantine following a typical exposure in the classroom, clubs, athletics, etc., only if both the infected individual and exposed students were wearing masks correctly and consistently over the mouth and nose during the exposure. Weekly testing. There is reduced quarantine if greater than 70% of unvaccinated staff and students participate in weekly COVID testing. Can individual DCSD schools require this testing for unvaccinated students and staff who have not tested positive within the last 90 days? Quarantines. At what point in quarantines might teachers' instructions switch to remote learning? HVAC and HEPA filters. Can a report be provided to DCSD parents rating the quality of existing HVAC systems and what the availability is of portable HEPA filters for our individual schools? It's important that parents and guardians can make informed decisions regarding their kids and mass choice, especially while county hospitals are near or at capacity. Tonight, ICU capacity is currently at 100% for adults, and inpatient beds is currently at around 97 or 98% for Douglas County. I appreciate your time.
15 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Do we have Mr. O'Rourke online? Yes, we do. Mr. O'Rourke, can you hear us?
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Peterson and board and superintendent. Some in our community would like to repeal or redefine the educational equity policy because they believe the word equity is divisive. Equity, clearly defined in the policy, is, I quote, providing all individuals and groups of individuals with fairness and respect in their opportunities to participate in and benefit from the district's programs, and to ensure that every stakeholder has the opportunity to reach their potential. Which part of that definition is divisive? Is it divisive in word or in deed? If it is divisive in word, I would welcome a synonym replacement: justice, fairness, impartiality, unbiasedness, integrity, nonpartisan. Everyone would agree with these synonyms and that equity is a noble goal. Implementing this within our schools is not problematic, as was demonstrated by the principal that received an award and by the entire presentation on teacher equity in relationship to salary, etc. Perhaps it is divisive because diversity, inclusion, accessibility, representation, or identity are alongside it. In that case, are we saying that we want a non-diverse, exclusive, inaccessible, non-representative, and singular identity group for equitable treatment? Let's be very clear. Those who claim that equity are divisive and polarizing are not objecting to equity because we just saw equity for the teachers. They're objecting to the recipients of equity. The DCD policy aims to work on behalf of every race, color, ancestry, national origin, creed, sex, sexual orientation, gender expression, gender identity, religion, marital status, disability, socioeconomic status, and need of special education services. For those of us who would balk at the board that equity is polarizing and divisive, which group of recipients makes it divisive? Why would the intended recipient make equity so distasteful? That is my only question. Which group do we intend to make inequitable? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Rourke. Next up, that is the end of Zoom. So we will have Iko Browning, Robert Marshall, followed by Megan Birch. Ms. Browning.
Just gotta put that up there. All right, good evening. President Peterson, directors, and Superintendent Wise. President Peterson, earlier tonight, you said, we will constantly bring more new charters into this discussion. And to me, that's troubling. That sounds like you want to open this wide up for profligate proliferation of charter schools at the expense of the existing district resources. Some individuals would like to see massive expansion and proliferation of public charter schools in the name of choice. Public charter schools serve specific groups and do not educate all kids, including kids with significant disabilities requiring the support of significant special needs classrooms, such as my son. Kids requiring this level of support are served in neighborhood schools. Sterling Ranch is a growing community that needs an elementary school. I recommend the neighborhood school be considered rather than a charter public school for the Sterling Ranch community. Would it be fair for a child with significant special needs to have to travel outside of her geographic community to receive the education that she needs? I was disappointed that at a public presentation a couple of weeks ago that the STEM school marketed themselves as your neighborhood school. That is deceptive marketing because they're not a neighborhood school. It's a neighborhood school in that it's located physically within a community, but it's not a neighborhood school, and that's deceptive marketing. Neighborhood schools should be the foundation, with public charter schools added prudently and sparingly based on community needs. I would urge the board to be good stewards of Douglas County School District resources. Avoid overextending Douglas County School District resources. When encountering an application for a new charter public school, please consider carefully, does this proposal serve an unmet need? What are the existing educational resources in that geographic neighborhood? Is there an existing neighborhood school? In addition, regarding other topics that were presented today, I fully support the proposed compensation model. I think that it shows fairness and transparency with the lanes and the avenues for advancement. It promotes competitive starting salaries, and I fully support the need for additional funding source through an MLO. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Browning. We'll have Robert Marshall, Megan Birch, followed by Matthew Smith. Mr. Marshall. I don't see him in the audience. Moving on to Megan Birch, Matthew Smith, then Sarah Wu.
Good evening. My name is Megan Birch. I'm a Douglas County resident and parent to 2 DCSD students. Thank you, President Peterson and directors and Superintendent Wise for your time tonight. I want to express my enthusiasm and support for our district's equity policy. As defined in the policy, as Dr. O'Rourke stated just a couple speakers ago, equity is providing all individuals and groups of individuals with fairness and respect in their opportunities to participate in and benefit from the district's programs, and to ensure that every stakeholder has the opportunity to reach their potential. I'm excited about that language, and I'm excited about the potential for our students and for our staff. I would think that that would be a common goal of ours, but I've heard board members use language of divisive and polarizing when speaking about the policy. And I genuinely do not understand that. And I am here tonight to seek to understand that. I want to understand how you might see the language as it is written in the current policy to be divisive. Not how the policy has been misinterpreted, the specific language of the policy. Because I think racism is divisive. I think homophobia is divisive. I think transphobia is divisive. And I also think that hearing members of this board speak at school board meetings about the need to honor their voters is divisive and polarizing. You represent all DCSD families, students, and staff. You represent those of us who support this policy and who have supported the labor and community collaboration that went into the creation of this policy. You represent my family. I'm asking you to be in dialogue with us families, students, and staff who support the equity policy. Building trust in the community takes time, and that is not an action that can be rushed. It involves dialogue, which I have heard board members here present speak to the value of. I appreciate that. And so tonight, I would like to ask you for the following. Please keep the equity policy in place. Please keep it off of the agenda for repeal and replace. What I'm asking is that I want to invite you into dialogue with us families, staff, and students who support the policy. Get to know us. Get to know why this is important to us. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Birch. We'll have Matthew Smith, Sarah Wu, and then Lindsay Smithson. Mr. Smith.
Good evening, everyone. Just reality check, are we still in Douglas County or have we transported to San Francisco? Because that's how it feels after the last several speakers. But I think it'd be pretty ballsy to go for an MLO after 2 years of the district giving the finger to all the parents in this county. So I would tread lightly on that one. Probably could have saved some money by not funding lawsuits against our own county and, hopefully pass it on to the teachers. Just one quick comment. I didn't plan on commenting about the pay structure, but it's unfortunate that teachers have to go into debt to get more education, to get more money. That I thought was very troubling. But anyways, let's move on to equity policy. I'll be the, other voice here. I think repeal and replace is the right decision here on the equity policy. It is divisive. I actually tried to do my homework and I went back and I watched prior meetings and I tried to find something of substance, but really when the presentation was given to the board, there were some cute little drawings of people trying to look over a fence and, giving people different size stools, to kind of give the equality versus equity. But really the only meat that I got out of this, when any examples were given, was that, if a student has dyslexia or trouble reading, we need to give them extra help to kind of, make sure that, they have the same advantage as other students. Well, we're not doing that before this policy. I mean, the policy's ripe of, racial and racism undertones, in my opinion. That's really the intent of it. The timing is also very odd with the, love fest of BLM, over the last couple of years. The timing of this policy is very odd, but a lot of this seems like common sense. I mean, were people not being treated equally before this policy? Is this some magical thing that, came to light a year ago? That we're like, oh my God, we need to treat people equally. Let's put it on paper. It just really doesn't make a lot of sense to have this. And I really, looking back to that original meeting, Dr. Ray pointed out this is really a jumping point. I think I'm, closely quoting you. I'm not sure if it's exact, but we don't know what the equity policy is. It's a jumping point. So who knows where this will go? I mean, there's not a lot of parameters around it, so it's ripe for abuse. And I commented last time, it's kind of like the gateway drug into critical race theory, and I still believe that. Because again, as Dr. Ray said, it's not defined, it's a jumping point. So who knows where this is gonna go. I think that's about it for the night, so thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Next will be Sarah Wu, Lindsay Smithson, and Luke J. Ms. Wu.
Hello. Hi, board members. My name is Sarah Wu. I'm a parent of 2 DCSD students, and I'm here to speak about the equity policy. The board has said that it needs to be removed. and then it said it needs to be changed, repealed, replaced, and now it seems like the common idea is to change the word equity to make it less divisive. It's upsetting for two reasons. Number one, there are 4 members on this board who profited from making the equity policy divisive and have now been elected. And you've made no effort to undo that damage to our community by tying it to CRT and confusing people. Also, stating that the term equity is offensive is in itself dismissive. As you heard before, dismissive that we've ever had these problems before, we must have just discovered them now. To quote the NACE, random source, the term equity refers to fairness and justice and is distinguished from equality, whereas equality means providing the same to all. Equity means recognizing we do not all start from the same place and must acknowledge and make adjustments to imbalances. The process is ongoing. It's a jumping point. And it requires us to constantly identify and overcome intentional and unintentional barriers arising from bias or systemic structures. To be clear, equity is not just about how people are treated based on race. We do have racism in Douglas County. It does come up in our schools, and it does need to be addressed. We do need to improve this, but equity means so much more than that, and we need so much more than that. The purpose of this policy is equity, not just fairness or justice or equality of outcomes. Dismissing the word is undermining the entire purpose of the policy. The new members of this board need to fully understand the term equity and what the equity policy is, and be very clear that any changes you make are an improvement and not just continued political maneuvering. Finally, I'd like to reiterate that the new board members were elected without having the support of the majority of this community. These 4 board members raised $500,000 to be elected. In comparison, their opponents raised $100,000. This additional $400,000 was able to activate roughly 13,000 extra voters, or 5% of Douglas County voters. This is enough to clearly and legally win an election, but it does not mean that the community supports the things that you ran on. The community supports the equity policy. We have spent hours
15 seconds.
and meetings trying to go through this. We do not want to see our hard work undone to satisfy a misguided campaign promise. I also want to thank you for verbally supporting an MLO bond. I would definitely support that, and I'd like to see that go forward for the betterment of our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wu. Lindsay Smithson, Luke J., then Jennifer Iverson. Ms. Smithson.
She withdrew, sir.
Okay, Luke J., Jennifer Iverson, followed by Liz Wagner. Mr. J.
Hello, thank you, board. My name's Luke J. I'm a Colorado native and a father of 2 kids, excuse me, in DCSD, and I am here in support of the equity policy. A few historical dates that I wanted to share or remind people, because a few of these I did not know till I was an adult. In 1831, the Choctaw Nation begins a forced march from the U.S. From Mississippi to Oklahoma. 1 in 3 people die. 1863, Abraham Lincoln signs the Emancipation Proclamation, as we know, abolishing slavery, except in occupied states, Delaware, Kentucky, Maryland, Tennessee, and parts of Louisiana. The Sand Creek Massacre, the U.S. forces attack on Cheyenne and Arapaho Village in Colorado, killing hundreds of people, most of whom are women and children. I did not learn about this till I was 20s. 1865, Juneteenth. This is 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. Enslaved black people in Texas finally learn about it when Union troops arrive and tell them that they lost the Civil War. The Confederacy lost the Civil War. In 1956, Autherine Lucy, the first black student admitted to the University of Alabama, attends classes. After white students riot and protest, the school suspends Lucy, citing safety concerns. 1965, Dr. Martin Luther King and 200 others are arrested and jailed after a voting rights march. 1969, New York City police raid the Stonewall Inn LGBTQ club, leading to the gay rights movement known as Stonewall Uprising. 2005, Congress formally apologizes for its failure to pass 200 anti-lynching bills introduced from 1882 to 1968. February 2020, Ahmaud Arbery, a 25-year-old unarmed black man out for a run, is shot and killed by a white man in Georgia, who is not arrested until the failure to bring charges sparks protests. I run all the time. I've never thought about being shot. We must reckon with and decolonize our history in order to create a positive, lasting, systemic change, or history will continue to repeat. Fear should not be what keeps us from doing what is best for our kids.
15 seconds.
Our kids come from diverse backgrounds and stories. Representation means that students, staff, and community members at large see components of their collective identities, and these need to be reflected in curricular and instructional resources. These are not political issues, these are human issues.
Okay,
Equity
thank you, Mr.
policy
Jay.
is necessary. Thank you.
Jennifer Iverson, Liz Wagner, and Amy Dubragny.
Thank you, President Peterson, directors, and Superintendent Wise for listening to my concerns this evening. On December 2nd, some friends asked me to join them at an informational meeting for a proposed branch of STEM of Highlands Ranch and Sterling Ranch. Families who attended wanted to know why STEM was misleading their Sterling Ranch community by advertising themselves as a neighborhood school. For some that may not know the difference, neighborhood schools provide a public education to all students in their area. They cannot deny any student. Charter schools, while still public schools, are not as equitable. They choose who is allowed to attend their school. This is often why one might see higher scores for charters versus neighborhood schools. This deception was purposeful. Many of these voices, like mine, are not opposed to charters. We really aren't. But we would like to see, first, to have a school that accepts all students in their neighborhood. Then entertain what charter fits best for their neighborhood and their needs. Sterling Ranch children deserve a school to call their own. I hope you, the board, are all serious about continuing the conversations about a bond and mill levy and then act. Budgets are moral documents. The vote last week to allow choice for masking has wrought consequences for too many special needs families. As if these parents and guardians don't already have a lot on their plates, the few hours given to contact principals and staff to keep their children safe was not thought through. I was personally hoping for more compassion for DCSD staff, families, and students. It would have been appropriate to give families and schools a few days to figure out how to accommodate their families. Laying all of this added responsibility on principals, many of whom are not learned in IDEA or ADA, is a recipe for more state complaints and Office of Civil Rights complaints, which DCSD already leads the state in. The first meeting of the Equity Advisory Council was enlightening. The founding members spent over 4 years developing a policy that is both straightforward and meaningful. Director Peterson was there and promised the policy would not be removed. The word equity was discussed and potential community misconceptions. Policy ADB has definitions for several words, including representation, inclusion, accessibility, and diversity.
15 seconds.
Feedback from the readings of this policy affected the definitions. The equity definition was read earlier by Dr. O'Rourke. There is not a single idea or ideal that conflicts with the values we all want to see in our schools and community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Liz Wagner, Amy Dubragny, and Kelly Mayer. Ms. Wagner. Okay, I don't see her present. Amy Dubragny.
Good evening, directors of the board and Superintendent Wise. My name is Amy DeBroni, and I am a co-leader of Douglas County Kids Identified with Dyslexia, or DC KID. Dyslexia impacts 12 to 20% of the population. That is around 7 to 12,000 current DCSD students. And that according to the National Institute of Health, dyslexia represents the most common and prevalent of all known learning disabilities and is the leading cause of reading failure and school dropouts in our nation. Reading failure is the most commonly shared characteristic of juvenile justice offenders. As many as 75% in the criminal justice system have a learning disability. Early intervention is essential for this population, and dyslexia is identifiable with 92% accuracy at ages 5.5 to 6.5 years old. Little over 4 years ago, my daughter came here to ask that you teach your teachers about dyslexia and to give students like her what they need. In 2017, DC KID identified our main goals as being able to say dyslexia in the district, early identification, literacy programming that is evidence-based for all and implemented with fidelity across the district, and professional development to increase awareness, knowledge, and compassion for these students. Where are we now? We have accomplished much, and there is also much more work to do. Our schools can now say the word dyslexia. We meet monthly with Mr. Sid Rundle and his team, and Mr. Matt Reynolds and his team to share and discuss current happenings and to give and receive feedback. Unfortunately, much of our work that was in its infancy has been waylaid by the pandemic and other challenges. Even though there has been a great deal of work, very little change has impacted our students as of yet. We are continuing this work to ensure children are experiencing a positive change in their day-to-day lives. One of the most powerful tools is understanding why this work is so important is through simulations. Directors Hansen, Directors Meek, and Director Ray have all joined us for simulations previously. And today we would like to invite you, our new board directors, to participate in a simulation.
15 seconds.
To experience for an hour or so what it feels like to walk in the shoes of those with dyslexia, dysgraphia, and ADHD. We are hopeful that we will be able to continue this work in improving the lives of children with dyslexia and for all children with reading challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeBroni. Kelly Mayer, Catherine Lees, and Jennifer Mitkowski. Kelly Mayer.
Good evening. Good evening, President Peterson, directors, cabinet, Superintendent Wise. I have a short statement tonight. My name is Kelly Mayer, and I have been a Douglas County resident since 1997. And I also have never lived in San Francisco, just saying. I have 9 children with 5 currently enrolled in Douglas County schools. I strongly oppose the board's decision to move to a mask optional policy in Douglas County schools. This has been extremely difficult on administrators and teachers. Leaving it to parents to request accommodations puts a burden on families and leads to a lack of equity. Speaking of equity, there seems to be a lot of confusion about the difference between equality and equity. I heard a great explanation for it this week. Equality is giving everyone a pair of shoes. Equity is giving them a pair that fit. The equity policy is incredibly important to Douglas County School District. We need to ensure that all students and staff feel welcome. We need to ensure that all students get an education that fits. Please protect the equity policy as it is written. I also support an MLO, and thank you for bringing that up. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Mayer. Catherine Lees, Jennifer Mitkowski, and then Aaron Harris.
Good evening, President Peterson, directors, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Kathy Lees. I have lived in Douglas County since 1993. I have not lived in San Francisco either. I have 2 kids that attend Thunder Ridge. I am speaking on behalf of myself. I have an ask for the board of directors tonight. I am asking the directors to spend the next month thinking about the difference between policy and implementation. A policy is a set of guidelines that an organization to follow. Implementation is how members of that organization put this policy into action. This difference is important. It's critical that this board understands their purview is to set policy, not to implement it. As a volunteer in the school board committees for the last 7 years, I can say it's been very difficult to understand what my committee's responsibilities were and what was considered outside our purview. And in fact, there are several staff, cabinet members, and a director in this room that have told me that our actions are outside our purview. They would also tell you that I don't like being told that. But it's frustrating because our committees could see what the problem was. We even had options for solutions. We just wanted it implemented. I believe this is human nature, especially for a person that cares enough to give their time to the district. But they were right to push back. The reality is that as parent volunteers, we only see one aspect of a given issue, not the whole picture. It never meant that our concern was invalid, but just one important part of the whole picture. As leaders in this district, as the Board of Education, your purview is to set policy, not to implement it. Your job is to make sure all 7 of you have a shared understanding of the policy, and to make sure that your one employee, Superintendent Wise, has that shared understanding and he can implement it with his staff. I encourage the board to understand if the feedback they are hearing about a policy is about the policy, is it about the implementation and good leadership, or is it about the fear of how the policy might be implemented? Good leadership is knowing the difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lees. Jennifer Mitkowski, Aaron Harris, and then Julie Gooden. Ms. Mitkowski, okay. Aaron Harris.
Good evening. Hi. All right. Through partnerships made with organizations such as Able Shepherd, there is speculation this board would like to figure out how to arm our educators. With this, I would like to share a little bit about my story. I'm an educator. I taught for 14 years, and I was in a school shooting. I spent hours in the corner of my classroom huddled with 30-ish middle schoolers, texting my husband, who is a police officer, to see if he knew what was happening, to tell him I loved him, to tell him to give our kids hugs and kisses for me. I texted my parents, my sister, my friends. It was traumatizing. I've worked at 8 schools, and there is yet to be a single school that has done the whole practicing for a gunman protocol correctly. Not a single one. My husband used to tell me for years, schools need to stop giving teachers extra tasks to do during lockdowns, taking attendance, checking bathrooms, closing blinds, sweeping the halls, putting a door jamb in the door, the list goes on and on. They need to focus on the one thing and one thing only, keeping kids calm and quiet. I never doubted him, but until I sat in the corner for hours with 30 middle schoolers, I never truly understood how right he was. Your brain shuts down on logistical matters and ultra focuses on your children, making sure they are not panicked or hyperventilating, making sure your kids aren't believing the notifications they're seeing on their phones, holding their hands, reminding them it's going to be okay, helping them through the mental trauma that starts the very second you realize it isn't a drill. Our brains, teacher brains, are emotional brains, compassionate brains. They are not hardwired or trained for combat. After 17 years with a man who was in the Army and now a police officer, I can definitively tell you that the way his brain works and the way my brain works is not the same. He has spent 17 years doing intensive training to help his brain think and function the way it has. It's been constant work. Giving teachers another task by arming them and then expecting them to make their teacher-trained brains think like a police officer is not practical, not safe, and not what is best for kids. In that moment, those kids need the teacher brain full of compassion and nurturing emotions. I speak from experience. Arming our educators is a reactive plan. Mental health is how we help these students process their thoughts productively and proactively stop these trends. We do not want to arm our teachers. Today's kids are overexposed to intense and unfiltered information. We, as the adults in their worlds, must provide them with the tools and skills needed to help them process this constant influx of information. What we are doing currently for mental health in schools is just a beginning. We are beginning to understand the need for a focus on mental health and mindset for the next generation. We need to teach them skills needed to think productively and help them function within the adult world.
15
Coping skills,
seconds.
cognitive dissonance, boundary setting, compassion, empathy, teaching our kids the skills needed to process the worlds they are living in with help with so many of the other large challenges we face in our country. Bullying, teen suicide, school shootings. Life skills isn't just home ec and woodshop anymore. Life skills is helping teens understand their thoughts and emotions.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Next will be Julie Gooden. Someone listed as Jamie, if Ms. Duval can help me out on the last name, and then Krista Cooley. Ms. Gooden.
They signed up as Jamie, so that's what they entered, no last name.
Okay, thank you. Do we have Ms. Gooden in the audience? Okay, moving on to Jamie, if you're here. And ma'am, if you can just identify yourself, thank you.
Oh yeah, no problem. My name is Jamie Hambley. My family moved here in 1987, so I've basically been a part of this community since then. I'm back in my childhood home that my mom has been in since 1987, so I've seen a broad range. I actually graduated from Douglas County High School in '95. I actually don't have any kids in the school district right now, just because they have all graduated. My youngest is 22. But I did get very active just recently, just seeing how things have been. I want to welcome all the new board members for sure. I will tell you, just walking into this building, it's so much more peaceful. I noticed that at the meeting a week ago. I've noticed it today. I feel like even, everybody here just seems to be more peaceful, more calm, and I attribute that to the new board members, I must say that. I'm getting up here. My daughter, this is her first year teaching. She's a slow path to become a teacher, and I will tell you, it's just disheartening listening to all the stuff that she has to go through, this being her first year teaching. She never came in to be the mask police. As I was here till 12:30 a.m. the next day, just listening to everything that was happening. I went home, I texted her, she was asleep, just to tell her, hey, mask is a choice tomorrow. Most of her kids in that classroom, she said, but a few kids took their masks off. She said that continues to be what she sees in her school is a lot of maskless kids and a lot of masked teachers. My daughter is one of the minorities, and it breaks my heart that she is. It breaks my heart that she doesn't fit in because she's, choosing to do things differently. I do want to address vaccines coming up. I know that that's going to be something coming down the pipeline. It's nobody's business who's vaccinated and who's not vaccinated. You do not need to be putting out numbers of how many kids or in the school are vaccinated or what those numbers are. Again, that's personal choice. That is nobody's business. I feel like you do stand to lose a lot of teachers if you're going to implement a vaccine requirement or even testing. They shouldn't have to be tested. They shouldn't have to have things stuck up their nose to prove whether they're healthy or not. So I strongly, strongly encourage that we are not going to implement anything like that so that my daughter can continue to teach and do what she loves and be there for kids. Again, not policing all of these things that she shouldn't have to be. As far as the equity policy goes, I get it, but we just need to be good people, and you aren't going to just change people's minds. People are who they are. This whole thing of we have to get rid of racism, as much as I would love to see that, as much as I agree with that, you're not going to change everybody. People are set in their ways, they're set in their thoughts, and you can encourage them to think differently, but ultimately, in the end of the day, people are going to be the way that people are going to be. We just need to teach children to be kind to one another in all circumstances. Have a great night.
Thank you, Ms. Hibley. Krista Cooley, Jason Cassay, and Andy Jones. Krista Cooley.
School board and parents, I want to make sure you are all aware of a recent incident that happened. In my 12-year-old social studies class, counselors compelled the students to perform an activity similar to a privilege walk, which forces kids to state the ways they're privileged relative to others. The kids stand in a line and step forward if they answer yes to the questions. Step over the line if you have had privileges because of your race. Step over the line if you've been targeted of a racist comment. Are you close to someone that is part of the LGBT community? Have you been teased because of the color of your skin? Have you been teased because of your religious background? Are there double standards for guys versus girls? Step over the line if you are a boy and you are told that you should not cry. Step over the line if you know what an upside-down pink triangle is. Step over the line if you have a single parent. The students were then placed in a circle where another 12-year-old discussed suicide of her LGBT friend with my son. 11 days ago, I requested all these questions from the school, from this activity be emailed to me. I still have not received them. The principal supports this activity. He states the goal, objective of this lesson is to improve the climate and culture among students and to help create a positive, safe environment. Safe environment? What about the child standing next to their own bully in this line? What about the child that comes from a less than ideal home? How is highlighting their differences in front of each other at 12 years old safe? Compelling students to share their deep personal information with their peers is not a safe environment. Instead, it encourages shame, guilt, victimhood. It does not foster academic excellence. It goes against this district's goals to be inclusive and create a welcoming environment to these children. My son and others had an opposite reaction to this. I also emailed Corey Weiss. He did forward my email to the correct district representatives to respond to my concerns. I have yet to hear from anyone on the resolution of this situation. This reminds me of the Gemini's training to our teachers earlier this year, depicting children as either privileged or victims due to their unchangeable characteristics. This is not how we are going to raise successful adults. These programs are divisive, regressive, and they are not the school's role to impose on my child. Parents, talk to your children about what's going on in the schools. Speak up. By doing things like these privilege swaps, schools are too often overstepping the boundaries between parenting, my job, and teaching. I do not want the
15
school
seconds.
compelling my child. I hope no one ever gets the call I did. Mom, I can't breathe. I'm having a panic attack and I need you to come pick me up right now.
Thank you, Ms. Cooley. Jason Cassay, Andy Jones, followed by Gary Colley.
Good evening, guys. President Peterson, directors, Superintendent Wise. As you've already heard from other members, other parents today, on December 2nd, there was a meeting put on by STEM at STEM Highlands Ranch Charter to drum up support to build a new campus in Sterling Ranch. The presenters were not able to answer the tough questions we asked them, and they conveyed inaccurate information to the community. I'm asking you tonight to delay STEM from using land set aside in Sterling Ranch until a DCSD public school is built. Please understand that I'm not against charters. My kids will hopefully attend one next year. On top of that, I'm not against the education STEM provides. It's not about that. What I'm against is STEM using the only plot of land available in Sterling Ranch for a school. Once Sterling Ranch has the planned number of schools to support the rapidly growing area, then any number of charter schools can be built, including STEM. Here are some reasons why STEM is not the right choice for now. In Sterling Ranch, 22 kids attend STEM Highlands Ranch. Approximately 290 go to DCSD public schools. This is all K through 6. So roughly 93% of the kids that are in Sterling Ranch, that are K through 6, go to public schools. Sterling Ranch residents have to lottery in. Not everybody can attend. It's not guaranteed that everyone can go. That's not neighborhood, nor is it community. Initial grades will only be K through 3 versus pre-K to 6 or pre-K to 8. Traffic is already an issue on Titan Road. Anyone who lives in Sterling Ranch or in Roxborough knows that Titan Road is a mess. The school would be located at a section of Titan Road that is a single lane and then turns onto a single lane road. That's the road I turn on every day to get home and leave. STEM does not offer the same level of support for IEPs and 504s as DCSD public schools do. Many parents in our community were at this meeting and they share similar concerns. I want to highlight something. Thunder Vista Public School pre-K through 8 in Broomfield. Similar to Sterling Ranch, Anthem was a new community that needed a public school. They were able to pass a bond in 2016 and open the school in 2018. We can do the same for Sterling Ranch. One of the 9 planned villages are complete in Sterling Ranch with 2 more in progress. There's also, on the other side of Titan Road, Solstice, which is on its way. In the end, there will be tens of thousands of new homes, and many of them with school-age children. Based on the 5-year projections data from the LRPC, our nearby elementary schools, Coyote Creek and Roxborough Intermediate, will be over capacity, and Roxborough Primary will be at 90%. Sterling Ranch is growing faster than anticipated, and we might reach these numbers sooner. Adding new trailers to handle overflow is not the long-term answer. A new school is. I'm asking you tonight to consider putting a bond on the next ballot to raise the needed funds and start working
15
now with the
seconds.
architects and developers as soon as possible. If it passes, we can start right away building the new school for Sterling Ranch and have it ready in 2 years like Adams County was able to do for Anthem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kassai. Andy Jones, and then Gary Colley.
Good evening, directors and staff. Trust is the coin of the realm of the future. Tonight, I rise in full support of the efforts to increase compensation for our teachers and staff. Directors, last week, we witnessed a board that worked together on contentious issues, as well as 2 issues that were decided by a 6-1 vote and a 7-0 vote. The debate and discussion were professional and collegial, and that's exactly what we wanted in our local school board governance. We, the community, are tired of the pendulum swings, and we are not happy when unitary boards don't listen to the parents and employees on both sides. While there are still issues to be debated and voted in the future that will divide the board, one issue that has widespread support in this district and in the community is the need to pay our teachers and bus drivers more. But let's be realists. Many across our country and in this community are wary of the issue of increasing taxes in this high interest rate environment. The heavy taxation policies that Democrats pass at national and statewide level add to that distrust. If you directors Hanson, Meek, and Ray want to have any chance of winning support for a mill levy override or a bond to build needed schools and updating our transportation system, many in the conservative community need to see a more compromising tone from the 3 of you and your supporters. People have a choice. They can go to the mattresses over divisive policies, curricula that parents are opposed to, hiding behind edu-speak language that is not transparent. Or we, the conservatives, independents, and liberals in this community in Douglas County can see more of the collegial and cooperative behavior exhibited last week. These 4 new directors, ran on the platform of champion, I have an end of a cold here. Sorry. These 4 new directors ran on the platform of championing MLO and bond initiatives going forward that bring our district back to its rightful place in the state as the most desired district to educate a child and to be an employee. I will say this as clearly as I can. 2022 is expected to be a red wave election and will come with massive headwinds to passing tax increases. The minority members of this board and the community must decide which hills to die on if you truly want to pay our teachers and bus drivers more. Further, read the results of the election and weigh your battles against the need to build more neighborhood schools. Many of us in the conservative community are willing to use some of our political capital and have you work with us for the greater good. To put our kids first, let's lay down the rhetorical slings and arrows. Let's reach across the educational aisle to talk with each other instead of at each other. I will do my part, starting with my phone number, 720-989-7022. Send me a text. Let's continue the worthy effort of making Douglas County schools great again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Gary Colley.
Well, long time no see. If I can do this without stammering, I want to welcome the new board, and I want to discuss issues that kind of deal with a safe, positive culture and climate that was kind of brought up years back, but also state that that's going to continue to be elusive and frustrating if there's not a stronger commitment to a more collaborative relationship with administration and the parent community. The function of the CAC, for those of you who are new on the board, I think most of you understand what it is, but it's a nonprofit that I formed over 10 years ago to address issues of accountability in Douglas County School District. It has expanded to the point where a lot of times I'll advocate for individuals, parents or staff, in certain situations that are not being handled properly. And that's what leads to this particular public comment. This comment centers around parent community concerns regarding implementation, for one thing, of a complaint resolution process that was presented to the school board. By the way, David Ray brought community members together to get feedback on this particular policy or process. This was approved on the 18th. This was what was given at the board meeting. This is the policy, but if you go online to try to find it, I'm not technology driven, but I can't find it. So where is this process? I've had too many times where I've had parents and even staff members, because I look for a grievance procedure process in the employee handbook. Can't find that either. Can't find anything that really defines rights and responsibilities. And when somebody's not being handled appropriately during a concern, it's not there. So why isn't it? Now, I know you have one employee. That's the only person you can direct. I'm going to ask you if you will look at developing the resolutions, the technique that you use as a board to help define for our superintendent. He's relatively new. 4 of you are new. And come up with a way to develop a better system of accountability for everybody. Everybody's held accountable, not just a teacher, not just a parent, principals. It's unfortunate to sit in a meeting with a teacher that has a legitimate concern about mistreatment, and not even the Human Resources Department can see the reality of what is wrong here. Who steps up for parents and therefore kids? Who steps up for the staff? Who commits to working with the kids? You know, the most important formula we have here is
15
teachers
seconds.
working with students, because it's more than the curriculum. They teach them how to be students. But when they're redirected on how they manage their class, that's not appropriate. There's a lot of things that are not right. I'm asking the board, all 7 of you, to set better guidelines for our building leadership.
Thank
Thanks.
you, Mr. Colley. 5 or 10. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. We appreciate everyone that came for public comment. It is now, in fact, we'll make it 7 minutes. It's time 53. We'll come back on the hour. And superintendent-wise, as always, if you have staff members that you can let go, please do so. If everyone could please take their seats. Okay, we are moving to item number 13, adoption of the consent agenda. This is items number 14 through 21 inclusive. And do I have any motions from directors regarding the consent agenda?
I would actually like to remove item number 20 from the consent agenda.
Okay, and I don't think we need to take a vote. Any individual director can pull that. So we will pull that out. And now we're talking about the consent agenda numbers 14 through 19 and then number 21 on the consent agenda. Do I have any motions regarding those items?
I move to approve the consent agenda 14 through 19 and 21.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ray, second by Hanson. And vote Hanson,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Myers,
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray,
Aye.
Williams,
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Okay, the consent items, consent agenda items 14 through 19 and 21 are passed 7-0. We will now take up item number 20, approval of the 2021-2022 supplier spend estimated to surpass Board of Election thresholds. We'll start with any questions on the item, then we'll take motions and discussion followed by any votes that we need to take. So any questions on that item?
Hopefully just a quick question. I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. This is a request for $916,000 for purchasing portable air filter units. My question is just whether, actually it's $940,000. Is this something that has always been in our budget, or is this an addition based on the removal of masks that was passed last week, or the mask optional resolution that was passed last week?
And I think Superintendent Wise, or if he wants Mr. Cosgrove to pipe in on that.
We'll have three of us be able to address whatever questions. So between myself, Ms. Kataska, and Mr. Cosgrove, I'll start. These have been a part of our prioritization over time. So it's been part of the mitigating factors. As we went into the ESSER 2 funds, and this is where Ms. Kataska can probably explain better, we had prioritized a number of things. Online learning was at the top, that we needed to make sure we had the resource and flexibility with staff for any and all students and transitions. As we looked at the purifiers, air purifiers, it is a strong mitigation factor. We looked at the availability of those and also the cost. Current state with cost savings on online and the opportunity moving forward, it provides an opportunity for every single classroom. It also provides an opportunity to look at mitigating factors of air purification hourly within a square footage that meets all of our classroom spaces. And the ability to look at accommodations needs for all students. It also isn't just COVID. It can protect against other viruses, illness, and so forth. So we feel that this is not only a viable purchase, but having the availability to get all of them at the price that we are for each of our classrooms, we thought was a priority. So I'm going to let Ms. Kataska and Mr. Cosgrove maybe add in any more to that detail, and we'll also be available to answer questions.
So I don't have too much else to add. What Mr. Wise is saying is correct. So our original intention with ESSER 2, which is the second round of relief funding, was to almost solely fund our remote learning for this school year. It was important as we built our budget that we were able to offer that type of programming without any potential impact to our site-based budgets or our student-based budgets at the school level, knowing that there could be multiple transitions back and forth into that program. We didn't want to put our principals into the position of having to move money in order to support that program. As we build that budget, it starts with an average salary. We make an estimate of the number of staff that we'll need and the cost that they will be. As we've now have all of that staff seated and we feel like we're relatively stable in terms of the population that will be taking advantage of that programming, we do have about $1 million, $1.2 million in savings from that funding source. So that combined with learning about the availability of the air purifiers, We had previously been awarded a grant through the state of Colorado, and we're able to put these same types of units, although a larger size, into our lunchrooms in all of our elementary schools. So we've sort of vetted the quality already. We know that our mechanical and electrical capacity can handle these air purifiers. And so with the savings, really wanted to act quickly, knowing that, districts and companies all across the state are starting to take advantage of these. And when our supplier came to us and said they have 16,000 in stock and we could get them shipped directly to our schools over our holiday break, really wanted to take advantage of that.
And directors, thank you very much for the question. This is separate and in addition to the many protocols we have for our HVAC upgrades and operational protocols for COVID-19. So as CFO Kataska said, in the past, we actually had a challenge obtaining air purifiers. However, prior to August of 2020, we actually distributed 250 such units throughout our schools in rooms where we have high occupancy and changes in student populations, for example, in our specials and elective classrooms. And we also received a grant for another 145 this November, which we've already distributed. And those went to elementary school cafeterias. So this will enable us to have one air purifier in every single typical classroom in all neighborhood schools, magnet alternative schools, as well as certain select rooms and support facilities. One air purifier can turn over the air, can clean the air in a 700 square foot classroom every half hour, or in a 1,400 square foot classroom every hour. So they are a significant improvement and recommended by CDC and ASHRAE.
Good, Director Ray.
Mr. Cosgrove, did we notice a difference in those rooms that have already had them for the past year? Did we notice a difference in terms of positive incidents or quarantines or any indicator that says that that worked?
I would have to check that. The challenge would be that these are in rooms where students come and go. So, with the many students coming and going to an elective room or a cafeteria, that quarantine may not be the best measure because those students, it's not the same cohort.
Director Meek.
Yes, I know this is a mitigation factor, opportunity that we've talked about since COVID started. So I think it's probably very prudent with the removal of masks to spend funding to make sure that this happens. What's the timeline for delivery?
Over winter break. And we're working with our warehouse function and vendors to see how we disseminate these to schools direct ship. With 3,750 units, we don't want all of them going to the warehouse. And so we are working for the first week in January for the start of school. That's our target, but that has not been finalized yet.
And Mr. Cosgrove, while you're there, these units have filters that must be replaced periodically. What is the life cycle of these filters?
1 year. And so a filter lasts 1 year, and we're getting with these filters an extra filter. So we have 2 years. And the replacement for the filters is in our current budget, and we're going to have to build these into our future budget as well.
Other directors on item 20? Director Meek.
I guess all I would say is I'm a little frustrated we didn't do this sooner. When I look at the budget and I look at funding and everything, I'm just disappointed. This isn't something we would have done sooner. But I support the purchase.
Okay, do I have any motions regarding item number 20?
I make a motion to approve the air purifier purchase, which will surpass the Board of Education's threshold specified in policy DJ.
Second.
A motion by Ray as stated, second by Williams. We'll call the roll. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weininger?
Aye.
Okay, item 20 is passed as a separate item, 7-0. Moving on to item 22, approval of minutes. As stated, do I have a motion concerning approval of minutes from previous meetings?
So moved.
Motion by Ray. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Weiniger. We'll call the roll. Hanson.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Passed 7-0, approval of minutes as presented. We are now on item 23, the study action items, and we will start with the proposed mill levy certification. This will be a 15-minute presentation by the District Business Services Department, followed by a 5-minute Q&A period and a vote.
Good evening again. So here to present to you now our mill levy certification. So mill levy certification, before we get into the detail, is an annual process conducted every December in order to certify the tax rates that will be applied in property tax collections for the following calendar year. So this is a normal process we undergo every year. However, we are in a unique situation because of something called mill levy correction, which I'll talk about in a little bit, that further complicates it a little bit in the current situation. And so we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail in addition to the normal process. So we'll first start with just a general summary of our different tax bills. We have more than just the School Finance Act or mill levy overrides that you need to be aware of. Go through that mill levy correction, which is applicable to the School Finance Act only. Just a little tutorial on how to calculate mill levies, helpful for you all as you are certifying the taxes, but then also for our public viewing if they want to calculate that impact on their own, either residential or non-residential property. The recommended mill levies that we ask for you to certify this evening, and with some of that reference, how that's changed over the course of time for both our residential and non-residential. So to begin with those school tax bills, there are 4 different types of school tax bills that a property taxpayer would see on their property taxes that they pay, both for our residential and non-residential. The first one is the School Finance Act local share. So the School Finance Act is a combination of local and state sources of funding, and a large portion of our taxes is dedicated towards that. We will talk about what you see there as House Bill 2014-18 tax credit and net levy through the course of the next few slides. But just know that that amount that we're asking you to certify will be 26.44 mils. We then have 5 separate mill levy overrides. So our overrides, as written in the ballot language approved by the voters of Douglas County, exist in perpetuity. They do not sunset. And so we have authorizations that were approved by voters in 89, 97, 2003, 2006, and most recently the 2018 mill levy override. So those total to $73.7 million. 40 million of that is from that 2018 mill levy override. The next type of tax that you'll be certifying tonight is our bond redemption tax. So that is allowed by statute in order to pay off the debt service from our general obligation bonds. So when we receive that funding up front from passing, such as the 2018 bond that was for $250 million, that is the debt service in order to pay that off, as it is not paid off from our general fund. It is a total separate funding source of property taxes. And then finally, the last type of mill is our abatement, which is allowed also by statute, which is for the district's proportional share of property taxes that have been abated and refunded by Douglas County. So I want to just give you a little bit of history, and we're going to go back about 30 years here. So back in the 90s and early 2000s, many school districts, including Douglas County school districts across the state of Colorado, obtained voter approval to retain and spend School Finance Act dollars in addition to in excess of their property tax revenue limits set by Tabor. What this meant when they had this voter approval is that they were de-tabering their School Finance Act. So this passed for Douglas County School District in 1998, along with the majority of school districts in Colorado doing it in this kind of 2-decade period. So once a school district is detabered, they are permitted by the voters who detabered to keep the local property tax mill levy in place at the time of that detaber vote. However, the Colorado Department of Education interpreted the statute to say that some detabered districts should have reduced their local property tax mill levies through 2007 until in 2007 they froze them through legislation. So when they did that and CDE made that interpretation, what that did was it reduced districts' mills below the amount that their voters had authorized. And so it is now clear, decades later, that that should not have been the recommendation from CDE, and that school districts were actually undertaxing and should not have reduced their tax rates. So after that frozen legislation, there was no longer this reduction in the School Finance Act mill for DCSD and other school districts. But what that essentially happened and what it contributed to was that the local share of the School Finance Act contributing to the total program formula was overall reduced, and that went down, and the increase on the state to fund the difference went up. And so legislation was taken over the last 2 sessions to restore, moving forward, this erroneous recommendation that was brought upon school districts. So school districts did not do anything wrong. School districts were advised by the Colorado Department of Education to do this, and we are asked by state law to now correct this issue moving forward. So mill levy correction is state law. We are obligated to set the mills at the rate in which CDE says we must set those mills as set by law. And the local school board must do this in accordance with the total program in order for us to receive that funding from both the state and the local taxpayers. So to look at basically the last 18 months or so in terms of what does this mean for our taxpayers in the current year's property taxes that have pretty much been collected, and then this upcoming year based upon the certification that will occur tonight. So there's kind of a few phases, 3 phases of this. So the first phase was the passage of House Bill 2014-18, so this was in spring of 2020, which basically indicated that school districts would need to look at 3 different parameters and determine which one was applicable to them. And so the bill that was set, which was in order to correct this error, said each school district will have a new mill levy target that is the lesser of 3 options. The first option is the mills required to fully fund the district with local property taxes, meaning no state funding. The second option is the mills in place at the time that the district obtained voter approval to detaber, or 27 mills. So you pick the lesser of the 3. I'll walk through on a future slide what that means for DCSD. So the next step that occurred was a year ago in December of 2020, our school district certified temporary tax credits in order to hold the amount taxed to our taxpayers flat at the previous amount, but to show a tax credit on their property taxes for 2021. So school districts did this, including us, which for us will show what that meant. There was a separate line added into the tax bill for the tax credit. And now past the step 3, which came this most recent legislative session, House Bill 21-1164 states that CDE must implement a correction plan for school districts to, as quickly as possible, but not more than 1 mill each property tax year, reduce those credits to get school districts to the amount that they should be taxing for their mill rate. So for DCSD, what applies and what does this mean for us? The lesser of the 3 options is 27 mills for us, which is a good thing. We're not far away from that. Just to walk you through the others, if we were to be fully funded locally, meaning no state assistance, that would be 76.397 mills. That is because the over 50% of our funding is actually from the state share, which we see quite common in large metro districts. The amount when we detabered in 1998 was 35.122 mils, so that was also higher than the 27. And so we are not subject to that part either. So the temporary tax credits is that difference between where we were in 2019, before all this passed, at 25.44, and that new target of 27. So last year's certification included a tax credit of 1.56 mils. So now, in order to fully fund the mill as stated by CDE as quickly as possible, but no more than 1 mil a year, that means that our certification amount will be a mill of 26.44 this December. So we'll have a temporary tax credit of 0.56. And then next December, we will be at 27 mils with 0 temporary tax credits. And then we'll be finished. And that will be the new amount that we're frozen at under current legislation. So I want to show what this means to the average residential taxpayer, because again, this is something that was voted upon by Douglas County voters back in 1998. Many of us probably weren't property owners in Douglas County back in 1998. I know I sure wasn't. But this is something we are all obligated to participate in. So if we go back a year ago, and we'll just assume for ease of the numbers, property values are the same. The average residential property value in Douglas County per the assessor's office is $558,000. Apply that by the residential assessment rate, that's 7.15%. That gets an assessed property value of just under 40 grand. So that 40 grand is what you're paying the taxes upon. So that mill rate last year, so that was with the full temporary tax credit, was 0.02544, which meant that the school property tax bill was $1,016. So holding that value of the home the same residential assessment rate to get to the same assessed property value applied by 1 mil greater, that increases the school property tax by to $1,056. So this average homeowner would pay an additional $40 a year in their school property taxes towards the School Finance Act due to this legislation. So big question is, where will this money go? We are generating more dollars locally. How does that affect our schools, and how does that affect the state's budget? So the estimate from the state, so this is from Legislative Council and Joint Budget Committee, indicated that it would raise approximately $90 million statewide for this fiscal year. These are funds that will save the state on their state share, holding all else equal, if they didn't make any changes to the formula, in order to decrease their burden of paying a portion of the School Finance Act. However, what will be done this year, as set within the School Finance Act, is those dollars will go towards the enhancements that were added to the formula and the factor changes added to increase funding for at-risk and English language learner students. So the formula for the current year added for the first time reduced lunch students and added additional funding for English language learners that we didn't have previously. So the state was able to do that utilizing what they were saving and basically the local share picking up a larger percentage. So what's important to know from this is it's not a dollar for dollar back to each school district that is generating the increase in local property tax. It's just keeping it within the K-12 budget. So that's just an important thing for you all to know. So to summarize, because I know this is complicated information, I was on the steering committee with CDE to put out the materials, and I still find it confusing. But the main takeaways I'd like you to have on this first part on the mill levy correction is that this is a legislative and legal directive. We really don't have a choice about this. This is a historical undercollection, and it is not going to be retroactively applied. This is just correcting moving forward, despite the number of years that it was incorrectly taxed. It is a phase-in approach. Some school districts are as much as 18 mills away from their target. So it's going to take statewide 18 years to correct this issue. We're fortunate that it's just going to be 2 years for us. And finally, that the funds generated will result in more funding for education, which obviously is a positive statewide. So if you would like more information on the mill levy correction, presented a longer presentation that was actually designed by the Colorado Department of Education to the Fiscal Oversight Committee last week. That is linked here within your materials if you'd like to see some of the material that they've prepared. And then I've also linked in some informationals directly from CDE that are not custom to our district, but it gives some more information about how this was something that was at an erroneous recommendation from the state. So as we move into those three other types of taxes that we have, I wanted to give an example as to how to calculate that tax rate. Because with the School Finance Act, we're working with a fixed tax rate and determining annually what that is going to result in terms of property taxes. So we're working in the reverse when it comes to our mill levy overrides and our bonds. We know how much we want to generate in taxes annually, so we have to back into that tax rate. So what we do in order to calculate that is we look at what is the amount we have voter approval to generate. So our total mill levy overrides all added in is about 73.7 million. We divide that by the assessed value. We actually have a little sliver of Elbert County as well, so it's not just, if you were to look on the Douglas County Assessor's website, it's not just the Douglas County assessed value. So we do that math, and that gets us to that mill rate. So that is applied across each one of the individual mills, as well as the bond and the abatement tax. So these are the mills that we are recommending you certify this evening. So we have within here the 2021 recommendation, and then the mills that were certified last December compared to the mills certified the December prior to that. The reason why I wanted to show 3 years is I wanted to show what it looked like before there were the temporary tax credits, with that first year, the temporary tax credit, and then what we're asking for your vote on tonight. So the total levy that we are asking for certification on is 43.797, which is an increase from the prior year, largely due to that 1 mill increase in the School Finance Act, but part of that is offset by having a lower mill on the mill levy overrides, because we're working towards a fixed dollar amount, and we have an increased property value, which means a little bit less per dollar of, actually not dollar of property, but per residential property taxpayer or non-residential. So what does this mean for our average residential taxpayer? So again, using that average home value and the amounts as presented by the assessor's office for the prior years, and we are on an odd year assessment update, so that's why you see the same amounts for 2 years in a row. Getting to that residential assessed value by applying that residential assessment rate to determine the mill levy rate applied by that assessed value to get the residential taxes paid. So this you will see there is that increase in residential taxes from 1,633, so this is inclusive of all the taxes, not just the School Finance Act, up to 1,750. Know that our business community will be interested in theirs as well. There's a different assessment rate for the non-residential. It is 29% instead of 7.15. And so a non-residential property using a comparable business value will have a different assessed value. And so using the same tax rate, because the tax rate is the same, that shows the non-residential taxes paid. So on a comparable value, on a comparable value to the average residential value, the non-residential taxes paid will increase from 66.23 up to 70.96. So the final slide is the action that we are requesting this evening. So we are asking that you vote this evening to certify the mills as recommended by staff with the associated resolution. We will then take those signatures and submit it as soon as possible to the respective counties. That is legally due to both counties tomorrow. That is the date set in law. So this meeting worked out perfectly, but some years, just for your future reference, we have to do a special meeting for this if a regular board meeting does not occur in a 5-day window between the 10th and the 15th. So with that, now open to any questions on any of the information related to mill levy certification.
Go ahead, Director Meek.
Of course I have to ask a question. So is the estimate about So it's $40 per year that you showed. Next year, it would probably be around 20. I mean, is that kind of how you'd estimate that?
Yes, assuming the same average residential home value, it would be approximately an additional $20 on top of this 40. And then that would be that new ongoing amount under current law.
So I just want us to think about this topic as we're thinking about going out for an MLO. I mean, this is part of the conversation and the education that has to happen. And just want to highlight that for future conversation.
Director Ray?
So Ms. Doan, how does that impact? I know Director Meek talked about that we have maybe a more challenging message if we do go with a new MLO to get out there, because we have taxpayers are going to say, well, gee, you know, my taxes went up 60 or $100, and you said that there wasn't going to be a tax increase when we passed your last MLO. So what impact does this have on the future ability for us to initiate another MLO? I mean, we're not frozen at 27, but yet we can still pass MLOs that are beyond that. That's just the floor, if you will, of the MLO. So what's your opinion in terms of what that does do to our desire to go out with a new MLO?
I'm not sure that I can answer that, not being an expert in polling or anything like that. Not sure. Mr. Weiss, if you have an opinion on that.
I think, as stated, we're going to have to help educate. School finance in Colorado is extremely complicated. This is not a choice that we have. This is determined and is through CDE. So I think on that side, what we ask for and what we control of a future bond and MLO towards our district and the specifics towards our district is going to be important to share. And I think in this case, this is a state law put on to us going back to 1998, which is an adjustment. But I would say the local base going to the state is not a direct, as we said, dollar for dollar back to our school district. So I think it's going to be very complicated. We're going to have to be extremely clear in our communication, explain the difference in the two, then also do a very good job of making sure we survey the needs and then the ask for what money and then how we will distribute that and spend that after.
That fairly well covers it. We are preparing communications out and getting those ready for distribution out to community. Certainly wanted to have this conversation first, largely relying on materials that have been provided by CDE. But it is helpful to, for all that hear and as much as anyone understands it, to help carry that message because, to Mr. Wise's point and Ms. Doan's, this is something that we are legally required to do. And the other half of that is that it is not a dollar for dollar impact to Douglas County. While it is super beneficial that it stays within K-12 public education, it does not mean that we as an individual school district will see that as a benefit of this type of change.
Other questions? Director Weiniger?
Yeah, I saw this presentation at the FOC meeting and you guys did a great job there. And I did have a question like, well, what if we vote no on this and not have that tax increase? And you guys are like, well, then our school doesn't get any funding. And I was like, okay, then I guess this is kind of out of our hands. So yeah, just so the community knows this is a state law. This is more a formality of us voting on it so we can receive the School Finance Act funding.
Yeah, I'm not concerned with this vote. I think to Director Ray's point, I think it's, and Director Meeks, it's more around the messaging, education, and making a good case. And frankly, I think writing some very tight MLO language where we make a contract with the taxpayers, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Any other questions from directors? Okay, do I have a motion as presented for the action requested?
So moved.
Motion made by Weiniger.
Second.
Second by Myers.
Just to clarify the motion for the sake of legalities, we need to probably clarify that it is to certify the mill,
Yeah.
and as well as accepting or approving the resolutions associated with certification of that mill.
To be specific, the motion is for the Board of Education to vote to certify the mill levies as recommended by staff on December 14th with the associated resolution. So that is the motion before the board. Thank you, Director Ray. Calling the roll, Director Hansen.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Passed 7-0. Okay, and now and because this is really important, we're not going to do this via EverSign.
So those two just require your signature. And then, Director Williams, oh, so I'm sorry. Yes. So you're going to sign here. That's right. She does not need to sign those. You're going to sign those, President Peterson, right here. And then I have one more for you to sign. Not me. No, okay. And then you're going to also sign here, sign and print. Okay, and then David.
And we will move on to item number 24. This will be the beginning of our consideration of waivers of various policies. Item number 24 is American Academy Charter School waiver request of policy JLCC and then policy ADB. And we will start with policy JLCC, communicable disease and long-term illnesses. We will have any questions about the policy as presented, then motions, then we'll have discussion, and then a vote. It is important to note that when we read through all of these waivers, there are 6 here from 4 combined charters, and for point of argument and discussion, they read letter to letter, word to word, the same, with the exception of the actual name of the charter schools for both the waiver the proposed replacement policies for both JLCC and for ADB. So starting with American Academy Policy JLCC, do we have any questions about the waiver or the proposed replacement? Director Ray.
I need to understand the rationale for why the request has been made. And I've gone through the letters a couple times, and I want to make sure I'm understanding. So the reason for the request is because the district enforced the policy that we want to waive it. I mean, that's what I'm getting. I mean, I'm paraphrasing maybe too generally, but that's what it seemed like was the motivation, is that we didn't know you were going to enforce this policy that we didn't waive, but now that you're enforcing it, we feel like we need to request that it be waived. And I just want to seek to understand if I'm capturing the spirit of that correctly or not. So I don't know who wants to help me answer that, but that's the question I'd like to put out there.
Mr. Mosher, did you want to take that? Or we do have representatives from American Academy here. I didn't read it that way, Director Ray, but maybe we should hear directly. I think we have Mr. Kalia there, if you'd like to approach the podium. Kalela, thank you.
It's been pronounced worse. Good evening, everybody. So the idea, Director Ray, is that last year JLCC was in place during COVID. And we had very different approaches to our COVID protocols. And last year JLCC was not imposed upon charters, but this year, for whatever reason the district deemed fit, it was. And so we want to make sure that moving forward, we have the same autonomy we had last year. God forbid this happens again, hopefully it doesn't, but we just want to make sure that there's clarity around our autonomy on that. So Does that make sense?
It does, so I think I'm close then, is that you feel like that the mitigation strategies that were imposed onto you recently was different than what you would have put in place had you had the full autonomy to do that?
A couple of things. It was the imposition itself. So last year, there was no imposition, JLCC was in place, and the district didn't impose. Whereas this year, there was an imposition. To us, that was inconsistent, and so we just, again, want to make sure that moving forward, there is that autonomy. And just to answer your question, otherwise, we did have different mitigation strategies last year than the district. We had different mitigations this year than the district. And that created a little bit of tension between us, and we just want to make sure moving forward that doesn't happen again.
So it was the imposition. Is that fair?
It was the inconsistency,
Okay.
yes, and the attempt to impose. In light of that, and that inconsistency played a part as well.
Okay.
So we want to make sure that there's no inconsistency moving forward.
I have a lot of other questions. I don't want to hog the mic.
No,
I see
that's fine.
Mrs. Kane on her way up here too.
Yeah, I was going to say, do other directors have questions before moving back to Director Ray? So just in spirit with the earlier briefing we got from Mr. Mosher and stuff, my understanding of this was it really is coming down to the idea that the central idea of charters of autonomy and accountability. And obviously, autonomy is something that I read in that you're seeking to regain through the waiver, as we discussed all waivers in general. And also with that comes the accountability to your community, to your board. Remembering that Superintendent Wise, while he's navigating this issue based on the resolution we passed last week for the district, charter schools have their own ability to navigate that as they see fit. So that's where I read the request is just to honor that accountability and autonomy that comes with the nature of being a charter school. So with that, I believe we have Ms. Kane ready to address that issue.
Yeah, just to be super clear, we believe JLCC was interpreted by district staff differently this year than it was last year. So it's a little bit different, I think, than perhaps what you were saying, Director Ray. So we believe it was interpreted differently. So last year, for example, I'm only using masks as an example, remote and in-person learning could be used as well. But we followed the state mandate as the district did, but the district mandated for all students, and we mandated for students based on the state mandate, so 12 years old and older. And it was fine. We did what we needed to do for our community, and the district did what they needed to do. We were all following everything we needed to follow, and that was where a shift happened this year, just in the interpretation of JLCC. So reasonable, yeah.
Other questions from other directors? Just my statement, we've had, I think it's been 7 weeks since the charter requests were made, so we have had 7 weeks to kind of go out and ask some of these questions around the whys and the intent. But we can certainly, so I think, Director Ray, you're still having questions around the why of the waiver, not so much the replacement at this point. So I'd like to stick to the why if you want to do that, and then we can discuss the appropriateness of the replacement.
I'll yield for now. Director Peterson, I need to ponder and process a little bit, so thank you.
Okay. Any questions from directors around the proposed replacement policy that American Academy has indicated that they would like to use in lieu of JLCC for their charter? Any questions around the wording, anything that's not clear, and then we can discuss its suitability. I'll start with a question. We earlier discussed when we were talking about waivers, we talked about replacement policies that may be aligned with the intent of a board policy. Those seem fairly easy. But we also discussed briefly the case where a charter may actually have umbrage or disagree with the actual intent of the policy. Which one of those scenarios do you think fits this case with JLCC?
In my view, we're entirely consistent with the intent of the policy. So it was just a matter, again, of the interpretation.
Yeah, and if I may, just in the main, I don't know that there's any question or shouldn't be any question as to certainly the district following the law, local, state, and federal law. Charters do as well. We're accountable to that as well. So that's probably a key component of what you're looking at. And I suppose our answer to that is of course we would and have.
Director Ray?
So I think what I'm struggling with is, it seems like it's a bigger discussion to be had in terms of if there's policies that charters have not waived out of. It sounds like that, this is the first I've heard, that there's a concern that they'll be interpreted differently and the district will insert itself that will compromise the autonomy of a charter school. I think that's what I'm understanding is the issue. But it seems, then I hear the same regard, well, our replacement policy essentially is the same as the district policy. There really isn't any changes. It still meets, the same expectation and consistency. So I'm struggling with why are we looking at a replacement policy if the issue is about how we enforce policy? If that's the issue, then let's have that conversation.
So I think I can address that. You're right, the replacement policy is virtually the same. What might be different is our individual staff's implementation of the policy. So the district chose to interpret and implement JLCC the way it did last year, and American Academy chose to implement and interpret the very same policy in a different way, and that was completely fine last year. But for whatever reason, there was this desire and imposition of you have to interpret it exactly the same way as we are on an implementation standpoint, the difference between the what and the how, right? So we'd rather not be here waiving a policy if we could avoid it, but we definitely need the ability to do our own how.
So really it's the superintendent interpreted it and your replacement policy says the superintendent doesn't get to interpret it for our school.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you got it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that was fairly clear. I read it as well. I compared it to our revised JLCC that we passed 6-1 the other week. I found it very consistent. The one keywords here, and I see is American Academy will manage common. So it just clearly states it's around implementation, and that's what I took the intent to be with the waiver at this point.
Can I ask them one more question?
Yes, please.
Have you seen the revised JLCC that the district approved? Or the board approved? Okay. Any concerns that with those revisions, because it's not word for word identical to your replacement policy, there are some changes that we've put into that new revised JLCC? And I mean, just.
I think yours and ours are essentially the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Questions by other directors around the replacement or the reason or anything around JLCC? Do I have a motion around to approve or deny? Or do I have a motion around this item, JLCC waiver, just the JLCC waiver? We'll come back to ABD for American Academy Charter School.
So moved. Are we allowed to vote on two different ones with? if they're on the
We
same
are
one?
just voting on the waiver for JLCC. We'll come back here in a second and address American Academy's waiver for ADB. When you're saying so moved, is your move to approve the American Academy Charter School waiver request for policy JLCC? Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, motion by Weiniger,
Second.
second by Williams. Discussion. Go ahead, Director Ray.
So some things I'm going just to throw out for discussion purposes. One is that I see this JLCC policy really closely aligning with safety. When we talk about managing communicable disease, we're really talking about the safety of our student population. As a matter of fact, I think the way we revised it last week it's probably bigger than just a student-specific policy. It really is, probably goes in the E section of policies that really talks about how we maintain safe facilities. So I'm concerned that if we start waiving policies that say, well, in this school, safety is dealt with differently than this school, that it really puts us in a compromising position as a district. I mean, just when we look at emergency response protocol, you know, the charters must buy into services that are emergency related, from our director of security to helping them train around emergency protocol planning and things like that. And I feel like this is pretty closely aligned to what I would consider safety for all students. I appreciate the argument that I heard tonight from American Academy regarding interpretation. I think that's a bigger discussion to be had, because I think we're setting this precedent that says the superintendent doesn't have the authority to do certain things if it's a charter school. And I think I can be okay with that in some circumstances, but I think for us to use a policy to really not get at the core issue, and the core issue is, what authority does the superintendent have in terms of what I consider policies of safety to impact all our schools, regardless if they're chartered, neighbor, or magnet, or whatnot. And so so this policy in particular, I'm struggling with because of the safety undertone that I feel like this is speaking to. I don't have an issue with the charters wanting to be able to have more autonomy in terms of everything else in their building, as far as operation and instruction, educational program, all that I will support fervently. But I think when we come down to safety, we have to be tight. And no student should have a different expectation or a different standard, if you will, just because they're in this school versus this school. We ought to be able to say all students, we guarantee that there's certain standards of safety that we're going to provide. And I think that's the consistency piece, and that's the piece where I think the superintendent should have discretion to be able to say, on safety issues, all 64,000 of our students are going to be reassured that they are going to be treated in the same way in terms of being protected. So that's my opposition to seeing any of our waivers that deal with safety. And I'll talk about some of the other policy later, but that I'm struggling with. I'm also struggling with the timing of this. When we honor a waiver request mid-year, we really don't give students the opportunity, or the parents of those students, to be able to change schools because they disagree with the waiver. And I think that's another thing that I'm concerned about. And not that students and parents would all of a sudden exit because they feel like that the director of the charter is making the decision instead of the superintendent. But we have to be honest, we've gotten a lot of communication in the October time of parents that are terrified of us doing any kind of compromising to this policy, or specifically to parents from the charter school that was very concerned about how there were differences in terms of how our neighborhood schools were handling it versus the charter schools. So I think we have that issue as well, is that when we do a mid-year request and we honor it, then we're not honoring the parents who disagree with this, and because they don't have anywhere else to go. So those are my two, I guess, big issues that I want to throw out there that I'm having some concern about.
Director Williams.
So, Director Ray, I'm just going to ask you really quick and then I'll respond, but did you guys get a lot of emails last year in regards to the fact that they were doing the policy or interpreting the policy differently than the district?
It really was just when there was a presentation to the board about waiving this policy or replacing it, that's when we really heard from the parents.
Okay, so I guess my thought is when it comes to safety and security, I mean, obviously we want our schools to be safe and secure for our students and staff. I guess for me, if they're following state laws or mandates that are put into place by, let's say, the governor last year, 11 and older had to wear masks. And they chose to say, let's not do that. Let's just do what the governor is saying, whereas the district is saying one or the other. I still think there's accountability to make sure that charters are following law or mandates that come down from the state. But I don't, I guess, see a problem with interpreting JLCC differently as long as they're being accountable to the students and staff.
Director Hansen.
As the board secretary, I may just have or as the previous board secretary, I just have a slightly different perspective. I felt like we were very consistently receiving communication from charter and neighborhood school parents, and it didn't matter what the policy was. The issue was divided enough. There were people that were unhappy at every single school across our entire district, and it did not matter what your policy was. So as the person responding to those, I would say that they definitely came in sooner than just when. It's absolutely been over the past 2 years.
Yeah, and I'd like to respond to Director Ray's two concerns. He first cited safety and saying, well, because this bleeds into a safety issue, we then maybe should not have as much discretion. But back to the nature of charter schools and their autonomy, we've seen a lot of stuff done in the last 18 months, going on 2 years now, in the name of safety that has restricted autonomy of individuals, autonomy of institutions, and I would caution the other way of using safety as a reason to erode, specifically in the case of charter schools, their autonomy. The second thing is around the timing and accountability. I believe it is inherent in the nature of charter schools that they are accountable to their community. So if there is a future issue where the community being served by those charter schools does not appreciate or does not agree with the decisions being made by the charter school leadership, they take that up with the local leadership, they take that up with the charter school board, and that is the mechanism that is built into charter schools for accountability. So I actually don't share those concerns. In fact, my concern is the overuse of safety to further constrain people's actions and choice. Director Weiniger, go ahead.
Can we verify that no charters have waived out of policies related to safety? I was just wondering if that's happened, just wondering. But also, as far as timing goes, I think they kind of answered that. They received kind of bad timing and miscommunication on how JLCC would be imposed on them during the summer when parents were choosing the schools as well. So I think it kind of goes hand in hand with what they received as communication and their timing with this waiver.
Sorry, Director Meek, did you have something first?
Sure. I guess I was struggling a little bit with the same as Director Ray with the safety issue, which is really why I was asking the questions earlier around liability, right? So if we are waiving that, the liability then goes to the charter board, and the charter board is dealing with that. And that's my understanding as to how that would work. And I just really want to make sure I am clearly understanding that.
Yeah, that's how I understood it. I think we're getting some nods. I believe Mr. Mosher is going to speak to it. But my interpretation, I do share that, Director Meek. But in this case, I think that's an explicit ask from them. We want to waive out. We want more autonomy. We acknowledge the accountability, and we also, through accountability, acknowledge the liability. So,
what you just said is what my understanding is from conversations with the school directors moving towards this process. Was yes, they are assuming that responsibility. That's my understanding. One other point of clarification, Director Ray. So with the timing aspect, according to the contract we have in place currently with all the charter schools, if there's a change in policy, which there was a resolution that was put forward at any point in the year by the board, we would then have to give them the ability to waive that policy as well. So whether it was 7 weeks ago or today, we would be in the same process of having to honor contractually that waiver process.
And I don't think there's any debate about the right of the charters to request this waiver. So, I mean, that goes without saying. Other directors? Director Ray?
Well, I do want to just stand corrected, Director Hanson, in terms of, she was, definitely had more of the pulse in terms of the emails. And I didn't mean to indicate that only the charter schools were getting concerns about some of the mitigation strategies, how they were implemented. I certainly want to take that back if that was the indication. But I think where it's problematic is that, again, it's the inconsistencies of safety. It's if we are asking if we feel like it's in the best interest of our Douglas County students to do X, Y, Z for the safety of others and themselves, then I think when we're inconsistent, I think that's where it becomes problematic. And I would hope, Director Peterson, that we would never do anything for under the name of safety to compromise autonomy. I don't think that certainly would never be my agenda, or I don't think any other director's agendas or staff agendas for that matter. But I think what this is about consistency, and our parents live in Douglas County. And so when they see this school do this school do that, they want to know, why is my child getting different treatment in terms of safety measures? And I think that's my summary concern. So
We do have a motion. Any other further discussion? Okay, just to reiterate, we had a motion by Director Weiniger, seconded by Williams, that the Board of Education approve the American Academy Charter School waiver request for policy JLCC. I'll call the roll. Director Hanson?
Pass.
she said pass.
A pass.
Just give me 1 second.
Sure, I will come back to Director Hanson. Director Meek?
Aye.
Director Myers?
Aye.
Director Peterson? Aye. Director Ray?
I'm going to say no, just because of what I mentioned earlier. I feel like that there's inconsistencies, and I think we're sidestepping the issue that we need to discuss, and that is the authority of the superintendent in relation to our charter schools. And I do think we need to have that conversation at some other time. So my vote is no.
Director Williams?
Aye.
Director Weiniger?
Aye.
Director Hanson?
Aye.
All right, passed on a vote of 6-1 for policy JLCC for American Academy. We will now take up policy ADB, educational equity, and we will again start with any questions around the request for waiver or the replacement policy, followed by any motions and then discussion. Director Hanson?
Just a quick question for clarification. Is this premature, given that it's on the agenda to revise this policy at our next board meeting?
I don't think so. We have agenda planning 2 days from now on the 16th to actually set the agenda. I've been reminded by other board members that that is a special study session and not something that we would take up action items. So right now there is nothing officially on the agenda yet for relative to ADB. And there were several comments on that at public comment tonight as well.
Thanks.
Any other questions on the actual waiver? Director Meek?
Yeah, I think mine's more around process, and I'm trying to think how the district can improve its process, right? As we're developing policies, right? We go out for multiple readings and we ask for feedback, and we're trying really hard to develop a policy that's really going to meet the needs of everyone. And I know in the past I've asked, do charters here, are you aware when policies are out and we're asking for input? And I've been told yes, it's part of the outreach cycle that happens. And I don't think I remember any feedback coming in. And I guess I'm just wondering, would you want to participate in the development of the policy as it's being developed? Because I don't remember that participation happening. And I guess it's more a question. Because I'd like to develop a policy where we're developing a policy that reflects our community's values, where our charters are part of our community, and we're building that together. Does that question make sense? Okay.
So we weren't specifically reached out to and asked. Now, of course, we read parent newsletters and everything else, so I don't mean to make that sound quite as lame as it did. But we weren't specifically reached out and asked to give input. So that's not something that we did. And as for, working together to develop policies, I mean, we're always happy to contribute in any way that we can. But as a charter school, we're working with our unique community and our unique community's needs. And Director Hansen, you're right, you guys are about to potentially make changes or whatever to the equity policy, and we've discussed that, and we feel a little bit like, yeah, but we like, for our community and our staff and our needs and all the feedback that we've gotten from our staff and our community, this is what, we feel like meets our needs and our particular mission in the best way. So we would still want our own policy in this regard, similar to the way that we implement our own curriculum.
So that's really helpful. And what I'd like to suggest is that we do specifically reach out to the charters, and we do specifically ask for feedback when we're going through the policy process, because it's really important. Significant portion of our students attend charters. And when we do SAC surveys on budgets, we ask charters to weigh in. It's very important to us. And so if it's something we need to improve upon, I think we need to do that in that process, because that's really important for us to hear. And then, I struggle thinking, we're a community, right? You want to be part of the Douglas County School District community. That's why you're chartered here, right? And so what can we be doing to build as strong of a community as possible? And I think working together on policy development would be a step in the right direction.
Sure, we're very open to that. And I really want to correct myself. I so do not want staff to feel like they somehow did something wrong or didn't reach out to me or anything like that. We certainly were aware in a general context that it was happening. That's not how charters have participated in policy development in the past. So I don't think it dawned on anybody to do it that way. So I just want to be super clear that nobody's neglected to do anything over here. So
thank you.
And while you're there, I'll ask a similar question to the waiver on JLCC. It seemed you indicate on JLCC that maybe the policy was not an issue, you were worried about implementation. Is that the same concern that you have for policy ADB? Do you have a implementation concern around this policy?
That's a really great question, and actually, our concern, if you want to call it a concern, with this policy was less. It was on room for interpretation based on the wording that was in there, and again on our specific mission, which was about meeting every child where they are academically, which by definition is about identifying academic gaps. So. And as I stated in our presentation, we're not implying that anybody is interpreting it in any different way. Just for our community, we want to make sure we had clarity so there was no room for misinterpretation about lowering the bar for anyone or anything like that. So, yeah, and so I hope that helps.
Director Myers.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but JLCC and ADB is more of a curriculum. ADB is more of a curriculum. So we have a number of charter schools in this district with several different curriculums, different programs that they use, correct?
I would say ADB is not a curriculum, but it's an approach.
Okay.
Okay, it's an approach to serving kids. We all want to make sure that we take care of each and every child and that we meet each and every child where they are and get them the resources that that specific child needs to be able to thrive in our systems. But our approaches might be a little bit different on how we do that.
So along with charter schools, it's choice, how you're going to implement in your school, what you're going to
I
do
think,
along this, maybe not call it ADB, but something else.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just how we're going to approach. And we all want to take care of every single child, and we're all going to approach that the way that works best for our communities and our specific missions.
Yeah, one comment on Director Meek's collaboration. As charters bring forth these waivers and things, I think it's something, it's a bit of a two-way street. I've read the Equal Access to Opportunities proposed replacement policy. I personally, and I will only speak for myself, find it being clarifying and incredibly balanced, looking at different groups, considering the realities of differences and honoring those, but also looking for equal treatment. So I thought it was incredibly balanced, and what I would encourage is we go into this discussion of equity next year, maybe have other schools, including, in fact, our own neighborhood public schools, look at what's done here and maybe borrow some of the language that is either clarifying or brings balance to implementation. So I think we can, again, share best practices, and this is something we should definitely collaborate on, as you said, as a larger Douglas County district that includes both our neighborhoods and our charters. Director Ray, did you have something?
First of all, thank you for standing in the hot seat. and I know that you really helped.
I had no idea that I would be here.
I appreciate that. Mrs. Kane, thank you. So what I heard you say earlier is that this was not as high of a priority of a waiver as JLCC, because JLCC seemed to have immediate implications that you said we've got to deal with. So I guess my question is to you is, if this is not an urgent waiver, would you be amenable for us to do the work this year as opposed to ruling on this request? Because like Director Peterson says, who knows? We might merge some things together and come out with a better product for the district. So I'm just wondering, is there a reason why there's a sense of urgency for this request to be considered?
Well, while we were doing waivers, there seemed to be no reason to keep poking at that. For now, this is a waiver request, but again, that's always something we can always work to the extent that we could be helpful. We can always work on something together, and if the new revised ADB lands in a place that everybody feels really good about, we're not necessarily opposed to saying, we don't need to waive it. But for now, since we've gone through this whole process and come all this way, we would very much appreciate a decision on our waiver. Yeah.
And back to an earlier comment, I don't think this is what I'm hearing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, this is not a disagreement with the intent of the educational equity policy.
Absolutely not.
This is something that is attempting to give your interpretation of that intent that seems to be pretty aligned with what the district was trying to achieve through ADB. So again, I don't think this is a big, we have a charter school that completely that just disregards or disagrees with the intent of a policy. This to me looks like a unique interpretation that best fits in your mind, your school.
For us, yeah. And truly, I just can't say enough. Every single one of us wants to take care of every single one of our babies. Like, we want to make sure our kids are loved and included and have everything they need from us to be successful in life. That's what all of us want. So we're just taking the approach that we're taking. So.
Okay. Do we have a motion regarding American Academy and waiver request for ABD? Sorry, ADB, Alpha Delta Bravo.
Do you need a motion? So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Director Weiniger that the Board of Education, I assume you're recommending approve the American Academy Charter School waiver for policy ADB.
Yes.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Williams.
Discussion?
Director Ray?
So I'm going to answer the question a little differently that was asked than that Director Myers asked and Ms. Kane responded to. This policy is not an approach, it's a commitment. And the reason I want to make sure we are clear on that is because we have a section of policies in our administration manual. All our A policies are called foundation and commitment. That's what those policies are speaking to. So in those in that section of policies, we find things like non-discrimination, equal opportunity, safe schools, student wellness. That block of policies really serves as the definition of what is the foundation of Douglas County School District. So that's where this, to me, has a higher stake than just interpretation, approach, curriculum implementation. It really is a policy that lives in that foundation section of who Douglas County is. And I agree, I think Mrs. Kane's right on, is that we all have the same goal. We all want to make sure that all kids get the resources they need to be successful. I mean, I think that's very clear, and we've defined that as such in that educational equity, but it's a commitment, it's a promise to all our students, all our 64,000 students, that say, no matter what roof you're under, we're going to do everything we can to acknowledge your journey, respect where you are, and do everything we can to help you be successful. And so, again, when we're starting to compromise the very foundation of our school district, the policies that serve as the very foundation, I have issue with that. And that's why I'm pleased to hear Mrs. Kane say that, you know, she would certainly be amenable to having future conversations about shaping that, because I really believe those policies in that A section are for all kids, all schools, regardless. And so, I'm just going to put that out that I think this is premature for us to grant this. And I think it's premature because I think those A policies, as Mr. Mosher does his work around what are automatic waivers and what are waivers that should not be even considered, I think that section A is going to be in that section that says no one should have permission to waive from a safe school plan policy. No one should be able to waive from a student wellness policy. So it's not about approach and implementation, it's about commitment and foundation. And so I will just advocate again. It's not that I'm, you know, anti-charter, anti-anything. It's just that I am pro Douglas County School District, and there's certain things I think we ought to stay tight with that says all kids are guaranteed this kind of foundation when they're in a Douglas County school. So that's what I will put out there regarding this.
Director Meek?
Yeah, I agree, and I think that's where I'm struggling with this one as well. I don't think we could have been more public with this policy and asking for feedback month after month. Like, everyone knew, and it was put in place, but why hasn't the waiver come forward earlier? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand why we have individuals sitting up here on the dais who sat on committees, and it came before the committee multiple times, and no one expressed concern. And so all that I'm hearing right now is that there are problems with the implementation. That is not the policy. The policy, you don't throw out a policy because of implementation. You fix the implementation. So I guess it's just, what makes us Douglas County? What are the policies that make us Douglas County? What are the processes that we go through? And I feel like we've gone through the processes, we've done all the work, and I'm not understanding why we need a waiver for this policy.
Yeah, and I think I'll comment on that. Where there's a misalignment between policy and it, which is an expressed intent, the what and the why, and the implementation, there's could be a couple reasons. One could just be really good policy with just poor implementation, right? And again, we have one employee, and that would be to redirect the superintendent in the implementation if that was the case. The other could be the fault of the board, and I mean that being if the policy is open to misinterpretation, thus misimplementation, or it is not clear, or there is so much room or imprecise language in a policy, that I think belongs with the board, because we are not helping our executive, our superintendent, and everyone else to implement with that intent. We put up some kind of sloppy guardrails. That's where no secret up here, I've said, look, I think we need to take a relook at this policy. I base my recommendation on what I believe to be misalignment in some areas, in some cases, with the intent that I think is good of ADB there. So what I'm hearing from our charter is, since there is some misinterpretation, they want the ability to clearly implement it in a way that they see fit, because I don't think, from what I heard and what I read from American Academy, that they have any confusion about how it should be implemented at American Academy Charter. And I think it's completely aligned with the intent. And again, we can discuss the words of the policy. So again, what I heard earlier, something allowed by states. This comes down to the basic issues of, and we've discussed it many times tonight, autonomy and accountability. And I would be inclined to grant American Academy the immediate autonomy and accountability for their implementation of what they're calling their equal access to opportunities policy. And that does not keep us from collaborating, engaging, and going forward to address this issue into the next year. Director Hansen.
I believe this is a legal question, but it may be for Mr. Mosher, but is our board responsibility to grant a waiver if a replacement policy is sufficient to cover, I guess I'm just looking for those parameters of when it is appropriate to grant a waiver. What do we need to specifically have that we can see that the replacement policy provides?
Thank you. Thanks, Susan. Thanks for the question. And this was just, if I can, just a little bit, going back to Director Ray's question around the A policies. I can tell you that in the original process that has precluded me being here, that ADB was identified as a non-waivable, but not, or as a non-automatic, but not non-waivable, along with, which I think would be similar, is the non-discrimination, equal opportunity complaint and compliance process form. We're still saying the intent is there. You have to follow that intent of non-discrimination and compliance, but the form that you use to implement in your charter school might be different than the form that the district uses to implement that policy. I think that kind of is a similar, an alignment in my interpretation. But yes, as a process, if there's a waiver request that comes to the board, the staff will present that to the board. The board has the right to approve or deny in resolutions, and then the charter school has the opportunity to appeal to the State Board of Education if they see fit.
So I guess what my concern is, and maybe I can be more direct, if our board's responsibility is to, excuse me, is to approve a, sorry, I do not have COVID. If our board's responsibility is to approve a replacement policy that meets the district policy's intent, or I guess what my concern is are we fulfilling our board responsibility, given that I know the agenda has not been set, but it is very clear that ADB is going to be revisited. I just want to make sure that we are not creating a problem for the board where we are saying, yes, you can waive out of this. Yes, this policy, replacement policy, meets what our board requirements are, when we don't know what those board requirements are. Does that make sense? I'm struggling to communicate. Thank you.
It does.
I think we might be mixing apples with oranges a bit here. So let's separate out what the board's responsibilities are. First of all, the board has a responsibility to ultimately make a decision on a waiver request. And that is something that comes after it is presented with a replacement plan or proposal, which has been done by American Academy in this instance. And then secondly, I think that this idea that it in some way has to meet some standard, there is not legally a standard set that the board needs to meet in order to make that decision. The decision is based on a reasonableness standard which is contained within the contract, which essentially states that the board will not unreasonably withhold, I think, and maybe I've gotten it wrong, and Steve, please correct me, but you cannot be unreasonable with respect to your decision to approve or deny the waiver request. So hopefully that's helpful, Director Hansen, in kind of separating out what the obligation of the board is, which I think is clear from the contract or the words of the contract, and the fact that the board actually has to act within the authority of the statutory provision contained within the Charter Schools Act. And the Charter Schools Act actually recognizes a difference between district policy waivers and then other waivers, and there is some discussion regarding that in the act as well. But I think there's also an acknowledgement that of the autonomous nature of the charter schools with respect to making a request for a waiver from district policies.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you, Ms. Klemesh. I would just piggyback, and among other things at American Academy, I coach basketball and act as its attorney. So my own view is that you have to go with what's in front of you. We can't presuppose that ADB will be replaced in the next 3, 6, 9 months. We have ADB as it currently sits, and you have the waiver in front of you as it currently, or the replacement policy and the waiver in front of you. And we think from American Academy's perspective, it's appropriate to act within those confines.
Very helpful.
Hope that helps.
Thank you. Very, very.
Yeah, just to get some clarification from Council Klemesh, is we either have to vote to approve or to deny this, is what I understand tonight. So given that, we do need to take action. We can't just punt this and say, hey, maybe revisions will meet your liking, maybe they won't. Again, I concur with Mr. Colella said regarding we just have what's before us. We can hypothesize about what things may be, but I think we need to deal with what the policy is today. Yes.
Director Peterson, thank you very much. But just for clarification,
Okay.
I don't believe that there's necessarily a prohibition that would prevent the board from necessarily saying we can move this in the future unless, and I'd be happy to let Mr. Colella weigh in on that. But certainly, ultimately, the board, I think, will be in need of making a decision based upon what my interpretation, I think the language of the contract.
Yeah. And does that include the time from the original filing of the waiver? I understand that that's why we're discussing this, in fact, at this meeting, because of the required clock around a time to either grant or deny the waiver.
I don't believe, and I'd have to go back and look at the contract language again, that the contract said that a decision may need to be made at this meeting, but it certainly needed to be considered within a certain period of time after the running of 30 days after it was presented at that October 27th or whatever meeting, and it was the next regularly scheduled meeting thereafter that it would be taken up by the board. At least that's my recollection.
We believe this is the meeting you'd have to vote on it. And Ms. Klemesh is not wrong in that the board, I suppose in theory, could punt. But I think, I believe you mentioned, Ms. Clemesh, that or Gordon did, that there are appeals rights in that regard too, per the law. So, yeah.
Okay. With that, we do have let me go back to my notes to make sure we do have a motion on the table by Director Weiniger, seconded by Williams, that the Board of Education approve the American Academy Charter School waiver request for policy ADB. Without any other discussion, I'd like to call the roll. Director Hansen?
Aye.
Aye. Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
I'm going to say no because I believe it's unreasonable to ask us to waive policy that's about the foundation of our district and our commitments to all students.
Director Williams?
Aye.
Director Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed on a vote of 6-1. That is the end of item number 24. I will remind the directors out of time that the Aspen View, North Star, and Lehman waivers read basically word for word the same as the American Academy waivers, with the substitution of obviously the appropriate charter school there. So moving to item number 25, Aspen View Academy Charter School waiver request of board policy JLCC. Is there any questions before we take motions? Do I have a motion regarding the Aspen View Academy Charter School waiver request of board policy JLCC?
I motion to approve the Aspen View Academy Charter School waiver request of board policy JLCC.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion by Williams, seconded by Myers. And unless there is additional discussion, I will call the roll. Director Hansen?
Aye.
Director Meek?
Aye.
Director Myers?
Aye.
Director Peterson, aye. Director Ray?
Out of consistency, I'm going to still vote no because I believe it compromises consistency of safety measures for all our students, and I think it also compromises our superintendent's authority to be able to ensure that all students across the district are protected.
Director Williams?
Aye.
Director Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed on a vote of 6-1. We will now take up item number 26, North Star Academy Charter School waiver request of board policy JLCC. Do I have a motion concerning that?
Motion to approve North Star Academy Charter School waiver request of board policy JLCC.
Motion by Weiniger. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Myers. I will now call the roll. Director Hansen?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray? Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed on a motion of 6-1. Taking up item number 27, Lehman Academy Charter School waiver request of policy JLCC. We will discuss this one first, then we will come back to the Lehman Academy Charter School waiver request for policy ADB. Do I have a motion concerning Lehman Academy Charter School waiver request of policy JLCC?
I motion to approve Lehman Academy Charter School waiver request of policy JLCC.
Motion by Williams. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Williams, second by Weiniger. I will now call the roll. Director Hansen?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
No.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed on a vote of 6-1. And then the second part of 27, do I have a motion regarding the Board of Education and the Lehman Academy Charter School waiver request for policy ADB?
I motion that we approve the policy for Lehman Academy Charter School waiver policy of ADB.
So what I'm hearing from Director Myers is you recommend that the board approve the Lehman Academy Charter School waiver request for policy ADB. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, motion by Myers,
Second.
seconded by Williams. I will now call the roll. Director Hansen,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Myers,
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray,
A no again, stating that I believe it's unreasonable to request a waiver from foundational and commitment policies for our district.
Williams,
Aye.
Weiniger,
Aye.
passed on a vote of 6-1. We do have, based on the acceptance or the modification of the agenda, one additional item to take up this time with action items, and that would be the board response to the compensation presentation, which was item number 6 on the agenda. So at this time, I'll open it up to any discussion around the board response to the compensation presentation.
I guess I just want to know, what are the next steps to start getting feedback from community or whatever we need to do to move forward with an MLO?
So next steps with compensation, obviously, is working with our staff. I think at the same time, we are looking to a board onboarding meeting, diving a little deeper into compensation, along with master capital planning, setting the stage of needs. I think then there will be survey work out to the community, setting up planning. So next steps, I think, will be in January, working for some dates of onboarding with this as a purposeful topic on top of our retreat, and then building forward our action plan as a district.
And then I will reiterate what I said earlier tonight to the superintendent. When we do agenda planning on the 16th, I think we should strongly consider adding an item to have some of our committee members come and give us their advice and guidance on how to best balance MLO and bond as a priority, how to potentially message this, and then also consider what we should be doing independent of the work that's going forward with compensation to really start engaging the community in a active, bipartisan, however, outside to start working the messaging and community engagement to actually get these things moving towards being put on this year. So,
yep, and study session for the 11th is on engagements. So I think as we look at the agenda planning, we can define a little bit more of what those study session topics will all include, because that's a large topic.
okay, Director A, I think did you have something?
Yeah, a question for directors and possibly for staff. Are there any of you that are interested, like I am, to take a look at costing out what it would look like to honor some of those staff members that are farther down in the lane? We saw that there's a huge discrepancy when we get to year 10 comparatively to our neighboring districts. And I would be interested in knowing, since we do have some latitude and we are blessed with some additional funding currently, is there another scenario that might honor those people as well, recognizing that the cost will go up? So I would be interested in knowing if there's another scenario that we haven't thought of or that we might consider. And I don't want to do if it's just like, no, it's prohibitive, there's just no way we can do that with the funds we have, but I'm interested. That's one of the things that I've heard from our teachers the most in terms of response to this, is they love the fact that we're moving to a predictable schedule, but I'm hearing from our teachers that have been in the system for a while are saying, but it feels like that I'm not getting honored for my longevity in the school district. So just wondering about if there's other interest in that.
Ms. Gutowska?
I will say that as we have looked at the models that have been presented, there is infinitesimal number of potential solutions there. We did actually model out Cherry Creek's full salary schedule. It would cost about $70 million. And so
70 million additional or 70 million total
so the
package?
24 that we're proposing becomes 70 in year 1, and is an ongoing cost with incremental increases. So really trying to balance that placement of staff on the schedule, being competitive at different points in the schedule, and financial sustainability. We heard most of the concerns, at least that I heard from directors tonight, were around the what if a mill levy doesn't pass, and really trying to be very conscientious about what we are able to commit ourselves to doing in these early years where we don't know yet what the outcome of that will be, without having to create significant other sacrifice budgetarily, again, if that doesn't work in our favor in the very near term. Another thing to keep in mind about a potential mill levy is we will have to make that decision formally in the August timeframe. Our budget will be adopted in June. So we're going to have to make some decisions not knowing, what the future holds and then having some uncertainty. So my recommendation, Director Ray, would be, I think we could have, one, to the heat maps that we had laid out, looking at what those heat maps look like for those that are oversell and those that are undersell, because I think that can help guide our decision-making about where we make some tweaks. Thinking about longevity as a one-time payment as opposed to a base building salary increment, so a one-time recognition of lengthier years of service, and that's something we could certainly start to model out. But I would be really cautious about building in too much more of a base building increase to that total bogey that we're looking at.
Yeah, and in my comment to piggyback on top of Director Ray, of course, I think we would be open, especially if you're getting feedback as you continue to engage the full scope and depth of our employees and staff. If there's some themes that you're hearing, we may have to do some offsets, and again, you may have to do some juggling and some creative math. I would think everyone would be open to those, especially with the why, who's recommending it and why they're recommending it would be helpful. I really want to echo some things that other directors brought up. I'm very interested in what is Plan B and what is Plan C. What is Plan B if we hit that year 3 and we don't have an MLO in place? What do we do the next year and the next year other than keep working on MLOs? And what is the graceful degradation to continue with this plan other than full stop? So I'm actually very concerned, and I do acknowledge we are in a interesting sequence where we are going to have to commit to something with the big unknown of not knowing whether something is passed or not.
Yep, and the other thing that I'm just trying to be really aware of is in that total compensation conversation, needing to we've got a benefits costing estimate for next year meeting coming up next week. So that's another large chunk of this that we're just trying to layer in. I will say too, been here for about 18 months, and my first conversation before this board and before our staff was talking about furlough days. And so I've had to ask for a lot of trust building as we've gone through those conversations, and talking with employee council last night, we talked a lot about that we have been saying as a system for a very long time that we're gonna get it fixed, we're gonna get it fixed, we're gonna get it fixed, and we have a real opportunity before us to actually do that, and that's taken a whole lot of trust of our system to come along with us on that journey, and trust that we really would rectify what we've said we're gonna rectify for a number of years.
One other quick comment, if we're going to talk potentially at the January 11th meeting and we start talking about not just the MLO, but the relationship with the bond, I really appreciate the roadmap, that we just don't look at year 1 and go, wow, this is great. I really appreciate the fact that you've laid out this roadmap over many years. So not only do you have immediate predictability, we know what's coming, at least 5 years out. And I would just highly suggest that we talk about bond things in the same way as we present those, not just what's next, but try to, again, normalize this process as much as possible for the district, for the taxpayers, for everybody around those expectations. So thank you for that roadmap approach and not just the snapshot.
Absolutely.
Director Ray.
I trust you. So I just want you to know that if you bring a scenario that says this, we've looked at the heat data and we've tweaked this, and this is really the best we can do, you got my trust. I just want you to know that I'm definitely not questioning a judgment call, and I know how many infinite scenarios there are that you could possibly have come up with. So I want to just make that statement loud and clear. I want to check on a couple assumptions though. So I know we didn't talk a lot about our classified employees and our non-licensed employees. I saw that we are launching into this adjustment of wages. my question is, are we also assuming that they will get COLA, or the cost of living increase, as well? And any wage adjustment that we can do, is that an assumption that was part of your presentation?
Certainly, Director Wright. Obviously, our classified, our admin, our pro tech don't work in the same way as our teacher, our license schedules. We're not placing them on a step and lane based on education attainment and years of service. It is working within the salary range. So there is an abundance of work happening to evaluate the ranges themselves, similar to the work that was started last year. Also making sure that people that are in a like job profile have like responsibility and therefore like compensation. So just sort of doing that across the board. And then ultimately looking at how we adjust individual pay once those underlying factors are changed. When we made the adjustments heading into this year, by bringing up those starting salaries, we knew we created a whole lot of compression, and we absolutely did, but it was sort of the best we could do at the time was start to make some progress on the ranges. Now will be the time to bring forward individual people within those ranges, and it's a very back of the envelope number. If anytime you see very round numbers with, just very round numbers in a finance presentation, it's pretty much a swag. And so there is a $10 million estimate in there right now. I do anticipate that will come down, but we're just trying to, as a placeholder, kind of worst case scenario, to account for that.
Thank you. And then the other assumption that I'm hearing us put out there, and I want to make sure I'm understanding, is if we do indeed, and I think we should probably make a motion tonight, Director Peterson, that we want staff to immediately explore the options of an MLO and bond so that we really direct them to aggressively do that. I don't think we want to wait till a January meeting to make that directive. But so it sounds like, though, the assumption, and I want to be clear, is that I know Ms. Kataska said August is kind of the time frame when you begin to make, and I want to make sure, are we talking about an MLO bond possibility for the 22 school year or the 23? And just to clarify that, because I heard a little bit different when you said, we need to do that in the August timeframe, so.
Let me rephrase. So yes, the thought is potentially a levy and bond election in November of 22. The August date is that by which we have to signal to our counties that we would be going for that in order to get it placed onto a ballot.
Thank you.
The work is already happening to look at some preliminary scenarios, and that work will continue from here on out. But it's August that we have to officially make that designation that we're going on the ballot.
Right. And then my last question, if I may, Director Peterson, and then go ahead if you.
No, go ahead and finish up. And
my last question really is on the timeline. We've got that we finalized salary and benefit proposal in March and April, and I don't know, and probably that's just the way it has to be, that we have to wait, or that it can't be done any earlier. So that's my question: is can it be done any earlier? Because that is the heat of the hiring season, and if we don't give some kind of commitment to our employees that say, this is going to happen, because we've been talking about this for a couple of years. If we can't make some commitment before hiring season starts, I'm fearful that we'll lose employees because they don't know how to compare what they think they will make should this go into place. Does that make sense?
Sure. And yes, the goal will be that it is earlier than that. Part of the conundrum is layering in the benefits packages as well, and any changes there. But yes, our hope, hearing no major objections here tonight, and I don't know whether that requires an official vote here tonight either, is that we will begin to move forward with the proposal as it's been defined currently. Any changes that would take us off of that are certainly something to consider, but a formal communication to our staff likely happening in that time frame once we settle out some of the other pieces. First thing they teach you in budget school is one-time money for one-time things and ongoing money for on-time things. And I recognize that we are using a substantial portion of one-time money, but it is because we have that available to us, because we plan for some of that heading into this year, that I'm actually a little bit more comfortable implementing and starting to put into action some of these proposals than I would be waiting on a governor's budget and trying to see where we were gonna land heading into the legislative session.
Director Williams.
So with the unknowns of not knowing what's going to happen with an MLO, I saw that in the presentation that the first year there would be no cost of living increase. Is that correct from what I saw?
That is correct. So our current schedules are based on the starting salaries as they exist today. So we wouldn't make another 2% roughly increase to those starting salaries. We're starting on the overall range that exists currently.
Okay, so would it help at all if we held off or removed that until 80 to 85% of the base was?
I would say we could evaluate that heading into next year, whether the COLA would be awarded. The concern there is we know that our neighboring districts who have the ability to do so will continue to increase by their, whatever their COLA is. So eventually, if we were to pause that for too long, 3 years down the road, we're in the position again of saying, and now we gotta add another 20 million, whatever the, the amount is to catch us back up. So the more that we're able to do that over time, the better, but it's absolutely a lever that we can pull next year as we're evaluating kind of where things turned out.
Yeah, just a thought, that's all.
For sure.
May I add a couple of things? Obviously, even all of last year's, we're taking a look at our budget. Beginning of the year, we were at $31 million in cuts. As we got towards October, November, January into the spring, come springtime, we were committing that we think we can do this. We think that we can control this rather than needing to go out for a bond and MLO, and kudos to that planning of the entire district. Obviously, I think the great thing that we hear is consensus. This is a need. It's a need for our county. It's a need for our school district and to value our employees. One of the things we look at it, even when you look at how much money can we put in this year, reality is you can put in more, but you have to pass a bond and MLO sooner. Plan A, B, and C will be to go out for a bond and MLO every year until we pass. The same thing we have to do is say what it's going to be used for, but then we also have to say when we start getting to that point, what could we lose? And we have to be very clear that we've been through it before where we lose great people. Teaching and education is about the people. We want to value and keep, hire, and retain the best. So I think in that end, we also need to make it very clear is what if we do not pass? So we want to paint what we want to spend on and also what happens if we do not pass. And I think that value will help and bring us together as a whole. So I wanted to speak to that and truly the work of the staff to say when we make it a priority, we want to make it happen, and that we, unless told otherwise, we're moving this forward. We're moving to implement. Every action we have is in place to put this in place. The little bit of caution on amount when we say 10 million for classified and admin ProTech is we want to make sure now that as we cost that out that we have appropriate. Whatever we can add in and do well to plan out, we will, and we'll look at all those different options. And we have some employee groups that even with additional compensation, we still have a hard time hiring. So I think we have to figure out what else can we do. So hopefully that explains it too.
Yeah, and I think I heard from Director Ray maybe a motion around this to, in fact, I'll let you state your motion.
I didn't give you a chance to write it. So I would make a motion that we support staff's recommendations to move forward with the compensation project, and that we would direct our superintendent to explore the options for placing an MLO bond on the 2022 ballot, and that we finalize our salary schedules as soon as possible, would be my three-part motion.
And just to be clear, that is not directing the superintendent to pursue that, it's to start the exploration or the investigation into how that would be done, correct?
Right, yep.
Okay.
I used the word exploration for
Thank you.
intentionally, so thank you for that clarification.
So we have a motion on the floor from Director Ray as stated. Do we have a second?
I second.
We have a second from Myers. Any discussion before going to a vote? Okay, I will call the roll. Director Hansen?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
So passed on a vote of 7-0. That brings us to item number 28, and we're not going to get it all in before midnight, but we are to the president reports. As mentioned previous, but I will restate it for the record, we have agenda planning for the 11 January school board study session that is scheduled for 11:30 this Thursday, the 16th of December. As with all agenda planning, that will be open to the public to attend virtually. A Board of Education study session is scheduled for January 11th, 2022. That will be our first board meeting of the new year. And then also a board retreat is being scheduled for the 22nd of January, where we will go over ends, means, and other things as suggested earlier. I believe that was by Director Meek. My only other announcement is I would like to thank the Douglas County Community Foundation of Colorado for their $25,000 contribution to the Douglas County Educational Foundation, and specifically to promote youth mental health and the Sources of Strength program. So thank you to DCCF for your generous contribution. On to number 29, Vice President items.
So actually, mine's kind of 29 and 30. Kind of. So I just wanted to actually talk about Director Meek and I went to a meeting today with the Board of Health and the district, and I just was going to give a brief recount, and you can add anything that I miss. But my interpretation is the Board of Health made it clear that the school district can make their own decisions. For now, we're going to continue doing what we have been doing regarding quarantining, and going forward, we are going to have smaller group work with the Board of Health to assist in making quarantine guidance clear and keeping our students safe. So that's kind of what I took.
Yeah, I think all I'd add is that is a staff, that's a superintendent committee, advisory committee. And it sounds like there would be monthly meetings. I wasn't clear if that would still include board members in those monthly meetings. I wasn't sure what your thinking was on that.
We're going to define down. Obviously, this is our very first meeting. So I'm thankful that we had our first meeting. It included a lot of people. So we will try to narrow down, have invites that are purposeful. We want to be inclusive, but we also, I was very aware today that as you, sometimes how we can narrow down to be more purposeful. But we'd love to have you a part of it if that's something that you'd like to be. So we'll work on that invite.
I guess the other thing that was, we talked about roles and responsibilities for the various organizations, and I think there was a lot of confusion initially, but what I heard, and I think it's important for the public to hear, Jogan, am I saying that right, is responsible for helping the district with COVID response. Fusion Cell, who was on the call, they are working with the Board of Health directly. And so there's no direct connection. And just in the air of transparency, I just want to let the board know, I gave Superintendent Wise right before this meeting a document that was given to me about Fusion Cell that really is very alarming. It seems that I haven't gone through and verified what's in it, but I think if what is in it is accurate, I would have concerns about the district. You're working directly with that organization, so I'm sure he'll forward the information over.
Question, Director Williams or Director Meek. So is there clarity about the quarantine protocol, or not?
So we do have clarity of quarantine protocol as we are currently. We will be meeting Monday, I believe, with a smaller group that will be defining that even further. So as we looked at it, the role of today was to establish what needs to happen. Really helping Jogan, who is supporting us with our COVID protocols, taking that over. They've hired a few new people, really narrowing down consistency of message, consistency of practice with Douglas County Schools. The other piece would be then the Fusion Cell organization is a consulting group that's working with Board of Health. how they might be able to give any guidance or whatever as a whole to think about. Next steps will be also as we define out as a district with Jogan what any further steps will be in our processes, and we're really driving that as quickly as possible through this week and to be ready as we come back in January. We've all set the plan to be able to come back in January with more details on those next steps. But we do feel, one, we've identified and are identifying those students with medical compromised systems or ADA systems that might need support, really working through how we support them immediately with accommodation requests and decision-making. And then at the same time, how we look at supporting all students and staff with any exposures and positivity. So I think on that end, we have a good system in place that we, without impacting all of our staff directly, would change, that we have a good system to continue, and then we'll continue to define that ongoing, immediately and ongoing.
So our current protocol has not changed with the decrease of mask wearing. The protocol remains the same. And can you give us just a quick 2-cent worth? What is that protocol?
So working back with CDPHE and Tri-County, we had isolation and targeted quarantine. We also have regular classroom settings and high exposure. So as you start looking at that process, when you get to outbreak status, you have quarantines. So we were working to look at health and safety along with minimizing the impact of quarantines that we've seen in years past. So we're working through that same thing to look at each situation to determine exposure, if we get to outbreak status, and quarantine impact and quarantine process. That's also including the letters to let people know of exposure, monitoring symptoms and positivity and testing to look at further need for isolation within that.
So outbreak equals quarantine, otherwise there's no quarantine.
There could be specific situations that you could have quarantining, but as a whole, you look at an individual situation in a regular setting, and you have the isolation looking at the individual who is either positive and or with symptoms to stay home, work through the testing. So if you are positive, you isolate, and through that process, you have a period of time which you isolate.
Thanks.
Yeah, it'd be maybe great to get that in writing or something. I mean, I think there was a lot of confusion. There was a lot of technical issues with hearing Board of Health and kind of following along. And, you know, I felt like the conversation was all over the place as people were figuring it out. And in essence, my takeaway from the Board of Health representatives, because there was confusion that Jogan and even Fusion Health's report was telling us to do things that were more restrictive, the Board of Health said, well, you don't have to listen to them. So I feel more confused than before the meeting, honestly, and that's where I heard there will be another meeting with a smaller group of people to work out the details. I didn't hear resolution in the meeting.
Yeah, and one thing I just want to clarify with Superintendent Wise, what I heard in there is this is still continuing to evolve. You still have procedures here today. Those procedures may change based on advice that you have specifically around quarantine. But your goal, if I heard it correctly, is that by return to school for students on, which I believe is the 4th of January, prior to that, there should be clarifying communications going out to everyone that specifically remove any confusion around the matter of quarantine or how you're going to handle that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I think as you look at a relationship with health departments, asking for that written piece of who is responsible for that, so when you talk about roles and responsibility. When you say resolution, I think really working with a smaller, more targeted group, those would be the next steps of having that. And then we have a timeline in place, so we want to make sure that we have it for our own system and to communicate it out. And that will for sure be leading into January 3rd, where we have a staff teacher workday, where we can make sure that we message consistencies with our employees and our schools, and also with our community, and then start to implement as students are back on Tuesday the 4th. So I think on those pieces, We have movement, we have progression, and we'll continue to define that with the Board of Health and Jogan in particular, who is true service provider with Douglas County Schools.
Okay. And with that, we'll just continue to move on to item 30, which is any other director items, board committee or liaison reports that we haven't covered. Director Meek.
I'll just quickly hit on the other committees. Long Range Planning Committee, again with Director Williams. We met December 1st. CU South was probably the biggest topic on that agenda. A question did come up on the Equity Advisory Council. You know, every committee has a liaison to that Equity Advisory Council, and the question was asked, what happens to the council if the policy is appealed or repealed? And I think the answer was, well, we're not 100% sure. Is that how you answered it, Director Williams? I want to make sure.
Well, I mean, I feel like I wasn't in a position to answer
Right.
for the entire board, so yes, I.
Wow, you're a good board member. Okay.
So yes, there's.
Okay, thank you. No, perfect, you passed the test. So I just want to make the whole board aware, you know, in our board committees, that question came up there, and then we were in the Equity Advisory Council meeting with President Peterson, same question came up, right? And President Peterson was saying it won't go away, and I said, well, I think the whole board probably needs to talk about that. And I'm raising it now because I think all of our board committees are questioning this. And I don't know if we can give them assurance that the Equity Advisory Council will not go away if changes happen to the equity policy. Are we able to provide them that assurance? Because I think we have to decide as a board.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I mean, there's an intent. There was some questions around, okay, there was in the November 30th meeting, we heard this, you know, we want to get some clarification. And I think the direct question that I tried to answer, because it was the very first meeting, they have not even elected officers yet. It was just, hey, congratulations, you've been selected for the committee. Everybody just introduced themselves. The question I was attempting to answer was, is this our first and last meeting? and I wanted to say, no, this is not going away. You will continue to meet until such time. And again, we don't know as a board where we're going to wind up. But I was trying to answer no, this is not just the first and last meeting. You're not spinning your wheels here. This committee will continue. And I guess to clarify, it would be until such time that a board takes an action that affects the committee. So again, that is to be determined.
So we're not able to, as a board, say, no, this committee is not going away, regardless of the equity policy.
I think that really determines what is done to the policy, because the policy, as you know, without getting way off subject here, is actually what stands up and charters that board is ADB. So again, I think it depends on what ultimate changes, and again, that's a board discussion and a
So I
board decision.
appreciate you clarifying that, because I don't think that was at all what people heard. And so I think being able to talk through this is really helpful to give clarity to that. And then my last committee is the District Accountability Committee. We'll be meeting virtually this Thursday night. It was split down the middle. Should we do virtual or should we do in person? And I think it was exactly a tie, and it went to the audience, and it will be virtual. Mr. Reynolds is disappointed because we're not having a cookie celebration on Thursday, but we'll have to do that later. I think that's all my committees.
Director Weiniger.
I attended the Fiscal Oversight Committee on last Thursday, and it was their first meeting together. Kate was there, and in person since Kate started, I think, because she's like, oh, I haven't seen you guys in person. But there's a lot of new members, and Colleen gave a great presentation on school finance, and then on the mill levy correction, and yeah, it was a great first meeting. Something cool that is happening is there's going to be 2 student liaisons as well that will be starting in the next meeting. So that'll be exciting.
Director Williams, did you have anything else? Just moving down the line here, Director Hansen had to depart, but Director Hansen and I both attended the Douglas County Safety Committee. Had an excellent presentation by our crisis response team, crisis response around mental health. had a wonderful engagement about how that process happens, how often it happens. And unfortunately, I know they've been very active over the time since we met on December 1st. So a big shout out to everyone here that is part of a really dedicated 24/7, 365 team. And on behalf of that team, going into the holidays, since this is our last meeting, know that those services continue. So if anyone listening, a parent, a student, a staff member, going into the holidays, you are not alone. That support service exists and endorsed throughout the holidays if you need any assistance. So please dial them up. They're outstanding professionals. And Director Meek already covered the Equity Committee. Director Myers?
I went to the Douglas County Youth Initiative meeting this past week. Can't even remember what morning, but Monday morning. Yes, thank you. I've really learned about all the resources that are in Douglas County that we have for our kids and our families, and great group of people in there. So I learned a lot. So I enjoyed that committee.
Director Ray.
So I'm going to, I'm going to take the next hour. No, just kidding. No, you know, one of the things that we are charged to do is to evaluate our performance and process as a board. And I know we got away from that the previous board just because we kind of got into a rhythm where we, you know, didn't do that as much. But I thought I would just take this opportunity to kind of just give some quick thoughts as we're leading up to the retreat of some things that I think we really need to take on and think about. Number one is that when we write resolutions that impact the operation, I think we need to have some clear process of how we monitor that. I will say I'm a little disappointed that we didn't get feedback about how did it work when we made a decision and 4 hours later it had to be implemented, or how many students were identified needing accommodations, and how many students needed to be in environments where other students were universally masked. Or, I mean, I think there's just a slew of questions that we ought to be asking if we're going to take on the role of being managers or dropping into that decision making for the operation. We need to make sure we have a clear feedback loop of how our decision impacted the system. And so I'm just gonna, I won't bore you with all the list of questions I think we should be asking when we do that, but I think that's a retreat topic. When we write resolutions impacting the operation, what's our process? The other thing I would say, I think there's still some grand confusion around outside counsel and when it's appropriate for individual board directors to access a legal counsel. And so I would suggest that as soon as we can is that we get into an executive session with all our counsels, Will Trackman, Kaplan and Ernest, our in-house, and have this conversation. Because I think we're certainly seeing community still have questions about the ethics of whether it's okay for individual directors to have individual legal counsel that's not necessarily representative of the board, the collective board. So I'd like to see that we have that. The other thing is board communication. And this is not at all to disparage Director Myers at all, because it's a huge task when we have hundreds of emails coming in. But I need to get some clarification on how, again, in terms of how will those be handled. So in the past, for instance, we got a slew of emails that kind of had the same message. We would give a response that just simply acknowledged that, yes, we hear you, thank you, we received it. I didn't see that in our archive this go around, and I don't know if that's something, Director Myers, you're working out on, and you don't need to respond. I'm not putting you on the spot. These are just some questions I think we need to, no, I think we just need to clarify what's our process, and I think there's also emails that ask us questions, you know, board, and I think we need to come to some agreement about how does that question get answered. Does our secretary delegate that to someone that has the expertise? Does she open it up to other directors who might want to answer? I think we also have emails that come in through the district website where Stacy Blaylock is routing to Ms. Marsh that I, for the first time, I see them in the archive, so that person hasn't gotten a response. I think also as Director Williams modeled so nicely tonight is that we have to get into the habit of saying, speaking as one director, or I'm not able to speak on behalf of the board. I really appreciate that conversation tonight, because I think that's also in our communication back, because I know some of us like to still, even if it's to all the boards, some of us like to jump in there and respond, which I think is fine, but I think we need to clearly say, I'm responding as one director whenever we do that. The other thing is, I also think we need to get clear about when we get communication that's vulgar, threatening, or an extreme personal attack. What are our norms with that? I appreciate Director Peterson, you received a response from, I think, a campaign supporter who used vulgar language, gave you an ultimatum that said, do it my way or I'm gonna start recalling you. Becky, you got a horrific email from someone that questioned your fitness, and I think we need to have some norms that either says on the front end, if you're gonna do that, we're not gonna respond. We're not gonna respond to personal attacks or vulgar language or horrific messages or something along those lines. So I think those are some norms I'd like to see us establish with communication. And then my final thing that I want us to think about is professional development of us as directors. You know, there were 4 of us that were at the CASB convention. I thought it was a very worthy time for me to take off 4 days to be down there to really get a lot. But I also kind of was grieving the fact that in the past years, all of us are there. And all of us have an opportunity to debrief the learning that we're getting from that conference. And so, this is not a guilt trip, because I know when you guys were elected, all of a sudden it's like, boom, 2 weeks later, can you come down and do the CASB conference? So this is not a guilt trip, but just, I think we need to be intentional about how we develop ourselves to govern with excellence. And those are opportunities we definitely need to take advantage of. And so I just think that would be a future conversation or a retreat conversation to say, what are we intentionally doing? Not just to understand the operation, because we do all this onboarding stuff, but what are we doing really to develop ourselves to govern well? So those are just some future topics I'd like to see us think about and address as you're working on developing the retreat agenda for January. Thank you.
I think those are all very excellent and well-informed inputs, and I would also suggest, and I know this will happen, the fount of knowledge, which is Mrs. Marsh, can also give us a lot of insight and some simple, maybe checklist around communications of just to make it very simple and make it very consistent for all of us. But I do appreciate all those, and I fully intend to take those and any other suggestions that any other directors have for retreat agenda. I know ends are a primary discussion as well, but anything, go ahead, Director Meek.
Yeah, I think board communication is probably one of the most important ones for any new board coming together, and just how we communicate, but then how we're communicating as a board. I know when I had a very short stint as board secretary, I spent a lot of time talking to staff, and especially Superintendent Wise and Sandy, because there's so many different scenarios, and I wanted to be very consistent with everyone, but I was answering on behalf of the board, and I wanted everyone to be on the same page, and it does take some time and conversation.
Director Myers.
Can I at least justify my, okay. In my confusion in talking with Sandy and learning some of these things, I have been responding to communication. I'm just not, in my confusion, I just did a reply and then BCC the BOE secretary. So I have been responding to many of those emails out there. You're not seeing it. And that was in my confusion of a reply all and where I needed to, and I hope you can forgive me. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I mean, I know
we'll
now.
take a little bit of hit on this because as the new president, we put the CU South thing right on top of when we were supposed to be getting onboarding because we thought it was essential to do that. We are having onboarding coming up, and some of this probably would have been caught in that onboarding. But again, thank you for the grace to get this right and to take the suggestions on what we need to talk about.
Now, I'd be happy to help if it's helpful to have someone working with you on the agenda, because I'm working with a lot of different boards on agendas for getting them up to speed, but only if you want to have that, so.
Okay, and with that, dare we move to item number 31, adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Ray, motion, second by Williams, and Hanson is not here. Meek,
Aye.
Myers,
Adjourn.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray,
Aye.
Williams,
Aye.
Weiniger, 6-0 in the absence of Director Hanson. Meeting is adjourned.